Hello, so this may be an incredibly foolish undertaking, but we're gonna go for Binding of Isaac all items tier list. There's like 540 some items. If I can get through two per minute, 30 seconds each, then should be done in just under 5 hours. Hopefully, we can speed it up a little beyond that, but that's what we're working with, and we'll see how we go from here. So, starting off, the very first one. Well, before that, we'll preface this with how this tier list is ranked. So, top tier is one run. You get an item that's S plus. The run's over, you can just stop while you're there. Like, I mean, it's just a formality for winning at that point. But I mean, you basically got it. B, solid items, just middle of the road. We're going to be filling that one out with a ton of stuff. F is just no. Literally, if I see it, I won't pick it up. There's not many things that are literally just never take it ever. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I think you understand how this all works out. So let's just get it started. This is going to be a long one. So sit back, relax, have a nice cold glass of water. This is going to get hot and spicy. So we're starting off Blue Baby's only friend. I do have 4 cheat sheets up on the side, so if I have anything question wise, I can reference it. Starting out Blue Baby's only friend. Controllable enemy does quite a sizable amount of damage. Will at least throw him off in solid to start. Moving on, the heart does give you 1 heart container, fully heals you. So maybe you could use it to fully pop off a self-sacrifice play. Usually that's not the case. You get on the first floor, so you might think it's a D tier, but this is going to be C because with the full heal from it, if you got a lot of red heart containers, you can play that self-sacrifice room, drop them all down, and then pop them all back up. Or if you're playing Samson and you want to build that damage off, you can take some hits first, and then you can take the heart, and then it goes back up. But since it's usually a boss item, it's not really going to be an item you can get when you want it, but it is better than D tier. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Then we got our first very interesting one here. We got the 1-up. It does give you an extra life. The extra life is not necessarily great. It depends on how you use it. So it's solid. It's not a big damage boost, not anything that's going to make the run easier necessarily, but you get an extra shot. So if you mess up, you go through all of your heart containers and you're done. You can at least come back and try once again. 2020 is it just doubles your damage. It doesn't make you win, but for right now, throwing it in the S tier, maybe we'll drop it down to A, but for right now it's an S. Double your damage. I mean, what more can you say? That's incredible. So we're moving on $3 bill. Random tier effects every single room could absolutely destroy you with what they are, but also could be a great benefit. I'm throwing in A for now. These things might get moved around, but for now it's staying in there. 7 seals, the little harbingers. It is. I'm gonna go with the solid. I am gonna be looking over here quite a bit because I don't want to get this wrong at all. So it is a 10-second change between the familiars that it summons. It's going to be doing a lot of random stuff. You're not really going to be... Your main play is not going to be the little harbingers. It's going to be just some extra damage on the side. So we're just throwing it in solid for now because that's what it is. It's just solid. 8-inch nails, damage up, not nearly as incredible as 2020 because I mean most things aren't. So we'll throw it in A for now. Your tiers get a little extra knockback and you get 1.5 damage up. Not that bad. Your tiers also become interesting nails, which is fun sometimes. I mean, it could be better, it could be worse. It depends on who you are. 9-volt, if you got any spacebar items, activated items, you want the 9-volt, quicker charge. Not the best of the batteries, so throw it in and see. It makes it 1 faster. It's not gonna be like the car battery where it really just like The car battery is basically the 20/20 of activated items. It just makes your active item just happen 2 times whenever you try to use it. So I mean that'll probably be S when we get to it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves for now. Abaddon, I want I want to throw it up in S. Like you aren't automatically gonna win, but Abaddon, if you're in looking for a devil deal, Abaddon is exactly what you want to find every single time. At least if you're me. 6 black hearts, you got a chance to shoot fear tears. Don't really care about that one, but your damage and speed goes up. It does take out all of your red heart containers, so make sure to take it last in any given devil deal situation. But it's pretty solid all around. We can drop it down if you get a little upset later on, but for now, that's where it's going to be. Mirrored Buddy, literally D, just garbage. He goes to the opposite side of the room. For small rooms, I guess it's okay. You can hit some enemies. For big rooms, you literally have no idea what he's doing, and it honestly slips your mind most of the time that he even exists. So he's gonna just be gone for now. Moving on here, Acid Baby. Pills spawn every 3 rooms. Okay, I just want to make sure it's 3. I was thinking it's maybe 3 or 4. I don't really remember, but it is 3 rooms. He does give you a pill. This is going to be actually I'm gonna drop now that I think about it, I'm gonna drop the little harbingers down a little bit. They're pretty good. They do decent damage, but you don't really have much control. As far as I'm concerned, control is more important than randomness. So the Acid Baby, I mean, he is tossing out random pills every 3 rooms, but if you don't have PhD, you might just get a lot of crap. He might be incredible. He might give you the exact pill that you need, but he's random. And that lack of control on him is what drops him below being the B solid item. Given a situation, you might want to reroll him into something else. Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill is tough. Dollar Bill is tough. If you get it early on in the run, I want to say you take it every time because then you can play all of the shops. But if you get it a little too late in the game, there's no more shops. The pennies aren't going to do you any favors. Not at least late game. So let's see. Next one up is this no longer in order on my cheat sheets? No, I was just looking at the wrong one. Panic equals power. I have never actually understood what this does. I just take it every time for the spun. Increases damage based on how many red heart containers Isaac has. I mean, now I know. Just panic equals power. So the more red heart containers you have, the more damage you do. I mean, the more empty red heart containers. I'm going to throw that one in C, maybe D. Honestly, for now, adrenaline's going into the D tier. That is mostly just because, I mean, when you're playing the game, you're not usually trying to stack up empty red heart containers. Like, that's just not anything anybody does. Maybe that's the way you play. Situationally, it might be a great damage boost if you're just taking a lot of hits and you don't have any spirit hearts. But usually that's not what happens. You're not going to be stacking up a lot of empty heart containers. That's just not what it is. Lump of coal, I'm going to throw this at B, solid. Like, of all the things you could get from a Krampus fight, that's going to be one of the best ones. Absolutely. Lump of coal is solid for me. 360 tiers. Honestly, C, you get, what is it? You get a little bit of shot speed up. The analog stick, 0.3 tiers up, but you can fire tiers in whatever direction you want. I do play with a controller almost always, so it is useful. But I mean, I'd rather have a better tiers upgrade, more damage upgrade. It's not the best. Anarchist Cookbook, next on the docket. Probably throwing it in D. You injure yourself more than you tend to hurt other enemies. Like, it might be a way you can heal yourself if we're really going for like rare scenarios. But usually you're gonna hurt yourself while you hurt the other enemies. It's kind of a last ditch book in my opinion. I mean, you can form your own, that's perfectly fine. But Anarchist Cookbook, give or take, I mean, you pick it up for the bookworm transformation and then you put it back down or switch it for something else. If you can re-roll it, definitely reroll it. It's not something you want to be sticking around with. Now, is this one? This is one of the ones I always get confused on. Okay, this one is anemic. Lusty Blood is the opposite way. Gotcha. +5 range. After Isaac is damaged, trail a red creep left behind until he leaves the current room. This, I'm gonna go with, it's either a C or D tier. Probably C because at least, well, I mean, range upgrades, not usually something you need. I'm just gonna throw it back down in D tier. It's just a losing mindset is what it gives you. You want to take damage to do just a tiny bit more with the red creep trail. It's not like Lusty Blood where, not never mind, not like Lusty Blood. It's not like Samson where you're just taking damage and then every time you do, your damage is ramping up more and more, so it gets significantly easier every time. You're getting a trail of creep for one room, and the enemies most likely aren't even going to stand on it. So it's a losing mindset. You throw it down. The prism, like, I want to throw it up at S because it's one of my favorite items, but it's probably more like a B tier. I want to see if it does anything other than what I remember it doing. The angelic prism is, yeah, just the orbital tears pass through and split into rainbows. Like, it's super cool. You will do a lot of damage, but you know what? I'm actually probably gonna throw it down in C. Don't fight me on this one, please. It is it's just it's hard to fully utilize because it's slowly moving around. Actually, it's kind of quickly moving around. You can't really get all of your shots through the prism. You'll just wait, and whatever happens to go through and split off into rainbows, it's just like a nice bonus. It's not how you're going to be really focusing your damage. I've got Angry Fly. This is one of the ones, like, there's so many flies in this game, I cannot keep them straight. Especially the ones where it's the black fly icon with the like parentheses around it, and there's ones where it's like facing it and then facing away from it and like kind of down at an angle, and I cannot keep them straight for the life of me. I just have to pick them up and then try and remember what it is. So this one is Angry Fly. Spawns a fly familiar that orbits around a random enemy, deals 5 damage per tick to enemies it comes in contact with. I mean, 5 damage per tick, not bad. Not one of the worst flies. It's gonna go in the solid section. He's gonna give you 5 damage per tick whenever he hits enemies, and he tends to go near enemies. So, like, kind of a win, at least, I mean, as far as you're concerned there. The Ankh, I mean, it's gonna be saving you maybe sometimes if you want to be Blue Baby at the end. It is an extra life, so it's going over here with the 1-up. Any extra life is fine. It is slightly better than the 1-up. So I don't have like a B plus category. Maybe we'll find out we need one going through, like, I mean, there's a lot of items left. Goodness gracious. We might need to separate these into more lists, but the Ankh is slightly better than the 1-up, given the circumstance. You do become Blue Baby when you come back, so if you weren't trying to get Blue Baby Post-it Note unlocks, it kind of throws everything off on that. But if Blue Baby's a hard character for you to play, maybe you get the Ankh, you go back, I mean, you get up to something you haven't accomplished yet. Like, maybe you can make it to boss rush more easily as someone else, and then you die and become Blue Baby for the boss rush completion, or maybe something like that to just get delirium a little bit easier. Like, if you struggle with Blue Baby, it's a very good way to get Blue Baby achievements because you can be someone else, work up to it, and then pop off into Blue Baby. But then the problem is, like, if you don't want the Blue Baby achievements, but say you're working really hard as someone else, like as the Lost, and then you die almost at the end, you would rather have the 1-up than the Ankh. So, like, it's good situationally better, worse than 1-up. It really depends. You got to choose that for yourself. Anti-grav, Like some people might hate it because when you're firing tiers, they're all stuck in the air. I absolutely love what that does. Like it's so fun to just leave a trail of tears in a room, especially if you have enemies that are chasing after you. You can just leave a tear and run away and they will come in and hit it. You can also charge up shots. Maybe it's going against the ghost enemies. You're just waiting for them to come back, so you're charging up a lot of shots, just having them hang out and about. And then as soon as they pop back into existence, you take them out before they go into their ethereal form. Moving on. I mean, anti-grav is great. It's absolutely great. I take it whenever I can. The tier delay is just a bonus for me, whereas for other people, they're probably wanting the tier delay in the first place. Pony, absolutely solid, but probably slightly better. It is a charged item. Got 6 charges. You can get flight with it, which is flight is something you always want. Like, there's no run really where you're thinking to yourself, I don't want to fly at any point in time. I'd rather just keep both legs on the ground. But I mean, it also does damage when you fly around. So it's great. I don't know what to say. It's better than solid, but I don't know if it's really S tier. It's definitely not a one run thing. We're not close to the one run items at this point. Trick or treat, I think that's what the item is called. Let me just double check. Oh, it's just okay. I tend to remember most of these items by their flavor text and not by their name. It's called apple with an exclamation point, which is great because it is an apple. But the flavor text is trick or treat question mark, and that is what always gets me because I remember it as the trick or treat item. Increases tiers, adds a chance to fire a high damage razor blade. I mean, tiers up, damage up, really nothing you can do wrong about that. Moving back, we got Aquarius. For me, the Trails of Creep. The Trails of Creep are gonna be D. We'll throw it on C because at least you continuously have a Trail of Creep. It's really bad when you have to get hurt in order to do the tiny bit of creep damage. Quarter is like the dollar, but slightly worse. This is similar distinction between this extra life and that extra life. Like the Ankh versus 1-Up and the dollar versus the quarter. If you need money to buy something from the shop, either of them should do exactly what you want. Would you rather have the dollar than the quarter? Yes, but they both basically have the same function. One is just, I guess, slightly better, but really they should be the same tier for now at least. Ares, ramming speed, you do speed up, and running in enemies while at high speed, whatever speed that is, deals 18 points of damage. But you still take contact damage, which is why it's going to be in the D tier. I know this is weird. This is actually very weird for me to think about because I hate Aquarius more than I hate Ares. I would rather move faster, have the creep damage. You know what? We'll swap these. The creep damage sucks. I would rather move faster, do damage on hit in case you run into something. It's not the same losing mindset as this down here because you're not like, oh, I'm going to get hit and then I can just get a damage boost for the whole room. You just do extra damage on the hit. So if you happen to run into an enemy, you'll at least do something more than nothing to it. Your strategy is never going to be, oh, I got Ares, I'm going to go run into everything and that's how I'm going to win. No, that's not what it is at all. You take it for a speed boost and then the damage is just auxiliary to that. HP 1-Up, this is just going to go on the D tier. It's not bad. It's just the heart, but worse. It doesn't heal up all of your other hearts. It's just a 1 heart upgrade. Basically, it's like the breakfast. You can just trade it out for a devil deal. Maybe use the Guppy's Paw to convert it into soul hearts, but really overall it just adds a little bit of survivability. Nothing incredible. So a theme is tough. A theme is tough. I just want to make sure it's just black hearts only, right? No, never mind. It doesn't spawn black hearts. That is the other item. My bad. A theme is the Call of the Void. Whenever you take damage, black ring briefly appears around you. So this is an important distinction here. The black ring damage from a theme is higher than the creep damage from back here. So maybe we should put in a C minus. Maybe. Let's throw in add row above. We're going to call it what? C minus. There you go. Oh wait, never mind. I just renamed D. Whatever. D, and then new is going to be C minus / D plus. Hopefully this is the only extra one we need. A theme is going to go in here. And I mean, Aquarius should also go in there. It is better, but not by much. Not by much. This is a strict delineation between two different types of garbage. So don't get it in your head that it's anything incredible. We got Backstabber. Has a chance to fire tears and inflict bleeding on enemies, causing them to slowly take damage over time. This is going to be the C minus D plus tier. It is doing a little extra damage with the bleed. Not a ton. Not a ton. Okay. This one's gonna be a point of contention among a lot of people. It depends on how you feel about orbitals. Ball of bandages, cube of meat, solid. They're solid items if you are good with orbitals. If you are great with orbital, basically the ball of bandages and the cube of meat are placed at wherever you are skill wise with orbitals. If you're a high skill orbital user, basically it's an S tier. If you are low skill orbital user, put it in just no if you have a hard time not running into enemies. Some days I feel like that's me and I should just not pick it up because it encourages me to take damage. But really, it's a solid item because it depends on it really depends on the skill of the individual. If you have high damage tiers, you're not going to be using it as a damage source. If you have like absolute crap for tiers, you're going to be trying to use the ball bandages at every turn because it's still really high damage output. Now, is this one that's not the one that follows you, is it? All of tar, sticky feet. No, this is the one that just slows the slowing tiers. I mean, it gives you a little bit more control over enemies, but not really anything incredible. BBF. So this one, it might upset some people. We're gonna throw BBF down here. I know it does a lot of damage. It's going down below solid and below C for the following reasons. You can't control it, and it might kill you. So like if you got a lot of hearts and you accidentally get popped by it when it hits another enemy and you're close by, I mean you'll just take the hit. But if you're down to 1 heart, this guy right here might be your downfall. You got to be really careful. Belly button, I believe, is perfectly fine. It's not like great. Yeah, drops a random trinket, gets a second trinket slot. So I don't know who you are trinket wise. I kind of enjoy using a lot of trinkets. It's going to go in C tier because it just gives you 1 random trinket. It's not like Mom's Box where you can just keep spawning random trinkets. It just gives you 1. So it does give you the slot to hold a second trinket, which could be relatively worthless if you find a gulp pill or trinket smelter, but it is solid, but only slightly worse. This is more of like a C plus item, unless we find some more that are like that. I think I'm gonna leave it. Back to the flies again, dude. The flies, they get me every time. Just give me just one moment. Which fly is this one? So many. Okay, Best Bud. This one is Summons a what? Yeah, no. This guy's going D tier. This is okay. Okay, 1 second. Just get a little mind flooded already, and this is not a good sign. We have hundreds to go. Bear with me, please. Best Bud, Sworn Protector, summons the white attack fly, similar to Distant Admiration, for, and this is what is important and why it is in the D tier, for the current room. This one just encourages bad behavior. If this is how you're gonna win with a source of damage, maybe you can, if you got the gnawed leaf and like one, okay, so it might be situationally best item ever if you have the gnawed leaf, this guy, and you're going against delirium, and you have just like two hearts. You get hit, you stand still, so you become invincible, and then he just goes and slowly pokes delirium down for the next like 45 minutes, and it just feels like absolute hell to watch. But maybe that's what you got to do to win the run, and that's the only win condition you got left. Really, it's not going to be doing you a ton of favors. This next one's what? Best buddy? Think best friend. So close. Friend till the end. Okay, spawns a decoy bomb that that does a ton of damage, 3 room charge bar. It is, I'd say, as far as activated items go, spacebar items, it's solid. It does a lot of damage. You can use it as a bomb every 3 rooms in case you're having a hard time finding bombs and other consumables. It at least gives you the ability to try to find secret rooms or break open tinted rocks. Just kind of middle of the road. It does do a lot of damage, so you could use it to take out bosses too if you want. It's got versatility, definitely solid. I feel like not much is actually gonna make it into these top 3 tiers, but we can always rearrange things down the road. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Trail. Every time Isaac takes damage, charm effect is applied to every enemy in the room, causing them to attack each other than Isaac. This is like the Swarm Protector, but slightly better because it does something to all of the enemies in the room at the exact same time. So, like, the charm effect isn't super great, but maybe it could get you out of damage, or at least additional damage, because you get hit once, then the enemies start fighting each other instead of you, so you can space out a little bit more. Situational, I would say it's just slightly better than the Swarm Protector. It's, if that one was the Swarm Protector, I have a hard time keeping the flies straight. BFF, don't even need to look. Though I did glance aside, but I didn't actually check anything. Solid. It just makes your familiars better. And or no, wait, no. I guess I do need to double check. Yeah, no. It just increases the size and damage of your familiars. Why do I down myself? Big Chub, solid. Like he doesn't move very fast, but he does a lot of damage, and you have control over where he's going. He's great. Big fan. I'm a big fan of the big fan. He he's definitely a B tier for me. He just blocks a lot of shots. He's big and just slowly moves around and does some contact damage. So he's not like a high damage orbital, but you can use him to block shots. So against like any bosses that are kind of bullet helly, you can at least use him as some sort of armor layer between you and the enemies. Binky, I'm going with another B. It's kind of like a B plus. We are gonna add another one because this is also just going to start becoming very large up here when it becomes filled with hundreds of items. So just bear with me. Binky B plus. Besides giving you shot speed up, it does. Yeah. Okay. Tears up, not shot speed. My bad. Isaac becomes smaller. You get 1 soul heart, and your tiers go up. So it gives you survivability, basically ups your damage, but not upping your damage stat. It just increases the speed at which you can output damage. So I mean, Binky's B plus. It's which makes me actually kind of reconsider these other ones. Give me a moment to just glance through it. No, I would say Binky, actually BFF probably move up there. Binky, BFF are, in my opinion, better than all of these items. Okay, moving on. Black Candle gives you a black heart, removes curses, or removes the curse for the floor, makes it so you can't get curses anymore. You take it. Every time you find it, you just take it. It's not going to be bad. Black Hole, one of the better active items, in my opinion. You can use it to break things in rooms. You can break rocks. You can trap enemies. It doesn't do a crazy amount of damage, but it does give you a lot of control over any room. Like situationally, I mean, it does like depending on your skill, it does the same amount as just like having extra bombs. But the fact that it's a charge item means you can keep getting it over and over again, and it does provide a lot of control to any room, especially if your speed is low. My favorite time to get it is when you have low speed and you're going against fast enemies. You can at least trap them in a place so they don't come and get you. Now, what is this one called? I know what it does. Gives you the different hearts. Okay, black. Yeah, Black Lotus. It is a Black Lotus. That I mean, pretty straightforward. One red heart, one soul heart, one black heart. That's better than. I mean, these at least gives you. Yes. Isabel, I have this many more items to go. Yeah, it is. Bye bye. Love you. Black Lotus. Next one, Black Lotus. Solid item. One of, at the time, I believe, three different heart containers. We got a lot of new heart container styles now. It gives you one red heart, one black heart, one spirit heart. So this is going in the B plus. Like the survivability it provides you is great for basically anyone except for the really odd out there characters. It's going to give you a lot. It's going to give you something you can trade for a devil deal. It's also going to give you some protection to get another devil deal. It's just it's solid all around. The powder, or just black powder, the yeah, black powder. You spin it around. How much damage does it do actually? 10 damage per tick. So it has nothing, it doesn't scale at all with the size of the circle. So I was wrong in believing that. It just makes the circle bigger. So this one is more the solid kind of C. If you don't, I'm going to throw it in C for now, slightly less than solid. 10 damage per tick is pretty solid. But you have to make the circle. You have to run in a circle, complete the loop before it'll spawn in something that does damage to enemies. And if your speed is low, it's not great. It's semi situational. If you got low speed, it sucks. If you have really high speed, it can be really good. But definitely on the slightly less than solid side, because other sources of damage are going to be significantly more important. Like you'd rather take tears up or attack up or tear delay down more so than taking the black powder. Blank card is S. It provides so much utility. I mean, there's the small chance that you take it and then you don't find any cards or runes on the rest of your run, and then it's kind of worthless, but that is so unlikely. It's also relatively common to get, and if you ever want to break greed mode, like you let's face it, you've definitely used a Yara blank card combo before. Like blank card is great, especially I mean if you ever want to keep one of the cards you have. Blank card Joker, you're just going to be at the Devil Deal or Angel Room every single floor. Blank card is definitely just an S tier item. If you see the blank card, pick it up unless for some reason you have, don't know why I'm scrolling. Unless you have like no cards or no good cards, it's usually just great. I don't know why you wouldn't take it. Blanket, one soul heart. Okay, yeah. So blanket is, I'm gonna throw it up here in B plus. Slightly better than solid. Gives you one spirit heart and protects you from one damage from the boss for every floor. So wait, I just want to double check that. Upon entering a boss room. Okay, so it's not when you enter the boss room for the first time on the floor. It's upon entering a boss room. So it does work twice if you're on an XL floor, at least by the description on the Isaac Gamepedia. But you should be getting you get initially one extra soul heart as a little bit of protection to save yourself for a deal, just little survivability all around. And the hardest fights you're going to have in the game are all of the boss fights, and you are protected from one extra hit. So basically, late game, it's like you get an extra spirit heart every single time you fight a boss. So absolutely solid, especially for enemies like the Keeper, or for characters like the Keeper, it does provide you with that one little extra bit of survivability. So depending on who you are, might be an A, but if you're just averaging out across all characters, I'd say it's a B plus item. Blood Bag, definitely B plus item. I know it's okay, so maybe I gotta think about these two a little more later on. Blood Bag, the health up, and it does heal you completely, right? Definitely. Yeah. Grants one. Okay, it doesn't heal you completely. It restores 5 red hearts. I don't know if I've ever had it not heal me completely, though. Anyways, it does give you 1 red heart and is a huge speed increase, which, if you're ever low on speed, playing the blood banks to try and get a blood bag is usually an absolutely solid plan. Blood clot, I'm gonna go with solid damage up, range up, and sometimes you fire these little extra blood clot tears. Not bad. So Blood of the Martyr. I think I want to throw that in A. Actually, never mind. We're gonna drop that one down. B plus. It's just 1 damage up, and your tears become blood tears. I'm pretty sure that part's just aesthetic. It doesn't mean anything else. So actually, no, we're dropping it down. B solid. It is just 1 damage up. It's good, not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but not great. So this another one that's tough. So we're gonna throw this in here because blood rights is a tough one. It's really situational, really situational. Damages enemies in the room, deals a heart of damage to Isaac. If you have a way to mitigate that, or if you want to take the 1 heart of damage, it could be really good. It's most cases not, though. So it's going to be down in the D tier. It's definitely not a just no item because there are going to be some situations that actually I'm probably throw it in the just no. It's so rare that it's useful, and like it's incredibly rare that it's the right play to take it, that we'll just say in most cases, if you see it, re-roll it. If you can't re-roll it, take it so you can maybe re-roll it later on, but otherwise just don't take it. If you have a different charged item, definitely don't pick it up. If you have the backpack, sure, throw it in there as a secondary thing, but primarily you should be avoiding it at all costs. At least if you ask me. Bloodshot Eye is kind of like the big fan, in my opinion. It does block some shots, but it also shoots out some tears. It's like big fan. The Bloodshot Eye. It's a toss up. There's not a huge difference between them. Now this one is Bloody Lust. Bloody Lust is gonna be B plus. Let me double check to make sure it's not an A item. Bloody Lust increases damage as Isaac receives damage. Damage increase stays for the whole floor. So I'm gonna go with Bloody Lust is a B plus. It will always be good. Like it gives you a permanent damage increase for the entire floor. So it's not like these two down here where you're gonna get a little bit of damage for that room that you get hurt in. This one's gonna give you more damage for the entire floor. It can be up to, I would say, an S item, maybe like S minus. You have a way to just take a lot of damage, maybe the Dull Razor, or you're playing the self-sacrifice room a lot. If there are ways for you to do a lot of damage to yourself on one floor and have it not be overall detrimental to your run, it would be like S minus, because the damage increase you're going to get is incredibly huge. If you have a ton of hearts, like any boss fight, you should be able to beat by the time you go through like 6-7 heart containers. I don't remember when it maxes out, but it does a huge damage increase. I mean, of course you want it, you just take it every time. Blue cap is solid to slightly better than solid. I'm gonna throw Bloody Lust in A. It deserves to be A. We don't have that many things in A. I'm actually also gonna, at least for now, throw the Black Candle in A, because I hate curses. Like they're not incredibly detrimental to your run most of the time. They're just really annoying, and also they could prevent you from making it to a boss rush or a hush fight if that's really what you're going for. The curses could be your downfall, so picking up the Black Candle could be like the biggest boon you could find to your run. Bloody Lust is going up. Blue cap, you get a heart, you get tears up, but your shot speed goes down. In most cases, in my experience with Isaac, I have only played for like 500 hours, so there are many people who have played a lot more than me, so feel free to disagree in the comments and just let me know what I've done wrong here. Blue cap's going to be B+. Does give you the health, it does give you the tears up, but your shot speed goes down. Shot speed going down, honestly, in most situations, I don't care. It's fine. It can go down a little bit, and I won't really mind. It's when your tears get to be moving like slugs, just slowly crawling across the screen. That's when it becomes an issue. Blue map is like an A item. It's if you have a hard time finding secret rooms and super secret rooms, it's basically like having X-ray vision always. And also, it does a great deal in helping you figure out where the boss room is, because the super secret room tends to spawn adjacent to the room before the boss room. So it can give you a good idea of where the boss room is to speed up floors in case you're running behind on time and you want to make it to the boss rush. It can help you with that as well. Similar to Black Candle, but in a better way. If you can't see the map, it's a worthless item, so it's definitely not S. Actually, I'll probably drop it down to B+ for now. Like it's great, all around spectacular, but it could be slightly better. Homing bombs, Bobby right? Bobby bomb, so close. Homing bombs gives you 5 bombs. Your bombs are more useful for fighting enemies, but if you don't want to fight enemies with your bomb, then it doesn't really mean anything besides give you 5 bombs. It's a solid item. It's really good with other like bomb synergies. Like if your bombs are going to be doing a ton of damage or exploding into a lot of tears, maybe Bobby Bomb for that run would be like an S+ item. And like that's the only thing you need left to just set off your run, really pop off. Just like hide in a corner, drop a bomb down, watch it just skitter across the floor, slap onto an enemy, and just explode. But in most cases, it's just going to help you do a little bit more damage. The 5 extra bombs are really nice. Bob's Brain, I'm going to throw in B+. It does a lot of damage, the poison damage, the explosion damage, and you can control where it goes. If you mess up, it could kill you by exploding into an enemy that's right next to you, but you don't have to fire at any given time. So you could just wait and not shoot it at an enemy when you're close to taking damage from the explosion from it. So it's B+. It just does a lot of damage, and it's incredibly controllable. Bob's Curse. So this here, like, you're doing more damage with your bombs, and you get, again, 5 bombs. It depends. Like, the more bomb upgrades you stack on, the better all of them are. But individually, they're all right. You take it because you get some bombs, you get some damage up on your bombs. It's not anything incredible. Bob's Rotten Head, it does help get you to the Bob transformation, which is a relatively difficult transformation to get. As far as activated items go, definitely not in my top 10 or maybe 20. It is a reusable bomb. It's got a low charge. I believe it's three. It's three charges. I'm just off on everything. That's okay. I know what the items are when I have them. Most times, not adrenaline. That one I never really knew until just now. But yeah, you get a frozen bomb. You can throw it at enemies or at a wall. You can use it like a bomb. So every 3 rooms, you basically get one bomb if you use it every 3 rooms. It's solid damage overall, not bad. B plus for the next one, BOGO bombs, right? Just want to double check. I feel like I'm going crazy. Yeah, BOGO bombs. You just get 2 bombs for all the bomb drops. You get 2. So the earlier you get BOGO bombs, the better BOGO bombs is. If you need a lot of bombs, BOGO bombs is great. If you don't, bombs are still a great source of damage. Maybe use them as damage. So this, okay, BOGO bombs, I'm gonna drop down. I literally just put it down at B plus, but bomb bag, I'm gonna go with is better than BOGO bombs because in order for BOGO bombs to be useful, there still needs to be a bomb spawn anyways. Like these two sync beautifully together, but the bomb bag, if you strictly only have one of them, I would think you'd rather choose the bomb bag because it will at least spawn bombs frequently, in which case you might not have gotten bombs any other way. The BOGO bombs, if you were going to encounter a lot of bombs, congratulations, you've now encountered twice as many bombs. But you might not be encountering bombs in the first place, even though you really need them. So bomb bag it is definitely better. As far as bomb upgrades go, Bomber Boy, Bomber Boy B plus. It's a bomb upgrade, but better. This is the plus shaped explosion one, correct? Yeah, Bomber Boy. +5 bombs. Yeah, the large cross pattern. It it has a tendency when I use it to damage me, but that's more of a my fault thing than the item's fault. You just if you know how to play it, you know how to play it. It's a huge area splash explosion. So I mean, I would say it's a better damage up than these two down here. Book of Revelations. Book of Revelations is like a ball of bandages or cube of meat that is slightly upgraded. Like more so than slightly upgraded, it will give you a cube of meat more in ball of bandages more frequently just because it'll make it so that's what the boss drops at the end. It does also give you spirit hearts on a 6 room charge. So it's got more survivability than a lot of things. I'm actually going to drop Binky back down to B. We're just going to be we're going to be moving these things around little by little. Yeah, because of that we're going to drop Binky down by 1 because it does provide continual survivability. Like similar to the blanket always protecting you from one boss shot. This will just get you another spirit heart every 6 rooms. So you should, if you find at least a lot of batteries, be able to survive in most cases. Book of Secrets, B plus item gives you a lot of map information, and or yes, just gives you a lot of map information. Correct? Oh, I need to look over here. Book of Secrets, yeah. So it gives you the blue map temporarily. Actually, we're gonna throw it up here because it gives you blue map, the compass, and treasure map for the current floor. So you have to use it every floor, but it is all 3 maps rolled into one. Is it the best charge item to carry? No. Like maybe you want something more damagey, but if you want to find out how to get the hell out of a floor, you definitely want to take the Book of Secrets. And the flavor text for that one is 6 question marks, which is great because who knows what it does. We do. Book of Invincibility. I kind of want to throw this up at S tier. Is this or Book of Shadows? Okay, it's crazy that one's just a 3 room charge. That's actually incredible. It's 10 seconds of invincibility. I mean, if you were about to take damage, you're not going to take damage anymore. If you want to do contact damage, but you don't want to take damage while you do it, you can do it for 10 seconds. If you are the Lost, oh my god, it's like the best item you could ever run across besides the Holy Mantle. I mean, it's not a one run because it won't it, if it gave you a lot of contact damage while being invincible, it would be a one run item. But it's just a step below that. 10 seconds of invincibility every 3 rooms. You should be able to capitalize on that. If your damage is absolute garbage, it's not going to be the best thing for you to get. But in most cases, it's one of the best things you can get. It's also going to move you towards the bookworm transformation. Also, one of my favorite books is this one, which is the Book of the Dead. So you can spawn the little bones orbiting around you. I would throw that one in A. You can stack up so many of those bones just because you get one for killing enemies, and then you use it in the room, and then it turns all of the bones on the ground back into orbitals, and it's just all around is incredible. 10 bombs is 10 bombs. It's going to be more of a C thing. Definitely more C tier. 10 bombs. Okay, got a love-hate relationship with 10 bombs. 10 bombs gives you 10 bombs. Like, it tells you exactly what it does. But it doesn't make your bombs better, like these. So maybe the damage increase or more utility of the bombs being homing is worth 5 bombs as a trade-off. Maybe you actually just needed 10 bombs because there were 10 rocks to blow up or secret rooms to get into. 10 bombs is 10 bombs. I mean, make of it what you will. This one is tough. I would say I'm going to throw it down here. So don't be upset while I explain this. The Box of Friends creates a copy of all of your familiars for the current room. If you are Lilith, it is an S item to an S plus item because you have to shoot your tears from a familiar. It then becomes basically a 2020 for Lilith. For everyone else, it is incredibly dependent on what familiars you get. If your familiars suck, it sucks. It really is such a codependency that I'm going to throw it down to C minus D plus. If you can get it to synergize properly with something else, it's great. On its own, it's not even a solid item because if you don't have any familiars, I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything. Let me double check. Just make sure. Yeah, it's there's no like hidden stat upgrade. It's solely doubles your familiars. They're not doubles, it just creates one copy of them. So if you have the car battery, it makes 2 copies. With Lilith, there's almost nothing that I trade away the Box of Friends for all the other characters in the game. There's almost no reason I take the Box of Friends. If you have the right familiars, it is the best item. If you don't, it's not. Box of Spiders, solid item to probably B plus. It spawns 2 to 4 blue spiders. It's like Guppy's head spawning flies. It's just a good damage increase every 2 rooms. Box of Stuff, I'm gonna go with C. So double checking. Box Stuff spawns 1 of each non-collectible item. Penny, key, bomb, red heart, 1 card, 1 pill, 1 trinket. Personally, I don't care. It's usually not something that I want. If it's in the shop, I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to buy something else, or I'm going to re-roll it. It's solid. It gives you consumables. If you need consumables, it's great. Otherwise, it's just kind of like, here's a bunch of very low tier stuff instead of one of these other items. So for me, it's a C. It's not a C minus because, I mean, honestly, for me, a bomb and a key is more useful than the Aquarius tiers. Bozo, don't need to scroll down for that one. Bozo has a chance to spawn, I'm trying to think, has a chance to spawn Rainbow Poop, gives you 0.1 damage up, and He makes you look like a clown, but what else? What else? Let me see. Bozo, where are you, buddy? Flat point one. Oh, it also grants you a soul heart. So it's gonna be C, not C minus. If it weren't for the soul heart, I would throw it on C minus. If you have a ton of heart containers, maybe Bozo's exactly the item that you need so you can keep spawning rainbow poops and then just keep full healing yourself while you can just keep taking damage and then rainbow poop to heal yourself back up. Otherwise, I mean, the point one damage on Bozo's not anything special. Breakfast, D. It's just a one red heart container. It's not great. For me personally, I'm gonna throw the what is this item actually called? I pick it up one time per save file. It's what, Breath of Life? Yeah, Breath of Life, invincibility at a cost. So the item slowly drains its charge, and when it gets to the bottom, you get a second. Is it even a full second? I think a brief moment of invincibility. Who cares? It's otherwise you just take damage if you hold on to it for too long. I'm going with it's a super high skill item. If you got the know-how and you can actually like time up things to get that brief moment of invincibility, sure, maybe it's an S rank item for you. For me, and I feel like for most people, the invincibility is not worth the risk of just taking the one full heart of damage anyways. If it was like you tap it and you instantly get 1 second or like just maybe like a couple frames of invincibility, it'd be worth it, but otherwise I'm gonna have to go with no. It's a strictly just no item. Like if I find it, I will not take it unless it's to re-roll it into something else. So we got the good one, the brimstone laser, the one thing besides Abaddon that I always want to see in every single deal with the Devil Room. Gives you huge damaging blood laser with like infinite range to just destroy everything in the room. Like I don't know why you would turn brimstone down unless picking it up would kill you. I have actually lost several runs because I thought it was more fitting to die taking brimstone than to continue playing without it. It's an incredible item. Not necessarily a one run because if your damage is really low, I mean even if your damage is really low, it's still pretty amazing. Brimstone, we might push it up to a one run item. Basically, you get brimstone early on, middle of the game, late game. You don't have to worry anymore. Not at that point. So, which of the bones items is this? This is one of the newer ones. Compound fractures. No. Compound fractures is the one that's broken to the side. This is the one that's broken down. What item are you? Give me a moment. So now it's definitely not in order. Which bone item is this? Or is it compound fractures and they just rotated it on me? Compound fractures. No, compound fractures has red blood on the bone. And it only has 2 broken bones. What item are you? Maybe we'll come back. It might take me a little bit to find it. Yeah, we can come back to this one. It's not compound fracture. Maybe it is, and this is just the wrong thing. Whatever. Or am I? No, it's brittle bones. Okay, I accidentally scrolled too far down. I apologize. It's brittle bones. It gives you 6 empty bone hearts. It's kind of like Abaddon, I guess. And oh, I did not know that. Okay, I'm just gonna read it to you. Whoops. So we're both on the same page. Because I just learned something new. Basically, you should always go on the Gamepedia if you're semi uncertain about what an item does, because it might do extra things that you had absolutely no idea. It replaces all red hearts with 6 empty bone hearts. Upon losing a bone heart, Isaac fires bones in 8 direction and permanently gains a tears up. I did not know about the permanent tears up from it. But brittle bones. It's an Abaddon, except you get the tears up when you lose the bone heart. So maybe I'd say maybe B plus. It's more a complicated play. If you really want the tears up from it, you're gonna have to sacrifice the bone hearts and possibly a deal with the devil. But it does give you 6 hearts in exchange for however many hearts you have. Not necessarily as, or it only takes the red hearts. Similar to Abaddon, but just a slightly more complicated play. I would say it's more complicated to the point where it needs to be in B plus and not A. Broken modem. The next one, enemies sometimes freeze in place. I'm throwing it as a D. It's not bad having the enemies stop, but it's a significantly easier for me personally to play the game without the enemies stopping. Like if they continue on their path without randomly not moving anymore, it's a lot easier for me to control where they're going and how to interact and react to them than if they're just gonna randomly stop. Like it's way too stressful. Mom's shovel, just know if you are not trying to unlock the forgotten, what are you doing? Why are you picking it up? You just want to make it really hard for yourself. I mean, yeah, you get the shovel at the end, but is it really worth it? Personally, no. Broken stopwatch is sometimes good. It may possibly speed enemies up. I'm gonna go with B plus. It slows enemies down so much more than it speeds them up that it's a B plus. If you're really concerned about the enemy speeding up, then don't take it. Stopwatch is better, but broken stopwatch in most cases it'll just do the trick. It doesn't stop the enemies. It does one continuous effect. They're either all slow or they're all faster. Or does it ever leave them the same speed? Um, no. Right? Yeah, no. It's just slow down or speed up. Most cases it slows them down. There's a chance you'll be fighting basically I'm excited pill style enemies for a room. But as long as you're prepared for the downside to it, the upside just makes the entire run easier. The temperature in my room is also increasing very quickly. It's like 95 degrees out. And it is starting to feel like it is 95 degrees inside. Brother Bobby, you are D tier garbage. He's a familiar that does almost nothing. We we're moving on and just ignoring him. The brown cube, which is name escapes me. It spawns a little blue turret fly. What is it called? The brown cube thing. It is brown. Oh, I was very close. Brown nugget. Yeah. Spawns the one blue turret fly. Probably C. It's not that great. It is a 1 room charge. We'll just leave it at that. Or is it a recharging thing? It might be a recharging one. It is just a small damage up. There's other spacebar items that are a lot better. Don't don't sell yourself out too quickly. Lard, okay. The speed decrease. Wait, okay. So you get 2 empty red heart containers for lard. Heal by half a red heart and get a speed decrease. I didn't realize you heal by half a red heart. I'm learning new things as we go through this. Lard C minus. The speed decrease is usually why I avoid it and I take something else. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not the best. I'd definitely prefer to not lose the 0.2 speed. So I'm throw it down to C minus D plus. Box of friends, is that what it is? Box of something. Buddy in a box. Yeah, you randomly get a different familiar at the start of each floor. Or C minus, maybe even a D. It's kind of like just getting a different brother Bobby every floor. They're not going to be doing a ton of damage. They're not great. Bumbo, Bumbo's C. He's slightly less than solid, but hear me out. He Okay, never mind. He's gonna be solid. He does take all of your coins. If you need your coins for something else, he's incredibly frustrating. If you don't need your coins for anything, he's great. But if you don't have any coins, he's kind of garbage. So he needs other things to play properly. So like he can't sync well with the quarter or the dollar because he can't use those coins to actually level up. But when you do max him out, he does do a ton of contact damage, so he's a great familiar to have if you can get him to bulk up a bit. Just looking at this, oh boy, we are in for a long night. We were prepared at the beginning. Looking back now, we are still prepared. It's just slightly more stressful. Moving on, we got Bum Friend. He's greedy. He occasionally drops a pickup after collecting a coin, but does not spawn collectibles. He's like Bumbo, but worse in like at least two ways. But he's gonna be C minus. The Spider Sack just spawns. Oh, spiders no longer target or deal contact damage to Isaac. B. I mean, you take it. You're not gonna ignore it or necessarily re-roll it. You don't get hurt from spiders. The spiders just kind of stick around. Like actually, C. It's not the best item in the world. It just makes the easy parts of the game easier. So we're just gonna leave it. Next one, butt bombs. Just another solid 5 bombs and a bomb upgrade. This one is, I'm assuming at this point it's Butterbean and not wait what. But Butterbean, for me personally, C minus. It's not as bad as the D tier items. It does do a little bit of knockback, so you can use it to save yourself in situations. It's more of a prevent damage item than a take a little bit of damage item and do a little bit of benefit. So it's definitely a step above D, not by much. Caffeine pill, speed up, size down, gives you a random pill. Solid. I mean, you're harder to hit, you move faster, and you get a random pill. It's good all around. It's fine. Kane's other eye. Nah, it's gonna be D. Just kind of crappy familiar. Not the best. C minus, possibly C. This is one's Cambion Conception, correct? Yes. Feed them hate. You can get okay. So you can spawn possibly one of the best familiars in the game, any of the demonic ones. But you do conversely have to take a ton of damage in order to do that. So if you got a lot of damage to take, I mean, it will reward you for it. Maybe we'll throw it in a C. It's for me more of a loser mindset than a winner mindset. Like the winner mindset is we gotta win, take no damage. Loser mindset is if we just keep getting hit and we can't dodge anything, maybe our items will pull us up by our bootstraps for us, usher in a realm of victory that we don't necessarily deserve. Camo pants, anyways, is just camo. I don't like. This one's just a personal thing. I don't like randomly going invisible. The enemies don't attack you, but you also lose track of yourself. And for me personally, that's sometimes too frustrating if I blink at the screen and then I don't actually remember where my character was because I zoned out for just a moment. It's overall not a bad item. Probably should be more around the C tier, but I don't really care for the camouflage into the background invisibility. It's just slightly annoying. Cancer is probably B. It's a good get. You get HP up, 3 soul hearts. Grants the wafer effect for the current room after you take damage. But really it's for the 3 soul hearts. Like it's solid. Like it's just a protection item. You won't do I mean it won't make you do worse. won't make you do better, but if you're playing bad, you will last significantly longer because of Cancer. This one is Capricorn. All stats up. I'm gonna go with B plus. Instead of just one stat up, like the one damage or some health, all of your stats go up a bit, and every single run can always benefit from an all stats up. Just hands down, all stats up, always great. Okay, car battery. There's almost no situation in which. Wait, can I even. Okay, I gotta scroll up while holding this. Car battery for me is an A tier item. As far as batteries go, it's like an S tier battery if we were to rank just the batteries. But as far as items go, it's an A if you have any spacebar item that you care about. It just allows you to do it twice. Like there's there's not really any downside. Like Book of Revelations, instead of one spirit heart, you get two spirit hearts. The box of spiders, instead of 2 to 4 spiders, you get 4 to 8 spiders. It doubles anything. I'm actually gonna throw it up. Car battery S tier. Fight me. It makes the blank card twice as good. You have 2 blank cards when you have the car battery. It's don't fight me on it. You won't win because I won't give up. Cat of Nine Tails, damage, shot speed, solid, fine. Celtic Cross, can't chance to trigger our S tier Book of Revelation, but it's just when you take damage, correct? Yeah, upon taking damage, nullifies all damage for 7 seconds. Not nearly as good. Definitely a B plus item. It's not going to help you win the run, but it can do a great job stopping you from losing the run. The sensor. This is okay. So any of the angel items, I'm 100% gonna look up because I don't go to the angel rooms. I don't really like them, and I don't really like their pool. Honestly, please in the comments try and convince me why I should go to angel rooms more. I just don't go to them, and that's actually a lot of content that I'm missing out on. The sensor, I think I might have picked up one time. Sensor, it does what? It gives Isaac a golden sensor familiar. Makes sense. Creates a huge aura of light that slows down any enemies and enemy shots inside it. And you might be upset. I'm throwing it in the sea. It does. I don't really like when things are changing speeds at different areas. Like, yeah, you get the area of light so you can see when the tiers and enemies are going to slow down, but it might make me run into something. And so for me, it's going to be slightly less than solid. I'm assuming for other people, sensor is going to be a B plus item because it's slightly more than solid for you. It depends on your playstyle and how the enemy interactions affect your gameplay. For me, if the enemies are changing speed or they're changing direction randomly, like if for fear and charms, it's a step down instead of a step up for benefiting me in most cases. The robe, which is ceremonial robes, damage increase, 3 black hearts, more than solid. B plus, absolutely B plus item, possibly an A. It is the 3 heart increase that you want. It's a devil. Sorry, it's a devil deal that you'll always take because you'll survive it, and if you have like kind of the worst case scenario is you have 3 spirit hearts and you end up with 3 black hearts. Like it's just good, and you get 1 damage up. Ceremonial robes. Whenever you find a deal with the devil, you'll take it because it'll at least it could increase the number of total heart containers that you have. Increase them by giving you black hearts instead of a red heart container, or it's just a trade out between spirit hearts and then getting black hearts. So it's just an upgrade all around. You will always take it. There's not really any downside. Champion belt, B plus. Who cares if the enemies become slightly harder? Not me. The damage up is where it's at. Always buying champion belt from the shop. Chaos. I want to throw it as S tier, but I'm gonna put it in probably B plus. For me, as far as if we were playing favorites, Chaos is going up in S. It makes your run more interesting, switches up those item pools. but it could absolutely screw you. You could end up getting a deal with the devil that is just like a breakfast. Like you going in, you're gonna trade one red heart to get one red heart, which means absolutely nothing. It could be just utter crap. So chaos does have a downside to it. It's not a perfect item. It does make any run more interesting though. Battery baby is like car battery light. It gives you the ability to use your your spacebar item more often because it drops batteries, but also the upside to it is it drops batteries instead of activating your item twice or charging your item faster. You have the ability to go back and pick up those batteries, which for some charged items is a downside, some charged items it's an upside. maybe you got maybe you got the Book of Revelations, but you don't want to get another ball of bandages. Wait till you get to the end of the floor, fight the boss, get whatever item it is, go back, pick up all of your batteries, and then you can just pump out a lot of spirit hearts before you go down to the next floor. It depends. It synergizes well with a lot of things, and for me, it's great. Solid item get, because it'll help out with any charged item that you have. Not as good as the car battery, because you won't really be able to use your item more in one room. Probably hanging on that for too long. Charm of the Vampire kills heal for every 13 monsters killed. There's a specific number. I thought it was kind of random. Half red heart for every 13 monsters killed. C minus. I'm gonna go slightly better than D. Instead of giving you one red heart container, gives you ability to heal one red heart container every 26 enemies that you kill. So that's kind of not great, but it is better than nothing. If you're good at dodging things, but for some reason you don't have any heart containers, or you for some reason you only have like mostly empty heart containers, you can still fill it back up slowly, but just based on your own skill. Damage up from the chemical peel. Tears fired from the left eye do increase damage. Just a solid get. Any just random damage up, fine. Chocolate milk. I'm throwing it B. I mean it is a solid damage up. Your tears, you can charge them up and then shoot out one tear. Might be easier for you to actually like get all of your damage onto your opponent, or just the random enemies in the room. But some people might not like the charge up if you have really fast a really low tier delay, really fast tiers coming out. Maybe you really don't want to get the ability to charge up your shots. I don't know if it does any damage extra. No, it's just it. Oh, they deal greater damage when fully charged, but maybe you don't want to play the charged tier game. Maybe you do. It depends. It's a good get, not the greatest, but it's definitely not detrimental. In most situations, it's not detrimental. Then we got the next boy, Circle of Protection. This one is an Angel Room thing, isn't it? Believe so. Surrounds Isaac with a large white halo. Once per second, the halo deals Isaac's tear damage to enemies inside it. May also convert enemy shots entering the halo into friendly purple homing tears. Solid, probably B plus. It's a defensive item, but it's a defensive item you can choose to use because enemies inside that halo are going to be damaged. So you can put an enemy inside that halo and you know you will damage it. It will also change some of the incoming tiers to be homing tiers for you, thus negating problems from the enemies. It's not the slowdown of tiers like the sensor down here where they can still damage you if you accidentally run into them. The ones that turn into homing tiers for you cannot hurt you anymore. They're just homing tiers. They become strictly good. Clicker is a D tier item to an F. Honestly, for me, it's an F. Like if I'm picking a character, it's because I want to play that character all the way through, even if it's the Lost. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm playing the Lost. I really need to find the clicker to become someone that's easier to play. The clicker, maybe it helps you late game, similar to the Ankh. If you like really need to get an achievement for one character, you can hopefully re-roll into someone else. Or maybe you're like doing greed mode and then you just buff the crap out of yourself. get to just before the greed fight and then try to roll into the lost or something, because otherwise the lost is too hard for you. Very rare occasions it's useful. Almost always, for me personally, it's just kind of obnoxious because I don't want to be a different character. I want to be the character that I was. Compost, you can trade your consumables for flies, solid item, 2-room charge. Flies are great damage ups. Maybe the pennies aren't doing it for you. Maybe you don't need any more bombs because you got 99 bombs. Maybe you got 99 keys. Maybe you got 99 pennies. You know, if you would rather have damage instead of those consumables, compost every time. So this one is compound fracture. So this is the one that gives you the bone tears, right? Yes, tears turn into bones, which shatter into more bones. This is just going to be B plus, maybe an A. Compound fractures, for now, I'm going to throw it an A tier. Your tears break apart and just do more damage to more enemies. It doesn't strictly increase your tier damage. It does increase your range, but who really cares about that? It in a roundabout way it does increase your tier damage because your tears break out into doing more tears. They're just all bone shaped. Egg, the cone head, soul heart, chance to block enemy shots. This is a B plus. Actually, we're gonna throw the circle of protection up to an A tier item. Let me give it 1 second of thought. A tier, probably S tier actually. Okay, next one up is Contagion. You kill enemies, they break apart, poison other enemies, and just ultimately you're just gonna do more damage all around. It is a solid get. You're taking it every time. You might want to change it into something else. Maybe you don't. But it's kind of just solid item all around. Continuum, Transcendent Tears. You get range up, tier height. This one, I mean, your tears also travel over rocks and objects, so it's kind of like spectral tears. Probably a B, just because of that. The height range doesn't really matter. Your range usually isn't good enough to actually have your tears loop around. But like, I mean, it's a kind of a gimmicky item. It's not the greatest. It's also not the worst. So this one, this is I get confused with this one. And is this the contract from below? Yes, contract from below. The other one that's also like a little sheet of paper like that, I always get confused as to which one's which, so I have to just kind of randomly hope that I guessed properly because I just forget all the time. Doubles the number of pickups and chests. B plus. Like you're just gonna get more things. Your run's probably gonna be easier. D tier here. Maybe you need to trade your soul hearts in for a red heart. Usually not. Like, that's usually not the way anybody wants to play. I mean, it could be a good synergy with other items if you say you're trying to get adrenaline to pop off, another absolutely beautiful item, or you want to just increase your permanent survivability because you tend to get hit a lot, and maybe just more red hearts is the way for you to win because you're going to lose them anyways, and you can't recharge soul hearts, but you can recharge those empty red heart containers. Usually, no. There's a way you could get infinite health syncing it up with Guppy's Paw, I believe. But no, you're gonna leave the soul converter almost always. Coupon. Coupon, honestly, slightly more than solid. You can get it from the shop. You get one free item. You cannot control which item is free, which is why it's not higher up. You can get an item for free from the deal with the devil. So it's great because you can get a lot of free stuff. You don't need the money, you don't need the hearts. But what stops it from being even better is the lack of control. Cracker Jack box, right? Cracker Jacks. One red heart container drops a random trinket. Just a probably C. It's probably around the same tier as the heart. It doesn't heal you up completely, but it does give you one trinket in addition to your one heart, which is a massive step up from just a heart. Okay, Crack the Sky. Is that what it's? Yeah, Crack. Crack the Sky, is that what it's called? This is S. We're A. What does we know exactly how much damage it does? Let's see. Crack the Sky. Dealing a large amount of damage to any enemy that touches them. You could one-shot a lot of bosses with Crack the Sky, or at least do most of their health and damage. Maybe you miss the boss and you're just hitting something else in the room. Usually not. Crack the Sky, personally, S tier item, one of the charge items which I always want to be holding on to. Wasn't always that opinion, but definitely am now. Cricket's Body, going up for A, similar to Compound Fractures. Your shots are becoming more shots when they hit something. So your damage is going up by more than you realize. Cricket's Head, exactly how much damage up is this? Is this a multiplicative one or an additive one? Multiplicative one. Increases damage. Oh, it's both. You increase your damage by flat 0.5 and multiply it by 1.5. So if you don't have any other damage multiplication items, it's absolutely huge. Cricket's Head, your damage could pop off more than you were ever hoping that it could at that time. Definite A, not an S, because it's multiplicative and not like a huge damage add like Ipecac. So since it doesn't add like a flat 40 damage, if you have 1 damage, you now have 1.5. And any 1 damage up like this down here, Blood of the Martyr, would be better than Cricket's Head. If that's truly the only damage up, you're going to get the rest of the game. Usually Cricket's Head will synergize with a lot of items you end up encountering, but not all of them. So this one is not the Omega Penny. What is it actually called? It's the Omega Penny to me, or just the like bent penny, but what is it? What is its actual name? It is the Crooked Penny. Whatever. Solid. It has to go in the middle because it's a middle of the road item. 50% chance that you double the items, 50% chance that all of the items go away and you get a penny. Or is it that it just disappears, you don't actually get a penny? I'm just making up the penny part. The effect fails, the items and pickups just disappear. No, yeah, I'm making up the penny part. At least I kind of realized I was. If you like to gamble, sure, your run could become amazing. Maybe you end up with like 2 Cricket's Heads, which wouldn't really be the most useful thing in the world. Like, depending on what items you're doubling, it could be great. It is also a way, if you can't really spend the hearts on a deal with the devil, you can get devil deals with that, versus accidentally getting rid of them when you wouldn't have been able to get them anyways. It's solid. It's not great because it has the chance to completely screw you over and destroy things. This one is the Crown of Light. Believe that is it. Crown of Light. Yes. Double damage diamond tiers when you have no damage red health containers. Regardless of health, the crown will deactivate for the current room when Isaac takes damage. So this is going to be B+. It would be, well, probably actually more of an A tier item. You can lose the power up from it in every room, but you do at least get it to start every single room. So it could be a lot worse, but it is overall a really good item. Your damage is going to be doubled, at least at the start of every room, unless you have some empty heart containers. Basically, don't have empty heart containers, and you should be fine. The Crystal Ball is an S. Like, you have the ability to basically get the maps rolling it, see secret rooms, you can get spirit hearts, you can get cards, you might get a rune. I believe you can get a rune, actually. I know you can get cards, spirit hearts, and vision. It's so much is packed into the item that it is incredible. If you see it, pick it up. Kind of on the rarer side, but I mean, S tier is just going to be a lot of items that are on the rare side, except for kind of the car battery. That one's a little more easy to come by. Cube of Meat is just an alternative to Ball of Bandages, so we don't need to talk about it. Piercing Tears, does it do a damage up as well, or is it just piercing? I don't know what it's called. Cupid's Arrow, Piercing Shots. Yep, that's it. It's just Piercing Tears. Definitely solid get. I was like, maybe it's like a plus 0.5 damage. There's a lot of items where it's like plus a tiny bit of damage in addition to another effect. Just solid. This is a point of great contention. The cursed eye. Cursed eye, you have the ability to accidentally or maybe purposely if you want to teleport out of a room while you're charging up your shot. Your shot does become 4 tiers instead of one, so you can shoot out a little burst of damage. If you're the Forgotten, I'm pretty sure you just swing 4 times. It's really good for the Forgotten for all of the other enemies. Actually, it's also really good for the Lost because if you get hit, you're already screwed. So it's fine. Usually, most people I would say put it in the C minus tier. It's not as bad as these items down here because it does provide a little bit utility of teleporting, but the teleporting is also its biggest downside. In case you get hit almost at the end of a delirium fight, you have to start over from the beginning. So if you're trying to go for something hard, definitely don't ever take it. Put it in the just no if you're trying to go for delirium or mega satan. If you're just trying to get like a casual run to Blue Baby or the Lamb, or maybe this is your first couple times playing through and you just want to get to Mom or Mom's Heart, that's fine. If you're also trying to go for Boss Rush or Hush, don't get it. So basically, C minus because if you're not going for something difficult, it's fine. Otherwise, it's an F. So I'm trying to throw it in between there. Actually, we'll throw it in a D item. Probably upset you people less. No, C minus. C minus. I'm throwing you C minus. Don't fight me on this one. Just in almost all cases, this one's gonna be an F. Spawning a lot of bombs when you get hit. This is the curse of the tower, by the way. Spawning a lot of bombs when you get hit might just end up making you so you get hit some more. And then it spawns more bombs, and then you get hit some more, and then it spawns more bombs, and then it just chunks you down into dying. It's not the best. Basically, any bomb item will go back down here. I just want to skip and just grab this right now. Where are you? Here we go. Pyromaniac. Pyromaniac creates a lot of exceptions for a lot of items. This one's going to be a one run. You are so hard pressed to not just win if you get Pyromaniac. Maybe you happen to not get any more bombs, or you happen to have absolutely no heart containers. So if you're the Lost, you're screwed because you can't heal. Or if you're Blue Baby, you're screwed because you can't heal. But basically, whenever you get Pyromaniac, there's enough bomb upgrades that you'll probably almost certainly win. Pyromaniac is definitely a one-run item. Pyromaniac with Kamikaze is a one-run situation. You keep blowing yourself up, healing yourself, and never taking damage from it. Like, it's incredible. What item were we even talking about? I don't remember. I put it in here somewhere. Was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Curse of the Tower. If you have Curse of the Tower, then if you have Pyromaniac, Curse of the Tower is one of the like items at the top of your checklist for one run. But basically, Pyromaniac, you're gonna find something that creates a one run. It's going in the one run category, win rin category, S plus. D100 S plus. It rerolls everything. It can turn an absolute garbage run into the best run. Can also turn the best run into the worst run. More useful for turning a bad run into a good run. That way, any item you pick up has the chance of becoming a good item. Even if you turn a good run into a bad run, you're most likely to get a couple transformations along the way. Guppy transformation is like incredibly common using the D100 and the D4. It also rerolls a ton of other stuff. So, like, D100, not a one run situation. It could be most of the time. It has to drop down to S because of the downside of it could take it from 100 down to 0. Pyromaniac, don't bring up the Lost thing or Blue Baby. I don't care. We know it's not the best. The other dice. This one rerolls rocks, so it's fine if you don't have. Actually, we'll put it at C. Rerolling rocks isn't super useful. Maybe you'll get a tinted rock. You probably won't. It's not the best. Rerolling your enemies, I'm gonna go with D tier. the luck I've had, at least in the past, almost always makes it so your enemies become harder enemies. It's a similar vein to enemies changing speed or being feared. It just makes it harder because the enemies that you see then become something else. And maybe you're not prepared to deal with whatever it is. You might get an enemy with a lot more health on the very first floor, like an enemy from very late game. You don't really know. Generally, not good. D1 just duplicates an item, a consumable. So, I mean, it's solid if you need an extra penny, need an extra bomb, need an extra card. You could duplicate it. I should probably double check that one. Yeah, random pickup. So it's fine. Uh, it does exactly what I said. It just duplicates one of those consumable items. And I mean, you don't necessarily get to choose what it is, but you kind of get to choose what it is. If it's there's only one consumable in the room, it's going to duplicate that one. If there's other consumables in the room, it won't. It's another way to break greed mode. Instead of using the blank card Yarrow rune or something like to that effect, you could use the D1 Yarrow and just keep duplicating the Yarrow rune that way. Or maybe you have a dime, you can keep duplicating the dime and buying batteries. I don't know. D20, not S for me personally. If it's greed mode, D20's gonna basically be a one run for you because it'll put you in a situation where you can probably end up like duplicating money infinitely, so you shouldn't lose at that point. But it's a step down from S because in normal runs I'm usually too wary on re-rolling certain consumables where I should really just like, toss the dice out and go for it. D4 is the D100 with slightly less effect. Basically, the re-rolling your entire run is set to be the same. The re-rolling other items doesn't really matter. Honestly, I use the D100 as a D4 almost always. Not really using it for anything else. This is a D7. Heck, what does that one do? This is definitely this is a die that I have not encountered for quite a long time. Where are you? D7. Reroll rewards. Restart the current room. Bring back all enemies, allowing more rewards to be required. So this one will just go for normal. Solid. If you want to refight the room, it's good on the chest because you have a chance to get more chests. I mean, if you want to fight a room again, maybe there's a really easy one and you want to get different rewards, go for it. D8 rerolls your stats. It's solid. If you have bad stats, you can get good stats. If you have good stats, maybe you can get great stats. It's going in the middle of the tier list because it's like the crooked penny. You got a chance to go up, you got a chance to go down. So it just kind of balances out to being all right. Okay, the ball of string or something, whatever it is, that spawns the dad leg. Wait, did I drop it up here? Where'd it go? Oh, this is an S. This is an S plus item. If you can avoid enemy shots, but maybe your damage isn't great, you will eventually win with Daddy Longlegs. Which, yeah, Daddy Longlegs. It stomps enemies and does insane damage. It is one of the best damage gets you can get because it is not tied to your performance at all. It will just keep doing massive amounts of damage and never really miss an enemy. It's great for taking out bosses. And Dad's Key, the other dad item. Sadly, there is no dad transformation. I mean, you can make dad jokes, and then you can transform into dad in real life, but or just have a kid and be male, I guess. Then you can have a dad transformation. Um, Dad's Key. So for me, I want to throw it an S, but it's probably in all practicality like a C minus item. You can open doors. So, but like the most useful thing for it is that you can open the door to Mega Satan. I use it almost strictly as opening the door to Mega Satan, but for opening other doors, like, honestly, who really cares? Who's going in with Dad's key and being like, we're just gonna pop open all of these other doors and get into stuff? It does allow you into extra places. Yeah, it's probably just a solid item. All around, it's all right if you're trying to go for Mega Satan, but you have trouble with getting deals with the Angel, fighting the Angel statues. You can say screw it. If you find Dad's key, just go do devil deals the whole run, get to Mega Satan, and then just unlock the door with Dad's key. It also unlocks Boss Rush. So if you want to do either of those two things, or I think it also unlocks the Hush fight, if you want to do any of those three things, Dad's key is, as far as accomplishing that goal, just a step down from definitely getting it. You at least don't have to do nearly as well to get it. You can do slightly worse and still be all right. Dad's Lost Coin increases range by 1.5, drops a lucky penny. It's a luck up, but slightly better, so this is gonna go in C. Luck, it depends. Luck is very important, but also maybe you don't have any items that really depend on luck, so it's just changing your chest consumable drop rate. One luck could be make or break, but maybe you would rather have something besides a little bit of range and one luck up. If you're really looking for luck up, though, I mean, maybe it's a B for you. For me, I'm gonna go with Dad's Lost Coin is a C. It does. Okay, since it does give you a lucky penny, it also counts as 1 cent, so let's not overlook the 1 cent. But my 2 cents are I don't care about it's 1 cent. Dad's Ring creates a ring of light around Isaac that petrifies enemies in contact. I have to stay relatively consistent. So where is sensor? It's just going around sensor-ish. It's gonna freeze the enemy in place. It's good for that. It's not gonna help you do a lot of damage to them. You're just gonna have to take them out. I don't know how long they're petrified for. It doesn't say. But it's just slows down your enemies a little bit. Probably thinking it's a solid get. We'll just go with slightly less than solid. I'm not necessarily fond of the angel items, as you can see. I may be a little bit biased. Dark Bum, if any of you have ever really thought about it as a character that can use Spirit Hearts, I mean, excluding all the characters that can't use Spirit Hearts, Dark Bum is a godsend. Is S tier. You won't necessarily win the run, but I mean, you'd be hard pressed to lose if we're being completely honest. Dark Matter Shot, it does fear, which is kind of annoying, but it also does damage up by 1. So this is going to be a B item. The fear isn't that bad. It does also do the 1 damage up, so it's fine. This is the Dark Prince's Crown. Which, what are the exact requirements for the Dark Prince's Crown? Increases range, tears, and shot speed when at exactly 1 heart. So, usually I try to rock a run with no red hearts and just 1 spirit heart, which is why I'm going to throw this one at a C. Dark Prince's Crown, if you have the damage boost from it, like if you're at the 1 red heart container, power to you, stick at it. Otherwise, no, I prefer to not have any red hearts, so it's not like solid get for me. This one's a joke, right? No. That one is, I just need to make sure that is exactly what I think it is. That one's the one that just does a bunch of random, like, rotational stuff, right? Data Miner. Displaces enemy sprites. Randomly increases 1 stat and decreases another. It's just obnoxious. If you're a Data Miner fan, you like Zane, you like having your run be a little crazy. Otherwise, nah, Data Miner is a don't pick up. Like, yeah, maybe you wanna switch 2 of your stats a little bit, but I mean, who you kidding? Going in here, D. It just encourages you to take damage. Any of the flies, anything where it's like you get hit, we'll do a tiny speck more of damage as recompense. Who cares? Not that useful. It's better to take damage and then have the Polaroid effect or the negative effect, which you're basically always guaranteed to have one of them. Dead cat, B plus. I mean, 9 lives are better than one extra one or two, I guess. Your normal life and an extra life. Dead cat, it puts you on track to the guppy transformation, gives you 9 lives. The problem with it is that it does drop you down to one red heart. It doesn't change your spirit hearts, it just changes your red heart containers to one red heart. So if you have any spirit hearts, you're fine. But it is horribly obnoxious. The 9 lives aren't always that useful because you only have one red heart, but maybe you can use 8 of them to do something useful, and then on your last one you'll be able to do your normal run. This is another angel room item, so what the heck is it? Dead dove, light and spectral tears. Okay, this is probably like one of the best angel room items. This is gonna be a B plus. Flight is always at least a B plus for me. Spectral tears also, it's probably an A. If you find the dead dove, does it really look like a dead dove? I mean, kind of. All right, if you find dead dove, do it. Dead shot. Your accuracy increases your damage. If you don't miss shots, your damage goes up. So it's solid. If you have like soy milk, I mean, it's fine because your damage will keep going up, even though it'll keep dropping because you're definitely gonna miss a lot of shots with soy milk. It synergizes really well with basically anything because as long as you're hitting those shots, your damage is going up. It's just good. This one, oh boy, that onion. Is this the one that gives you really slow tears? Piercing spectral tears increases tear size, greatly reducing range and shot speed. This one's for me a B plus. Who cares if your tears are going really slow? You can shoot through rocks, so you can at least use obstacles to space out yourself from your enemies. And I mean, it's good. You have piercing spectral tears. It's a good solid get, but slightly better than solid. Dead Sea Scroll. Personally, no. You might get Kamikaze, which means it's slightly better than Kamikaze, but it's just gonna be in the don't pick it up unless you really want to try and roll some stuff with it. What's the best thing that it can do? I'm not even entirely sure. Let's see. Are you very close on my list that I can look at? Almost. Effect of a random activated item from a list of possibles. Not every activated item is included. Basically, it just includes a bunch of activated items that you don't really care about. At least that's how I feel about it. Got the rotten tooth, dead tooth, halitosis. While firing, you get a small poison area around you. Whoop-de-doo. I would rather have the small area around me have a ball of bandages or a cube of meat. Don't really care about that one. Death list. The later on in the game you are, the harder, but also possibly easier it is to get it to work. It gives you a little bonus, like with an item, once you complete it for each room. You get an opportunity. It says kill enemies in this order. If you kill them in that order, you're gonna get rewarded for it. The reward's alright, but I mean, you do have a chance to get like an extra consumable every single room, so it's not bad at all. That's touch. As far as just like tier effect things go, that's about kind of the best you can get besides moving up the brimstone layer. I mean, you got piercing scythe tears. They're also huge, so you're gonna be doing more damage to more enemies. Also, it does damage up, doesn't it? Yeah, plus damage up by 1.5. You're you're fine. Like you're gonna be doing a lot more damage whenever you get Death's Touch. If you find it, pick it up. It's great. This is going to be slightly more than solid. It does take quite a long time to charge up with 6 rooms for its charge bar. You are also getting just a card at the end. So maybe you can use it to get a Joker card. In many cases, you could get a card that you don't necessarily want. Maybe you get the Lovers when you're playing Blue Baby. It is better than Solid because the tarot cards are incredible. They're all really good items. This one exactly, Deep Pockets, carries 2 cards or pills or a combination of both. Solid get, I mean, gives you utility, but not doesn't really reward you with much. Just allows you to hoard things more. Is this Little Delirium? Oh, Little Delirium or Delirious. It's one of the two. I think it's Delirious, which spawns Delirium, or Little Delirium and Delirious look pretty similar. That one's Little Delirium. Okay, this one's got to be Delirious, right? I just want to double check that one. Where are you? Delirious. Yes, spawns a random charmed boss for that room. Definitely A tier. The charge up for it is huge, but it'll basically destroy any boss you throw it against. I mean, you have the chance to spawn a super useful boss that'll do a ton of damage really quickly. You have a chance to summon a not super useful boss that'll do a ton of damage slightly slower. So Delirious is good. It's hard to like really utilize. It's not up in the S tier because it just takes a really long time to charge up, so you can't use it that often. Also, if I remember correctly, I did scroll away from it. The little batteries don't fully charge it. Auto Turret Baby, probably C. It's one of the better familiars you can have. It's definitely better than Sister Maggie, Brother Bobby, Abel. It just shoots out tears faster. Its range isn't that high, but it's just a lot better. The Cloud is just depression, right? Yeah, frowny face, depression. Spawns a cloud familiar that leaves a trail of tears that damages enemies. Has a chance to spawn damaging beams of light onto enemies that touch the cloud. So we'll throw it in C. It's a decent familiar. Not the greatest, not the worst. The dog food's going down there. Other dog food's going down there. The 1 heart ups are just crap. D Infinity. You ever wanted all of the dice? Or really more what the D1 Infinity is did you ever want the D4 or D100 but have it be slightly harder to get to? That's why it's A tier, because it's the S tier dice but slightly worse. Diplopia, Diplopia is a catch-22 for me. You'll save it so long that you'll end up using it on an item that is not that worth it, and it would have been better to use it sooner. Or you'll use it too soon, it would have been better to use it later. Basically, if used properly, Diplopia could be S or S+, but the amount of self-doubt that it builds in is why it has to stay at an A and not move up any higher. This fly, this is back to the flies that just all look the same. Like, look at this. The subtle differences. This one's Distant Admiration. This is the red one. Okay, this is the one that flies very far away. Super easy to use. Not a ton of damage. But if you need to use orbital damage, it's at least very simple. This one is the... what one? Divorce Papers. Spawns a mysterious paper, increases tears, and grants a bone heart. Tears up in a bone heart. It's a solid get. Not anything incredible. Is this one the doctor's remote or just the teleport? I'm sorry. The items that look the same but are different colors tend to throw me off a little bit. This one is this one's the doctor's remote. Doctor's remote, solid B+ item. You're dropping down a doctor fetus, or sorry, an epic fetus rocket from the sky, and definitely at least B+. It is too hot in my room, and this is taking a very long time. I will take a break and come back to continue. Goodbye. So, everybody, we are back at the tier list, or at least I am. I took a little break in between. It's been like a day or something at this point. I don't know. Got a little sidetracked. But for you, it should be about like 2-ish hours into the video. So we got a lot of items left to do. Jeez, I don't know if this was ultimately the best choice, or not, but we'll continue anyways. This one's a wolf's tooth. Is that what it's called? I know it whistles. It does the wolf whistle when something nearby happens. Dog tooth. It was so close. Dog tooth, not wolf tooth. Increased damage and speed a tiny bit, but mostly what you're paying to get here is the howling effect. It lets you know if there's a secret room nearby or a crawl space or something. So I'm going with it's at least a B plus item. Like it's giving you stats and it's giving you a little something extra on the side. Doesn't necessarily tell you exactly where to go, but at least you have an idea. Dr. Fetus. Dr. Fetus personally is one of those S tier damage items, like Brimstone. You got Brimstone, you got Dr. Fetus, you got Epic Fetus, and you got Ipecac. Those are like the top damaging items. So if you get any of those, you are absolutely set. Dry Baby, he can save you in a pinch. As far as familiars go, he's definitely an A tier familiar. He can block shots and he does the Necronomicon damage to the whole room. It's not a ton of damage, but it is significantly more than zero, and in a pinch he could win you the whole run. Duality, personally, B plus style. Duality, just to double check, doesn't make sure you get a deal. Yeah, no, okay, so like Goat Head is better than Duality because it guarantees that you get something, but Duality means that you have the option of getting an Angel Room, whereas you would normally only be getting a Devil Deal or vice versa. It allows you to choose between both of them, so it's definitely B plus. It gives you a little more flexibility in what you want to be doing. Personally, I love taking it whenever I'm trying to get to Mega Satan. It just really helps that happen. This is one's the Dull Razor. Dull Razor, depending on the synergies it has, I could say it could become S tier depending on like who you are and whether or not it helps you really like get a synergy off with another item. But on its own, I would have to say it's a C tier item. It does false damage to you, but allows you to trigger any item effects where you would have normally taken damage. So it's good for what it does, but if you don't have something that benefits from taking damage, it's not a very useful item. Moving on, E. coli. E. coli, turdy touch. The things you touch turn into poop. This one I'm probably gonna go C or C minus, D plus. Throw it in C minus for just a moment. I want to double check it. Yeah, just when the enemies you touch turn into poop, unless you have some sort of invincibility, the only way it works is if you're taking damage, and that's usually not anything we want to go on. Eden's Blessing, definitely B plus item, right? Like I don't see why you would disagree with that one. Tears Up, random item at the start of your next run. Who cares about the Tears Up? Basically, if you could get this every single run, so you can always have one extra item to start the next one, you can at least continue your streak significantly easier at that point. But given that, I don't know if Eden's Blessing, if you manage to get two of them, like if you Diplopia Eden's Blessing, would you end up getting two items at the start of your next run? I have no idea. This one it's another Eden item, but what is it called? What are you? Don't hide from me. This is the one that spawns two items, right? Eden's Soul. Yeah, spawns two item pedestals. It's a one-time use thing. It pulls from the pool of the room it's currently in. I mean, probably an A tier item. It's not like it's the greatest charged like item you should have to carry around with you all the time, but you are going to use it almost as soon as you get it. And if you have a different charged item that you would rather be carrying around, like Guppy's Head or something, you can just use Eden's Soul immediately and it nets you two other items. So it's definitely solid get. It's not the Pact, is it? What are you? Empty Vessel. It's like, I'm just forgetting names of everything. Literally, the names is the hardest part. When you got no red hearts, you have the chance to get a little bit of invincibility and you fly. For me personally, Empty Vessel is grade A, invincibility, flight, and it does its magic when you have no red hearts, and I am almost always at no red hearts if that's possible. Epic Fetus, just like Doctor Fetus, S tier, you're doing so much damage. It's more it's definitely better than Doctor Fetus, depending on what your other items are, because the synergies might be a little different. So I'm just gonna put it to the left, but it's definitely up there in the S tier. Euphoria, pretty sure. Oh, Epiphora. So very close. Epiphora, you fire tears faster if you are firing in a straight line. For most builds and most runs, it would definitely be a B plus item because your shots can the tear delay can go down to almost nothing. But if you're something like Brimstone, it's not really going to benefit you. But then again, Brimstone doesn't really synergize that well with a lot of things. Eucharist. What exactly do you do? Ah, Angel Room will always spawn. I should probably take that more often when I'm trying to do Mega Satan. Excluding the first floor and floors after the Womb 2 and Utero 2. That's fine. Just like Duality, anything that allows you to get access to those rooms is definitely better than most run-of-the-mill items. Euthanasia, it shoots out one of these needle tiers that can pop into more tiers and possibly more euthanasia tiers. Definitely B plus. I'm pretty sure it just like insta kills whatever it hits, or just oh no, it's just if it kills an enemy, it bursts into more needles. That's fine. Like anything that do chain damage, so it's really maximizing on whatever your damage is at that point. Eden or not Eden's mascara, Eve's mascara. Your shots slow down, but they get real big and real high damagey. Unless you're trying to hit some really fast enemies, there's not usually a downside to it. This one's Kane's Eye or something. Evil Eye. I'm so bad at these names. I definitely should be a lot better. Evil Eye, you have a chance to fire a tier that shoots tears. It's kind of fine. More complicated to use than most things, so we'll throw it down and see. This is like the epitome of a solid item because it has a chance to lower the stats you want to raise, but it does raise all of your stats. So it raises your stats and shuffles them around. If you're trying to take it to get more damage or speed, you might end up with actually having a lower stat than you wanted, but it at least gives you the option of getting an all stat upgrade. Explosivo. Honestly, I'm gonna throw it in as C. It's caused me more headaches than I would really care to admit. So it's just going in slightly less than average. It does decent damage. It's pretty great tier effect, but it does have the drawback of possibly killing you at sometimes. I have Belial, straight up B plus, maybe an A tier effect. The piercing and damage increase when it goes through enemies is really what makes it shine. I'll probably throw it up in A actually. What else is along in the B plus tier? Yeah, no. Eye of Belial's going up in A. Eye of Greed, which is you sometimes shoot pennies, right? Eye of Greed has a chance to fire tears that temporarily stun enemies, turn them into gold. I was so close. Not really with that one. That one was pretty off. Any enemy killed while in this state will drop coins. For greed mode, it's good. For everything else, I think it's just kind of run of the mill. It allows you to get some more change, but not a ton. What are you? What are you? Little satchel bag. Fanny pack. Of course. Chance to drop random pickup when Isaac takes damage. Again, we're just because it wants you to take damage. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in C. Anything I definitely, for me personally, all of the items where you need to take damage to get them to work well are gonna be below average. Whereas for you, maybe you're someone that really likes to play self-sacrifice rooms. You like playing Samson, so you want to be taking a lot of damage on floors. Those would definitely be higher rank for you. But I'm saying for the generic character damage is something you, in most instances, want to avoid taking. So anything that encourages you to take damage, I'm going to throw near the bottom. Sorry, not sorry. The farting baby, honestly, just kind of like a C minus D plus familiar. He's not anything super special. Faster bombs, it gives you 5 bombs, and for the rest of it, I don't care. Any of the other bomb types usually are more important to me. Eternal, which grants you flight. Does it grant you anything else? Flight is definitely at least B plus or A tier. Or fate. Sorry, flight eternal. Flight 1 eternal heart. I didn't even realize it gives you an eternal heart. Let's see. It gives you flight. I feel like flight alone. I don't know. Only flight on its own would be A tier. Flight is definitely solid. At least a B plus. I don't know. You can find it with relative ease in gold chests, so that makes it a significantly better item in my book. But we'll see. This one's Fate's Reward. Little thing. Yeah. Okay. So this one just follows you and copies Isaac tiers. So as far as followers go, or familiars, it's definitely at least a B or B plus tier. Probably B plus. If you're going for like any familiars, it's one of the best ones. The finger, I mean, it does extra damage from a distance. I'm throwing it down in C minus D plus because it's not a ton of damage, and I usually just kind of forget it, so it becomes a little bit of extra damage during a run and not something I really care that much about. And this one's the Inferno tiers, but the name of it exactly is what? Firemind. Okay, you light enemies on fire. Just solid tier effect overall. Gives a little dot on everything. This one's the flat stone, right? Oh, flat stone, and then it just adds skipping tiers. I think I've only gotten this one like 2 times. Flatstone, yeah, you get skipping tiers. It does splash damage. It's just really cool and it's really fun. So it's at least a B plus tier effect. Actually, the splash damage on it, I wonder how it compares to the other splash damage things that we have in the A tier. We'll just throw it in A tier for now. Maybe something will convince us to drop it down. For right now, not really. Flush, I mean, it's solid. It takes a very long time to charge, otherwise it'd be significantly more useful. I mean, turning all the enemies in the room to poop that are not bosses is like really great. Like it's a wonderful ability to have, but it does take a very long time to charge and therefore is not the best. Okay, back to the flies that just confused the heck out of me. Which one are you? You're the fly with the circles going in towards the center of your body. You're not forever alone. You're not friend zone. You are something else. I don't have it up at this moment, so we'll skip it for now. Right? Yeah, no, it's not around here. Go back up. These items are there's so many of them that like if you don't know exactly what it's called, it's just like impossible to find the specific one you're looking for, and I'm very having a very tough time finding this one. It's the blue fly. I think it's the middle distance one. I'm not entirely sure though, so I can't really say where to put it. The middle distance one is probably the best one, depending on your playstyle. The close one, far one, depending on your playstyle, might be best or worst. The middle one's just kind of middle of the road for everybody. Forget Me Now. Level ends and you have to do level again. Yeah. Just allows you to do another floor. It does mean everything takes more time, but you do have the ability to get another shot at the deal of the devil, more chances to get items and consumables. So if you really need just a little something more before you're moving on to the next floor, it gives you the opportunity to get more things before moving on. It's pretty solid. Pokeball, honestly, probably C. You have to catch an enemy and then release it. So I don't remember what it's called. It doesn't matter. You have to catch an enemy and then you can release it and it's friendly. So you could do it with like a gaper. I mean, you can do it with any like non-boss enemy that you want. The fact that you have to use it twice before it does something, though, is a little annoying. Or do you not have to catch something? And this entire time, I've just been very confused about this item. There's a chance. There's a chance. But which DLC are you a part of? Because that's how everything is separated. For some reason, they think that's the best. Where are you? Friendly ball. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to capture an enemy and then do it again. Not the best. It just takes a lot of time for it to be a small amount of damage, and there's other things that work just as well. This one is friendly fly. The white orbiting fly that deals 3 damage per tick. Oh, this one's the middle distance one between Distant Admiration, Forever Alone. Okay, this one's Distant Admiration, which is okay. I just gotta. Is that the far one or the close one? Forever Alone and Distant Admiration just make them both sound like they're far away. Further out than regular orbitals, but closer than Forever Alone. Okay, Friendly Fly. It's the solid middle ground. Forever Alone over here. No, this one's Distant Admiration. Sorry, Distant Admiration. Throwing it C, and Forever Alone's probably gonna join it there. It's the middle ground one is the best for the most characters. The closest one is better for like faster characters, characters with more health. The further away one is better for weaker characters with less health and maybe lower speed. So it's just gonna go in C for now. Fruitcake. You could end up destroying yourself with Fruitcake, but I'd say overall, the damage given from all of the random tier effects means it's a general purpose solid upgrade for every single character. Is this one missing note? Don't police. No, this one's the GB bug. Applies random status effects. Just kind of like a secondary thing. You're not really paying that much attention to it because it randomly bounces around the room. Might be good, might be bad. It could provide a negative status effect like fear and then have the enemy run in a direction you don't want. I don't know. It depends on how you feel about status effects in this game. For me personally, if I'm not choosing to inflict a status effect on something, I don't want it to randomly appear. Gemini can go as one of the C minus tier horoscope things. It's not the best. We got a Spectral Buddy, who's actually probably called Ghost Baby. Ghost Baby, I don't know if he's even C tier. Probably C minus tier, familiar. He does spectral tears, but just not that much damage. Ghost Chili. The fire that comes out randomly does an incredible amount of damage and can really help anybody struggling taking out enemies. Gimpy. Okay, Gimpy is the best of the take damage to pop off items. Probably. He's gonna go in the B plus tier. You're never gonna take Gimpy. And I mean a lot of things you're not gonna take the item specifically to take damage to do better. But with the fact that Gimpy drops Spirit Hearts for almost all characters, it provides an incredible level of sustainability and survivability on these runs. That you just, I mean, you see Gimpy, you take Gimpy. It's that simple. He'll almost always pay for himself in the long run. Glass Cannon, if you are the Lost, yes. If you have 1 heart or just a half heart, yes. Otherwise, don't pick up the item. Literally ever. It will just take away everything that you hold dear, and just don't do it. It's not good. It's not worth it. It's definitely a don't pick up this item for me. Kane's Eye. No. Glaucoma. This is the one that does blindness. There's so many just eyeballs in this game. The blindness one, I don't really care that much for that status effect, so we're just going to give it C tier. Glitter bombs have to be slightly B plus. Just the 5 glitter bombs on their own isn't that great, but the fact that they can spawn consumables means that given enough time and enough bombs, you could win a run just because you have a lot of glitter bombs and it allows you to do a lot of other things. But That's why it's going to be slightly. Actually, nah. If I could choose between these different bombs, I probably wouldn't even take glitter bombs over them. I might take Bob's bombs, the poison damage ones. I don't know. They're actually all kind of even. What I said still falls true for glitter bombs. I just don't think it's going to be more than a B tier item. The hourglass, or this is one the golden hourglass. I think it's just the hourglass. No, the glowing hourglass. Sorry, it's better than the hourglass. Probably B plus item. I mean, it allows you to reset a room in case you messed up, or if there's some sort of play that works out better, resetting a room. I don't know. It's good all around. It allows you to have a second chance, which in this game is something you can't really get any other way. The blue triangle of what the heck are you? Glyph of Balance. Grants 2 soul hearts, modifies drops from champion monsters based on certain conditions. What are the certain conditions? It doesn't say. Can I read further on this? Oh crap. Yeah, no, it does a lot of different things. Glyph of Balance. It drops keys when you have no keys. It drops full red hearts while you're at half red hearts. When Isaac has no red heart containers and less than 2 soul hearts, it'll drop soul hearts. It'll drop bombs when you have less than 5 bombs. So basically, it's an incredible item. It gives you everything you need based on what you need the most. So Glyph of Balance, unbeknownst to me, I'm definitely going to take it significantly more now that I've read exactly what it does. But Glyph of Balance, definitely B plus item. If you're missing any consumables or spirit hearts or red hearts, it'll give you what you need from champion enemies. So this would synergize super well with the champion belt, because then it allows you to get more champions. On its own, it's nice because whenever you run into a champion, you'll get something useful. But other than that, I mean, it's definitely better than solid because you will be running into champion enemies at some point. And it at least guarantees that you get something. Nod Leaf is a tough one. It has the ability to synergize with many different items in this game to give you a 100% chance of winning a run. But on its own, all it does is allow you to not take damage after standing still for a little while. Probably B plus. Now don't be too upset about that one. It's just so dependent on other things to really be useful. The other invincibilities are significantly better than Nod Leaf, but Nod Leaf is not bad. Goat Head is basically Godhead. It allows you to get everything. It's honestly we're gonna bump up Eucharist 1 as well. Eucharist would go up to S tier if I cared about getting deals with the angel as much. So you can throw it up on S tier for yourself, or swap Goathead, Eucharist. They're basically the same thing. They just give you access to different but very similar circumstances. Godhead, I mean, it's Godhead. What more do you want? Like, best damage upgrade item in the game. You get homing tears. Just if you see Godhead, you start freaking out because I don't know if it's a one run. It's really hard to say anything is a definite one run item besides Pyromaniac. At least at this juncture. Maybe we'll go through this top part again. Godhead is one of the closest ones to one run. Also probably D4. Just because D4 can turn any garbage into something significantly better. This one is God's Flesh, which shrinks enemies down, and I think you can, you can step on them? Shrinks them and you can step on them. Enemies shrink in size and also run away from Isaac. Shrunk enemies can be crushed and killed by walking over them. It's weird. It's weird. Sometimes I lose track of the tiny enemies and then they come back to bite me in the rear end. I'll put it down as a C. It's just strange. It doesn't help during any bosses. It only helps during weaker enemy fights. And for the most part, it just makes those fights a little strange and not necessarily easier. Greed's Gullet, depending on who you are, there's a Greed Stomach. Greed something. Greed Skullet, yeah. Red heart container for every 25 coins. If you are playing the keeper, this is as close to your S plus item as you could get. For anyone else, it's basically like just kind of a B plus thing. Because it means in order to have the hard upgrades, you can't spend your money. So it's kind of just slightly better. With the caveat of we'll throw it in S plus if you're doing a keeper specific run. Otherwise, it's just kind of a decent health upgrade. Depending on if you have any way to get actual money in your in your run. The growth hormone is definitely B plus. It's one of my favorite damage ups, and it helps get the spun transformation. This angel baby. What is your name, angel baby? You are here somewhere. Guardian angel. Is this the one that just floats around? Orbital familiar that blocks enemy projectiles, deals contact damage, and increases the speed of all orbital familiars. I never knew that aspect of it, at least, that it increased the speed of all orbital familiars. It's definitely a solid familiar. I don't really think there's that many familiars that are like super great items, but it's not too bad. Guillotine, I personally hate it. I don't like having your head float opposite of where the center of your body is, because as it orbits, you're firing shots from a different location continuously, and that's, at least for me, that throws me off a lot of times. Guppy's collar, uh, honestly, it's like B plus to A item. It's less of a guarantee than Dead Cat, but also you don't have to lose all of the red hearts that you have to get it. You can usually just trade it for one red heart, so it probably ties for being B plus with Dead Cat because of that. Yeah, I think B plus is exactly where it needs to be for right now. Guppy's hairball, one of the better contact damage familiars because it can grow in size, and you can kind of just like, you have the ability to swing it at enemies by running around and having it follow you. So you can do a relatively decent job of staying away from the enemies you're trying to hit, and also hitting them purposely instead of waiting for like an attack fly to slowly orbit around you. Like, you can always get Guppy's hairball to be in the direction that you need it to be. Guppy's head, probably just an A tier item. I like spawning the flies is, it's better than the box of spiders because you can spawn flies. You spawn more flies more frequently, but I don't think it has what it takes to bump up to S. It does help with the Guppy transformation, like all of these things, but it's not the best. Guppy's paw is probably an AA tier item as well. You can become Guppy, and also you can trade your red hearts for soul hearts. So you can get rid of all of your red heart containers, synergize with literally anything that needs you to not have red hearts, which is so many items in this game. And it gives you a significant amount of survivability because you've just tripled the number of hearts that you have. Guppy's tail, also probably an A tier. You're getting so many more chests and items for the rest of your run that I think it's definitely worth it. Nun's habit. What exactly do you do? 1 point of an item's charge is filled upon hit. Okay, so there are ways to synergize this one to like kind of just break the game. But if we think about it, it's probably just solid. Like, it'll help you use whatever your activated item is more frequently, but you do have to take damage. Whereas the battery upgrades are in most cases better because you don't have to be hurt in order to charge things back up. Actually, we'll drop this one down to C. The fact that you have to take damage for it to work makes it slightly less fun. You can then like get a ton of charge on your item whenever you want by purposely taking damage, but then you're going to be losing a lot of health just for that. Hemolacria. Hemolacria for me is A tier item. I absolutely love it. I love the like arcing splash shots that break apart. It's just a personal favorite of mine, so it's going up really high. The holy poop. The holy poop. You just spawned the white poop, right? Yes, you just spawned the white poop. I think I've only done that like 2 or 3 times. So it's a poop familiar that floats around behind you. When you take damage, it drops a white poop on the floor, and when you stand in the aura of the white poop, it reduces your tier delay and sometimes blocks shots. Pretty sure that's exactly what it does. But you can also destroy it, and usually you only get it from like angel rooms. You get it so late in the game that you'll accidentally destroy it most of the time. And also you have to take damage for it in order to work, but being around the white poop is actually a really good buff. So it's at least solid. It's more in the realm of you're not going to take damage because you want its effects, but kind of more like Gimpy that its effect is so nice that it helps out in any situation in which you were taking damage. The double shield flies. What are you called? Anybody? The halo of flies. Two pretty flies. If this is not the just definition of what a solid item is, I don't know. It blocks some shots, but not a ton. The familiar babies that suck are all going down here. You are bad. You are slightly better because at least the line of creep. It's not a great amount of damage, but I feel like it does more damage than this split tier baby. All right, next one. Moving on. This guy is tough. It's tough. Head of Krampus does 4 blood lasers in all the cardinal directions, which are a ton of damage, but it does take a long time to charge. It does at least, if you don't have another like decent charged items, Head of Krampus is it's just brimstone lasers that you have access to possibly very early if your first devil deal is against Krampus. Yeah, I think it's fine being at a B plus. It doesn't necessarily need to be at an A. It takes a really long time to charge, but it is decent damage. We'll leave it at B plus for now. Eyes of the Keeper or Head of the Keeper? Head of Keeper? Is that your name? Is that your name? Head of Keeper? Head of the Keeper. Yeah. You just get penny tiers. Greed mode, it's huge. Everything else it's like kind of alright. It's decent to like slightly less than decent. I don't know. I'd prefer a different tiers upgrade, and also the tiers that are the penny tiers are kind of distracting to look at. Hive Mind makes your flies and spiders all better. It would be above a B if it guaranteed you were to get flies and spiders. But you might end up getting Hive Mind and never getting any flies and spiders for the rest of the run, and then it's just kind of not really worth it. Holy Grail provides you with flight, and as we all know, flight is at least a B plus item. Does it do something else? And 1 red heart container. Personally, the Eternal Heart is, well, the Eternal Heart I guess is slightly worse. Yeah, they're both B plus items. They give you flight. That's basically all you're gonna take it for. Holy Light. Holy Light as a tier effect is definitely grade A at least. I think the light tiers don't come out that often, but also if you just have a lot of luck, they'll happen significantly more. They do so much damage that I think it's definitely worth putting it up in the A tier slot. It doesn't make all of your tiers better, but as the random tier comes out, it does a ton of damage and it makes a noticeable difference every time. Holy Mantle for the Lost is 1 run item. I don't know how you could ever win without it, but for everybody else, S. Actually, no, we'll put Holy Mantle as 1 run. If you get Holy Mantle and you're not the Lost, you should be fine. Taking 1 damage per room. If you have Holy Mantle and you lose, you either were very bad about dodging things, or your damage was abysmal, and that's not necessarily your own fault, but also just don't get hit forehead. Holy Water, one of the items that I definitely don't like. Host Hat, being protected from explosions. Is it A tier worthy? I don't think so. It like this is the difference between these two items here. Pyromaniac, since it heals you on explosions, it just goes up to S plus. But Host Hat just shields you from explosions. Actually, it's at least A. The saving yourself from explosions is huge. That way you at least won't damage yourself. The fire bombs are again just another decent bomb upgrade. We'll put it by the other ones. That's fine. How to jump, in most cases, not the best item. You tend to replace it with anything else relatively soon. It does give you access to new areas, and you don't have to bomb things nearly as often. And it does allow you to do a nice synergy with Stompy, but I feel like in most cases there's a better charged item for you to take besides how to jump. It does help that it gives you the Bookworm enchantment. You know what? I've convinced myself it's at least a B tier item. 1+1 equals, or 1+1 equals factorial? I don't know. The Humbling Bundle. Definitely B plus at least. Like you get so many more consumables. I'm wondering if we're gonna end up being weighted more towards above or below B tier. I feel like it's relatively balanced right now. There's definitely more just no items than one run, and I feel like balance wise, it's definitely better for that to be the case. Hushy stops while you are firing tears, but otherwise bounces around the room. If you're fighting a large stationary enemy, it can be great. For everything else, it's just kind of a small damaging familiar that you don't really think about that often. It doesn't really control things that often. Immaculate Conception. I need to check exactly what can spawn from this. It does spawn things after you heal, but what can it spawn? Holy Water, which is garbage. Guardian Angel, which is fine. Sworn Protector, which is fine. The Relic, which is incredible. And Seraphim, which is fine. Which means we're going to put this one, I don't know, it's C, which means Cambion Conception. Even though you have to take damage, we're going to put it up as solid because you might just take enough damage over the run to have it spawn something. I like the Cambion Conception familiars significantly better than the Immaculate Conception ones, so that's why we ended up swapping that one up and then throwing Immaculate Conception down here. It's just personal preference. They're both kind of B-ish tier, but Immaculate Conception drops down because, I mean, personally, I don't really care for its familiars. This one's Incubus, like literally the best familiar in my opinion in the entire game. It's like 2020, it just doubles your damage for the most part. It's almost never a bad thing to take. I don't know why you would. Lilith has one to start with, and it allows her box of friends to be like the best item ever in the game. But I don't know. If you can find this guy, pick him up, you're going to be doing solid work. Even if you don't have any tiers upgrades, it's fine. The Mask of Infamy for protection. Solid get. You can't purposely choose to block things all the time, but it will save you from some damage, so it's definitely solid. Is this Infestation? One of these is Infestation 1 or 2, right? But which one's which? I'm not entirely sure. This one's Infestation. This one's Infestation 2. So one is 1 to 3 blue fly spawn when you get hit. The other one is spiders from killed enemies. So Infestation 2 is definitely better. Spiders from dead enemies, and this one is you spawn things when you get hit. Definitely solid because the flies do a ton of damage. Not the greatest thing in the world though. Ipecac, if you know anything about me, it's one of the best tier effects out there. Any of these huge explosion ones, Dr. Fetus, Epic Fetus, Ipecac, they're all they're all definitely S tier at least. Uh, they would step up to one run if you have any protection from explosions. That's like straight guarantee on how to win the game. Is having one of these three items and being immune to explosion damage. Otherwise, they just do a ton of damage, and it's really easy to take out enemies. And it's, for the most part, really easy to not take damage yourself. The iron bar for the iron tears. Yeah, concussive tears causes the enemies to walk around the room randomly. Personally, I don't like that as a tier effect. That's why it's going down here. If you are a fan of the concussive tears and having the enemies walk around randomly, then it could either be a B or B plus. I could see that being an argument. But for me, since I don't like concussive tears and that's what it does, it's C minus. Isaac's Heart goes into just no. If you find these two together, that, I mean, yes, take them both. But if you don't find them together, why would you take Isaac's Heart? It just makes the game so much harder, for at least for me, because it's so difficult to stop the heart from taking damage. That's why there's a challenge run dedicated to the fact that you have to have Isaac's Heart. Next one on the list, the tears, the like bottle of tears. It just, as you fire tears, it fills up, and then you can use it to like launch out a ton of extra tears. So it's just kind of fine. It's a decent charge move, but not anything super spectacular. IV bag. I mean, it can stop you from taking damage from enemies by you using it before you run into them. It basically gives you a brief amount of invincibility at the cost of a half heart or a full red heart, depending on what floor you're on. And it gives you money in exchange. So usually anything that wants you to take damage, IV bag is going to help with. And also, if you know you're going to take damage, or say you need to get something across a set of spikes, it can stop you from taking a full heart of damage, and also at least give you some money along the way. So Ivy Bag is definitely a solid item. Jacob's Ladder, let's just throw this up here where it belongs, is definitely an S tier item. If you have a very high tier delay, then it's garbage, but in most cases, you could just fire into a wall and Jacob's Ladder will take out the enemies in the room. So if you have Jacob's Ladder and Soy Milk, it's all of the lightning bolts do like a tiny sad amount of damage, but there's so many and they're so frequent that you can just kind of just fire just full on into a wall and you'll be fine. Jar of Flies, honestly better than Guppy's Head, so it's gonna go up to S tier. You take out enemies and you spawn many flies. Maybe we'll drop it down to A. This is a very high pedigree in the S tier for Jar of Flies to be with, but honestly, Jar of Flies is an incredibly good item. If you haven't been using it, I don't know why, but you should definitely look into it. This one, the Rib of Greed. I think that is what you are. Rib of Greed. Jawbone. No, I wasn't really close at all. Familiar flies around the room while firing, dealing a flat 7 damage to enemies that come in contact and retrieving pickups. I mean, the retrieving pickups is nice. The damage is not really anything super great. I'll put it in as solid because it at least allows you to pick up things from a distance if you don't have flight to like fly over spikes or anything. Jesus Juice, I mean, solid damage, range up. There's a damage tiers up. It's one of the two. I think it's damage and range. Yeah, damage range up. It's just a solid stat boost. It's not a downside. One of the better items to start greed mode with, at least for me. Judas's Shadow. Judas's Shadow. You can spawn back in as Black Judas. I mean, it's another extra life, and it's going by the other one-up items. If you want to win as Judas, it's nice. If you want to win as Blue Baby or Keeper, and then you die and you come back as Judas, it's not going to help you get that post-it note achievement. So it stops you from being a B plus item like Dead Cat, because Dead Cat just helps everyone maintain who they are and helps you at least try again for more victory. The Sticky Sack, yeah, Juicy Sack. slows enemies and spawns 1 to 2 blue spiders after each room. One of the better familiars, just because of the spiders, not for the slowing. The slowing I don't really care for. The blue spiders are where it's at. Jumper cables does exactly what? Bloody recharge grants an active item charge every 15 enemies killed. I'd say solid. As far as the battery items go, actually we'll bump up Battery Baby to B plus tier. Yeah, it definitely belongs in B plus. Jumper cables, 15 enemies. Sometimes is a lot, sometimes it's not. It really depends on the floor and like what enemies you're going up against. I know that's a crappy way to explain it, but it's more decent than it's not it's more decent as in it's less great than Battery Baby or Car Battery. So it does help use your active item more, but not super often. I feel like overall the Battery Baby would help more than Jumper Cables would. Kamikaze is another just no item, with the caveat again of if you have it with Pyromaniac, or in this case Host Hat, more so with Pyromaniac though, it is a guaranteed one run. Like if you don't win on that, there's not much that can be done. The Key Beggar, I'm throwing him in the D tier. I usually never have enough keys, and him taking keys doesn't really matter. I hate him. I don't care what he's going to give me. I need the keys. Don't take him. If you already have 99 keys, then maybe he's like just an average familiar, like B rank. But otherwise, for me, he's not that great. We are solidly getting through this tier list though. Keys to Mega Satan. This is just a weird thing to rank. If you want to go to Mega Satan, I mean, S plus. Like you can't get in without them or without Dad's key. But if you don't want to go to Mega Satan, they don't do anything. They're just keys. It's just a familiar that floats behind you. You can at least re-roll them into something else. So this is going in D tier. Like the only thing useful if you're not going to Mega Satan is the fact that you can re-roll them with the D4. At least I'm pretty sure they re-roll with the D4 or D100. You could re-roll them on the pedestal with the D6. That's kind of it. They're not good on their own. If you're not going to Mega Satan, why are you even talking about the key pieces? Kidney Bean, I don't personally care for making the enemies fight each other. I would prefer many of the other tier effects. Kidney Stone is honestly C tier. I was gonna put it in B, but the fact that sometimes your tiers just stop because the Kidney Stone is lodged in and then you have to spam to get it out. Like it does a lot of damage and your tier delay is as low as it can go once you eject the Kidney Stone. But the fact that your tiers could randomly shut off could be more of a downside than the upside of the Kidney Stone damage. That's why it's going below B, because it adds unpredictability in a negative fashion, not a positive one. If you don't need to have the continuous stream of tiers, then Kidney Stone's probably fine. It can be B plus item because the effects of it are great on the positive end, but the downside of it, if it doesn't weigh down on you, then it doesn't weigh down on you, and it's fine. Throw it in B plus. I wouldn't really be too upset. King Baby, what, he just stops the other babies from moving while firing tears? No, it stops moving. Makes other familiars follow it. I don't care. King Baby, D tier. I'm not much of a follower or familiars person. King Baby just is kind of relatively useless. Lacrophagy, again, one of my favorite tier effects. Is it one of the best tier effects in the game? Damage wise, kind of. It does do quite a bit, especially since you can stack up the tiers and it stacks up the damage as well. I think it's just more fun than anything else to see the tiers eat each other and get really big and then pop into more tiers. For me, definitely a tier item. For everyone else, maybe just like a B plus B. Does it give you any stat upgrades, or is it just the tier effect? No, it's just the tier effect. It doesn't really do anything else. Okay, it's not the zit. It is the zit, large zit. Chains to fire creep shot deals double damage and leaves a trail of slowing white creep. Um, it allows you to position enemies a bit. I mean, it's all around solid. Where was our other slowing thing? Yeah, so our two slowing things next to each other. That's fine. They're both solid. This one does double damage, and you can at least more so choose the enemy that gets slowed down by firing at it. This one just slows down whatever happens to walk over the creep trail, which you can, to a degree, position, but not nearly as much as the large zit. The spawning of spiders is what makes the sticky sack significantly better than the large zit. Or juicy sack, I'm sorry. The lucky key, you get 1 luck and 2 keys. If that's not a solid B tier item, I don't know what is. One luck, 2 keys, almost always useful in every single run. Is this one Lazarus Rags? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm gonna throw it up here with the other 1-up items. Lazrags, correct? Yeah. Undying resurrect as Lazarus with 1 heart container and anemic. I mean, if you don't, it's similar to the other ones in the B tier. It does give you another life, but it does force you to come back as a different character. And if you don't want to be the other character, it's just kind of a negative. If you're going for post-it notes, it's a negative. If you're just going for a streak, okay. So if you're going for post-it achievements, all of these will remain here, the B tier. If you're going for just a streak, then all of these, well, actually, Magic Mush will just bump up because of that, because it doesn't force you to become someone else. These four, if you're just going for a streak, you can bump all of them up 1 tier or 2 tiers, because having a second life is more than you can ask for most things. Lead Pencil, honestly, B plus item. You'll just, after 7 shots? After 15 shots. I was off by so much. It will fire a high damage cluster of tears. So it just, every 15 tears you fire, it does a large burst of damage. So unlike Kidney Stone, where it shuts your tears off for a moment before doing a lot of damage, it just does additional damage, which is definitely better than having your tears stop for at least a moment or two. This little leech can heal you, and it does at least chase enemies down and attack them. So as far as familiars go, it's more of B tier than the rest of them. Lemon Mishap. Honestly, not super great. It's at least semi-solid because the damage is pretty high, but the damage does go in a very small area. So positioning it is not always the best. You might want to take something else. But if you're looking for a damage charged item, it's relatively decent. You can take that one, and it won't really be that much of a problem. Leo Stompy. Stompy, if you want to break a lot of rocks, is fine. Otherwise, I just find that he's just kind of too big. He's definitely C tier for me. I could see him being B tier for other people. The ability to break a lot of rocks is nice, but also it stops you from being able to like fly and hide from attacks by going on top of rocks, because you'll just destroy them. So C for me, flight is more important than breaking the rocks or walking on them. But with Stompy, you do have the ability to break all of the rocks, and there's a better chance you'll find a crawl space, and you won't really miss any more tinted rocks. So it could be B tier. For me, it's going to be C. Feel free to argue on that one if you want. Leprosy is pretty decent. Is that when you just destroy enemies? Or no, taking damage. Right, when you take damage, it spawns an orbital that blocks shots, yes, and deals damage per tick, but it'll be destroyed if they take enough damage. So it provides you some amount of shield and some offensive damage for the damage you take. You're not going to be using it to buff up, but it buffs you up for any accident that you make. So it's a very solid item. Gemini, or not Gemini, Libra. All of your stats become balanced. On its own, has the tendency to drop the stats that you care most about, but over the course of the whole run, it ends up making you significantly better off. So this is going to be at least a B plus item. If you can get Libra and soy milk, you're set. You're gonna be super great. Little Brimstone, probably the best familiar. It's just Brimstone. He does a lot of damage. Very late game. It's not enough. Like you need something else to really satisfy your win conditions. But he does enough damage to take you at least through Womb 2 if you don't have enough damage yourself. And he's very easy to position and actually hit enemies with. I've won many games with my main damage source being Little Brimstone. The toy chest, or little box of toys. Little chest. Spawns a chest familiar that follows Isaac and drops a random pickup every few rooms. It's alright as far as familiars go. I would rather have Acid Baby than Toy Chest because he spawns pills consistently, and once you try the pill, you at least know what the next one's gonna be. This one's gonna be Lil Delirium then, and Lil Delirium, as far as familiars go, I'm gonna go with B plus. He just tends to do more damage, kind of overall. Is that even true? Transforms another random familiar every 10 seconds. Yeah, he goes through phases. He's like a preteen always. Lil Gertie, again, it's actually like a pretty decent source of damage if you don't have another damage source on your own. Also, with how most people end up playing the game, you'll end up using it whether or not you're really trying to, and it will still be beneficial for you. So it's definitely solid. Lil Haunt. Do you have to take damage for Lil Haunt? I don't remember. I'm sorry that I have forgotten, but I do want to double check. I don't want to provide any misinformation. Damages enemies. Yeah, you don't have to get hit first. So Lil Haunt, it's gonna be solid. He does induce fear, but okay. So I don't like the fact that he induces fear on enemies, but he does chase them down and fear them. So he'll at least always be going out and attacking somebody. So he'll always be doing something positive. 4-way shot, baby. You can go C- tier. I don't really care for you. Lil Monstro. Honestly, as far as the familiars go, B plus. He does a lot of damage that you very easily control, and basically is just like extra tiers on your own. And I mostly consider him a damage upgrade to the character that I'm playing and not just a familiar on the side. So he's solid. This guy, I've gotten you one time. What are you? Lil Spewer. Spawns a random pill and grants a small spewer familiar that charges up and fires different types of creep. You are C tier. I'm sorry. This guy spawns creep always, and you don't have to charge him up to have him shoot creep. And I mean, you just get one pill. I don't know. He at least seems more C tier than anything else. So this one is that one's not the, oh, that one's the Linger Beam. Adds a chance to fire a gas cloud that damages nearby enemies. C, probably. There's other better upgrades than Linger Beam. If you find it, you're probably going to try and reroll it something else if you have the option. Dropping red hearts is going to be B. If you need red hearts, he's infallible as your friend. If you don't need red hearts, which is honestly most of the time, he's not that great. But at least for the beginning, he's pretty good. Bag of pills. It does allow you to hold 2 pills at once, which in most cases usually doesn't really matter, because if there's a pill you want, you'll just use it right away. There are many situations when you'd actually want to keep 2 around, though. I'm going to go with C. It would be B, except for the fact that it stops you from holding on to cards anymore, and cards are usually better. Yeah, I think that's gonna be fine for now. This guy, the little chubby, yeah. Um, Not as much damage as Big Chub, but he does go a lot faster. So he's just Chub, but like a slight variant on it. Lil Gish does do tar shots. Again, slowing enemies down. Actually, it's going to be more B tier. He does a little bit of damage, but mostly it's just the fact that he can go slow enemies down. Lil Horn Science. Uh, Honestly, the Science shot can one hit like any normal enemy, and it's also a way you can take out the stone grimaces and the stonies, the big fat stone guys that just chase you down and really mess with you because you can't attack them except if you have Lil Horn. With Lil Horn, you can delete them from the game, so it's fine. Lil Steven, my psychic friend. As far as familiars go, you're solid. I mean, homing shots are okay. Loki's Horn, I would rather upgrade it into most other things. If you consistently shot out tiers in all directions, I would at most probably only put it at B plus. Yeah, I'd rather concentrate more damage in one direction than just randomly do a tiny bit of damage in all directions. The upside down cross is the demon wings. Yeah, Lord of the Pit. Flight and speed, and as we know, flight is at least a B plus item. Flight and speed, very solid. You do have to trade 2 hearts to get it, but It's almost always worth. It's almost always worth it. You get flight and you get speed. Just normal health upgrade is going down. What is it? Down in C tier. It's 1 HP. It's good for what it does. Lost contact. For tier effects, it's a B plus. You can stop enemy tiers from hitting you. It's very defensive in the most offensive way possible because your tiers that you're using to kill enemies can also stop you from taking damage. Actually, it deserves to be an A. It's the best defense is a great offense. And in that case, it's actually a solid defense. This fly. Which fly are you? You're the Lost Protector. Moves in a straight line and attaches itself to the first obstacle or wall it comes into contact within each room. That is just obnoxious. D tier. I'm sorry. Luckfoot. You get a luck. It's good. Like, I mean, a luck is a luck. Does it do anything else that I don't know about? Increased chance of winning Shell Game Beggar, independent of luck stat. What the heck? I did not know that. That's so weird. In addition to the +1 luck, you increase your chance of winning the Shell Game Beggar. Like, why? That's cool. C, because why would anyone know that? Even with that knowledge, I'm still gonna put it as a C. The Lusty Blood. Each time you kill an enemy, your damage increases for the current room. Really, the only room that it's not useful for is a boss room. But if it's helping you for 99% of the game, the 1% you can at least still do on your own. Lusty Blood is an A tier item. Every room that you're in becomes easier. Every room that you're in becomes easier. This is Maggie's Bow. You feel healthy. Gives 1 heart container and doubles the healing provided by red hearts. So this one's gonna be solid. It's like a normal tier up, or it's like a normal like 1 heart up, except slightly better because all of your healing from red hearts is increased. 8-ball, you get shot speed and 1 tarot card. Doesn't say exactly what the shot speed is. It is some shot speed, which who really cares? Tarot card is good. It's gonna be C. C for me. What is it? Magic Fingers. You can Was it pay money? Is that the one where you? Yeah, you can do damage to enemies in the room at a cost, and the cost is usually too steep for me to actually want to use it. Magic mush, probably S tier, like stats up and health up. What else does it do? Yeah, just all stats. Increases most stats. You're bigger. Can't grant a heart container. Restores all health. Magic mush is one of the most solid stat upgrades you can find because it is an all stat up. Is it better than anything on the A tier though? Honestly, it's so well rounded in its stat upgrade. Let's actually move Capricorn up to A. All stat upgrades are huge. All stat ups, no matter what the run, will always be good. Lucky Scab is health up, but also 1 luck, so that makes it better than some other health upgrades. Magnet, not really something that I care too much about. Probably more D tier than anything else. Well, it pulls items towards you. Almost always you can get to them. There's there's significantly better ways to get trinkets on the ground. Probably too mean to actually put it at D tier. Do C minus. All it does is pull items and consumables near you. It's all right. It's all right. Mama Mega, goodness me, if you want to have the easiest floor of your life, Mama Mega. Not necessarily something you should grab to hold on to unless you need to get into the boss rush or the blue womb. I believe Mama Mega can open the blue womb. I know for sure it can open the boss rush. So if you're too slow, Mama Mega can help with that. It also just takes out basically every single room except for the boss. And the boss, it still does a ton of damage, so there's no scenario in which it's not good to just get Mama Mega and use it immediately. Unless you've already completed a floor, but then who really cares? Bag of Marbles just spawns a couple trinkets. If you got a way to consume the trinkets, that'd be nice. It does also give the ability when you, I believe it's when you randomly take damage, not after a certain amount, you have a small chance of gulping your trinket. So if you take enough damage on the floor that you get the bag of marbles, you could be lucky enough to gulp all of them. And in the future, you can always gulp more. It's a solid get for trinkets because you might be able to get some decent stat ups from them, maybe getting Demon Horn or Goat's Hoof, something like that. Marked, you can direct your tiers. Depending on the tiers, it's alright. Definitely solid. One, no stat up at all from it, though. Your tiers fire automatically, which might not always be what you want. It's just all around kind of good. It depends on your playstyle. If you just want to target an enemy but not really think too much about your tiers, just put the target underneath of any enemy you want to die, and at some point it will end up dead. About it. This one's giving you, is this the 6 bone hearts? I think HP up. No, it just grants 1 bone heart. Spawns 3 red heart pickups. Again, well, a bone heart is definitely more useful than a red heart. Sorry about that. It's more useful than a red heart. It also spawns more red hearts. So if you're trying to play self-sacrifice or blood machine or demon beggar, it helps out a lot because it's a refillable heart container and it gives you hearts to refill it with. So definitely solid. Matchbook, you can just summon some bombs, and what else? Also makes it so you get more bombs, I think. 1 black heart, 3 bombs, can also give troll bombs. No, I mean, it's just solid items. Probably more so than any of the just regular heart upgrades, but it's not anything too crazy. Definitely B. The fact that it can spawn troll bombs, and if you're not paying attention, you might just end up taking damage, is not great. Maw of the Void, probably S tier, at least for me. You can charge it up. It does absolute astronomical amount of damage, and it can spawn black hearts like crazy. So it provides insane survivability to a run and also an insane amount of damage. So Maw of the Void is just all around an incredible item. Even if you're like the Lost and you can't use the black hearts, it still does a lot of damage in an area completely around yourself. So it's definitely worth getting at least. Um, oh, sorry. The meat damage and 1 health up. It's again just another variant on the HP ups. I'm actually gonna drop this one down. It's just another variant on a health upgrade. Not anything too crazy. This bean, is this one? Which bean are you? There's so many beans in this game. You are not the linger bean. No, we already did the linger bean. You are a different bean. Not the kidney bean. The mega bean. That's what it is. Like, but look at this one. Okay, this one's the mega bean. Where did we put the linger bean? But that, like, look at this. These are almost the same. This here is why I get very confused sometimes about what items are what. I believe linger bean. Linger bean with C. Mega bean. Freeze all enemies in the current room for a couple seconds, deal 5 damage, and poison any enemies near Isaac. Send a wave of spikes that deals 10 damage across the room in the direction Isaac is facing. It's good. I usually switch it out for something else. I probably shouldn't switch it out for everything that I switch it out for. But I mean, it's a good damaging charge item. It's just not bad. Mega. If you are ever lucky enough to find Mega during a run, you can usually take out about an entire floor with it. And you can take out any of the bosses, usually in one blast of Mega, and then you'll just be standing around for quite a while waiting for it to stop. It is so incredibly good. There's a reason it takes so much just to unlock it. But like, I mean, Mega is your most one-run item. If we were truly rank these, probably more like that. Mega, if you find Mega, use it, and you probably won't lose it. Just like you're hard pressed to have it not work. It does take a very long time to recharge, but it does so much damage that it makes up for its long recharge time. Has a chance to reflect enemy shots, grants 1 soul and heart for metal plate. I didn't know it gave a chance to reflect enemy shots. I thought it was just the 1 soul heart. This whole time I didn't know. B, it's a solid B. I mean, probably need more luck up. Metronome, what exactly do you do? Let's see. Gotta go up. Metronome. I will find you in just a moment. Metronome. Wait a second. Metronome is not base game, is DLC. So there was a time period in which I did not have the metronome. What? There's this DLC plus? Is this really a new game? I don't think so. No, I just can't find it. Is it not organized properly on this list at all? That might be the case. Whatever. I guess it's just not here. Metronome, we'll get back to it. The gold touch Midas is at least semi alright. You do have to run into enemies, so we'll throw it down. C minus. Spilled milk. The fact that you have to take damage before your tiers go up is why it is C minus as well. TNT. C, I mean, it's an inconvenient bomb that you can use. You can push it around, but it's not the best. Mini Mush. You do become tiny and speedy, which I think is at least decent. So it's going to be B tier for now. And let's see. We still have, I think there's 14 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, goodness. So we have like at least 200 more items to go, is my rough estimate. So let's just look at all of the progress we've done. I mean, this is going to take a very long time to get through the whole video. Now will be an absolutely solid time to take a break, and I'll just make sure to brush up again on the beginning of this list here. And we'll come back in a little bit. For you, it'll be in just a few seconds, but for me, it might be tomorrow. I don't know. See ya in just a moment. So, hopefully, this will be the very last sitting for me of what is shaping up to be an incredibly long video. And not make it any longer, I'll just get back to where we left off before. Metronome, it can randomly use any item effect, well, almost any active item effect. It has a bunch of weird stipulations if you actually go into it and read it. Some tier effects that it can give you can persist between rooms. Most effects last only for the current room. And it's definitely a really, really random item. Similar to Dead Sea Scroll, just just slightly different, and there's actually a lot of differences between them in what exactly they can do and what items they can randomly become. So, I mean, definitely look into it for yourself. It'll take me maybe like 10-15 minutes to actually explain it all, so we're just gonna throw it in the D tier for now because it is just truly random. It's a very fun item to use, but again, it's such an uncontrollable mess that it's not necessarily anything that you want at any point. If you want the run to be more fun, definitely take Metronome because who knows what's gonna happen. Otherwise, go for something that at least is consistent. Next one is the missing note. At the beginning of every floor, it randomizes all of your picked up items. So it's kind of like the D4 every floor, and if you get a good set going and you got some good item synergies, well, that sucks because the next floor it's going to be different once again. But as we know, shifting through different things tends to be pretty powerful, so I'm going to throw it in as a C tier. The fact that it's an uncontrollable D4 is what drops it a couple tiers below the D4, where D4 is up at the top, so as soon as you get a good run, you can keep it. Missing node is going to be down here by C tier rank because it's uncontrollable. So you might end up breakfasting your entire run against your will, even though you just wanted to possibly roll into something better. So getting it very early on is good. I don't know. It depends. It's random, so it's I don't know. It's random. I don't know what else I can say to that. Missing page 2 grants a black heart and the Necronomicon effect whenever you are down and taking your last heart of damage. So that's definitely solid item. I mean, it allows you to have the Necronomicon effect just as a little safety barrier right before you die. Maybe that's what it takes to finally clear that room and get another heart pickup. So might be good. Miter is a very strong defensive item. Has the chance to spawn red heart pickups into soul hearts. So if you don't have any red heart containers, don't have any empty red heart containers, it at least has the chance of increasing your health pool in the long run. Whereas if your character, say Maggie, early game, maybe you need those red hearts. But I mean, a soul heart's always a better trade-off for a red heart, in my personal opinion. Unless you're trying to do something with like playing the blood bank a lot, where you actually want to be able to recharge your hearts. I don't know. It's up to you. Moldy bread, just one heart. Is D tier. Nothing special about it. Just a heart. Mom's pill generator. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but Mom's bottle of pills, I think. It generates pills on command. I personally, it feels like it's a long charge. I believe it's 6 rooms, which makes it seem like it takes forever to do. But you can choose to get a pill, and you can choose whether or not to take the pill once you get it. So, I mean, it's definitely a solid item, not anything incredible, but it gives you some flexibility. Maybe you can get some spirit hearts from it or a full health, and then it allows you to play a demon beggar or something. You just gotta use the pills that you get to your best advantage, and maybe they're all health down pills, and you just have absolutely horrible luck. With PhD, it's a significantly better item. Mom's box of trinkets summons trinkets when you use it, which without anything else, actually, this is probably a B tier item because the trinket pools. I mean, the trinket pool is incredibly large, so there's a lot of different trinkets you could get, but mostly you're looking for like stat ups, like demon horn, goat hoof, something similar to that. There might be something else that really makes your run better. It depends. There's a lot of trinkets to go through, and it gives you the option of getting more of them. So if you got a lot of gulp pills or some way to get gulp pills, or you have the bag of marbles and then you can swallow them that way, then you can rack up a lot of small stat ups, and then it ultimately ends up being quite a strong item. Mom's bra, I mean, helpful for petrifying enemies. Other than that, I mean, that's about all it does. It stops all the enemies in their tracks. Doesn't necessarily make it so you can kill them any faster. It does work on bosses, so you know what, actually, it's gonna be a solid B tier item. Mom's bag of pills just allows you to have an extra slot to hold on to pills and gives you a pill. Solid. There's not much downside to that one. Or no, it doesn't give you extra spot for pills, does it? No, I'm confusing myself. Yeah, it just spawns pills. The pill baggie gives you extra room for pills. Mom's coin purse. Mom's coin curse. Poincaré conjecture. Just look that one up for a moment, and you'll be amazed. Just spawns 4 random pills, but through 4 pills, you might get a good one. And again, if you have PhD, always anything involving pills, if you have PhD, it's significantly better. So if you see Mom's coin purse, and then you also have a PhD in your shop on that floor, definitely go get it and then pick up the coin purse. Or vice versa. It doesn't really matter. Mom's contact allows you to shoot petrifying tears, which is absolutely a solid tear effect. Being able to freeze enemies in their tracks, mostly at will. Mom's eye. Right, just mom's eye, yeah. Allows you to shoot some tears out of the back of your head. Personally, I don't try to ever set up enemies behind me, so I'm gonna throw it in at C. But it is extra damage if you are getting swarmed from all sides. It's definitely gonna be a positive. Or something like boss rush, where you tend to have enemies on all sides of you, or mostly any of greed mode. It's gonna be a good item. But for most runs in just normal Isaac, it tends to shoot out tears that don't hit enemies. Mom's eyeshadow. You got charm tears. I personally don't care for charm tears that much, but if you do like charm tears, then I mean, throw it up wherever you rank charm as a tier effect. Might be a B plus for you. Maybe it's an S, and you play best when all the enemies are charmed. It's up to you. Mom's heal. Heals. It's just one heal, but it's called Mom's heals. Just increase range. I mean, it's solid. Not the best stat up usually, but I mean, it's not really a bad thing. It's a solid stat up, but for a stat that I don't necessarily care for most of the time. Mom's key gives you 2 keys and ups the amount of consumables you get from chests, which then makes it easier to open more chests and get more things from the shop. It's just all around a great item. Mom's knife. I don't there should be no controversy with me throwing this up in S tier. We all know if you find Mom's knife, you're happy. You're stoked. It's a good day. It's a good day to play Isaac if you find Mom's knife. Mom's lipstick, once again, range up. Mom's pad. I will throw this in. It's C tier. I'm just gonna double check this one. Just a moment. Let's see. Do, do. It's not there. It should be just a moment. Yeah, it's okay. It is the fear one. It gives fear to all enemies in the room for 5 seconds. 3 room charge. I mean, relatively normal, but I prefer the petrifying over the fear, so it's going down C. If you prefer fear, throw it up higher. That's fine with me. I don't care if you disagree on this one that much, because it's just a personal preference. Mom's pearls necklace is another range up. Don't think it does anything else, does it? Mom's pearls. Where are you? Range. Oh, it also gives a half tier height. Didn't know that one. I guess that just helps with range more because the tiers are falling to the ground, and 1 luck up. So I mean, better than the other range upgrades. Interesting about the tier height though. There's actually, when I look through this, there's a lot of things that give tier height that I never thought about, and I don't know if it'll ever actually affect me on any run knowing that information. But I do now know it, so that's okay. Mom's perfume, profumo, fear shot. Again, I don't really like fear shot. Does decrease your tier delay, but for me, fear shot not really something I care the most about. So if you wanna fight me down in the comments, it's perfectly fine. Just throw your anger down there. We'll talk about it. Show me the pros of fear shot and try and change my mind. That's fine with me. Mom's purse, you can hold an extra trinket. If you're on a run with trinkets, absolutely solid. If you somehow don't manage to get 2 trinkets that are at least not useless, that's incredible. You tend to have very bad luck. The razor that inflicts bleeding on enemies. I personally am gonna throw this in at C tier. It's, as far as orbitals go, it's definitely not one of my favorites. I mean, the bleeding effect does do a lot of damage over time, and you don't have to like continuously be in contact with the enemy. But I personally prefer Cuban meat, ball of bandages, several of the attack flies, or I mean the orbital flies. It's just not my personal favorite, so it's going down a little bit. Uh, Mom's shovel, or is that what it's actually called? It's the shovel that allows you to get the forgotten. Personally, if you're not getting the forgotten, why are you trying to get this item? It's like, I'm gonna throw it in as D tier. It's just the shovel, but it takes so much work to get it. It just kind of sucks, but it does unlock the Bone Lord. So I mean, maybe just throw them all the way up at S if you like. You really love the Forgotten, and unlocking him is like the most fun thing that you do. I don't know. Personally, I got it one time. I don't know if I'll ever go back and get it again. I don't think I will. Just seems like a lot of effort for not a lot of payoff anymore. Mom's underwear is another range up. Does it also just do height up? It doesn't do tier height. It's just range. Very, very interesting. I wonder why some do just a slight bit of tier height instead of just range. I don't know. I didn't make the game. Mom's wig, you can spawn blue spiders when firing tiers, restore red heart. Any item that allows you to spawn spiders or flies is at least a B tier item. Probably end up being B plus for most of them. Mom's wig, you know what? I'll throw it in as B plus for now. Being able to spawn flies and spiders is usually huge, unless your damage is absolutely garbage. Money equals power is a tough item. It's a really solid damage up if you have 99 cents. If you don't have 99 cents and you don't really have anywhere close to it, like in most runs, maybe you get up to like 30 cents if you're really trying hard not to spend it. I'm gonna go at the C minus D plus. Very situational item. If you don't have any money on your run, it's garbage. And if you have useful things in your shop, why would you not buy them? Because the damage up isn't that incredible. It's C minus for me. If you break the game, sure, it's a good damage up because you'll probably have 99 cents from that. If you could get this and the dollar bill, it's not even like a one run combo. So it's, I don't know, it's okay sometimes. It's not great most of the time. Mongo Baby, as far as familiars go, he's a solid one. He does quite a bit of damage for all of his tiers, and you can control him. It's fine. The is that the Book of Monsters? The Monster Manual summons a random familiar for the current room. Summon familiars not yet unlocked. All right. I mean, it's the odds of the random familiar being that useful for the room. I mean, we'll throw it in at C. It has a chance to summon something useful. Maybe you're in a room full of red hearts and you can summon Dark Bum. I mean, the odds of that happening are not very high, but it is possible. So it's not the worst. You could just be spawning in a damaging familiar most of the time, so you could use it as a little bit of extra damage. But I think most of the time you're not really gonna care about it too much. Monstro's Lung, probably an A tier effect. I mean, you can charge up and do a monstrous amount of damage. It's great. I don't think there's many people that disagree with it. I mean, you charge up, you do a lot of damage in one large area. It's really hard to miss enemies most of the time. Monstro's Tooth, honest, a very solid active item. It does a massive amount of damage, and usually just save it for the boss room and at least take out half their health in one hit, which is fine. The gold room doubling item pedestals. What do you call? I pick you up every time I see you, but what is your actual name? More options. All right. Two items in every treasure room. I mean, it at least gives you flexibility in the game. So that way, especially with the D6, more options is incredible. Because then you can have basically four different choices for every gold room, which it's fine. If you see it in the shop, definitely worth picking up in almost all cases. I don't know. There might be a time in which the other items in the shop are better to purchase than this one, but usually if you still got floors to go that have gold rooms, it's at least worth picking it up. Also, if you start with the void, or if you pick the void up at any time, it allows you to get double stat ups, so you can absorb both of them, which is great. The moving box, usually I don't find the moving box very useful. You can pick up the consumables in a room and then drop them in a different room. Can you pick up item pedestals actually? I don't believe you can. But if you could, maybe it's more useful. I never actually tried that. The things that I learned while doing this video. So much. And a lot of it's like, why would I have ever learned that on my own? Picks up all items and pickups in a room. Items and pickups. I guess you can also pick up an item pedestal then. Let me just explore this one a bit further. There's no limit to the number of items and pickups that can be held in the box. Very good. Any stored items and pickups unpacked from the moving box will remain identical. Pills, cards, runes, sticky nickels, chests, active items keep their charge in the box. Stealing shops and devil rooms is not possible. Only items on pedestals will be packed up. Okay, so, I mean, it's not bad. Oh, that's a very interesting little tidbit of information. If you use the moving box in a challenge room or boss room, you'll take everything in that room, but you won't start the boss fight. You know what? Instead of D, it's actually significantly better than I realized. B tier item. So you can take out any item pedestals. I wonder. No, I definitely need to look at this one more time. What about boss rush? What about boss rush? Boss challenge room. But what about boss rush specifically? Hmm. If using the boss rush, one of the objects is packed up, but the rush is not started. The remaining item choices start the rush as normal. Okay, so it at least allows you to get an extra boss rush item. It's not as great as being able to take all four, but you at least have the option of getting one more. So it's a solid item. You definitely have to be thinking about it to have it become useful, but you can take things and save them for later on. So maybe you're gonna try and play a self-sacrifice room on the next floor, so you're gonna pack up some extra red hearts and take them with you. I mean, it's an item that is made for you to use with all of your game knowledge that you possess. And now maybe you learned something new. You can take an item from the boss rush without actually starting it. You can't choose what item it is though; it's random. The bomb buddy. I mean, it's just a decent amount of damage. Every 2 rooms you get a bomb basically, so you can check for a lot of secret rooms, super secret rooms. You can break open tinted rocks. It's you just getting an extra bomb that does a relatively sizable amount of damage. Mr. Dolly, tears up and random hearts that drop on the ground. Correct. Please inform me. I believe that's the case. Range tears up. Now, yeah, spawns 3 random types of hearts on the floor when picked up. This is, I want to say, that this is slightly better than B tier. There's a chance you get black hearts, soul hearts, spirit hearts. Yeah. No, eternal hearts, soul hearts, black hearts. Okay, and red hearts. The red hearts usually aren't that useful, but range up, tears up. Usually, tears up is why I want Mr. Dolly. The hearts are just a nice bonus, throwing it from B tier up to B plus tier. I don't think it's that much better than that. Mr. Mega, your bombs are gonna do a crazy amount of damage. It's as far as like just one of the generic damage ups from bombs, it's significantly higher. You do get the 5 bombs from it. It's great. It's solid item. Mr. Me, if you do not know that Mr. Me is the greatest item in the game, well, one of the greatest items in the game, it is. It's going up in S tier. Just want to, I want to see under the belief that it does the Mega Satan room. Okay, he opens the door even if it's unlocked. Functions same as Dad's key when being used in this way. This includes a door to Mega Satan, exiting Hush's room, and exiting Boss Rush. Okay, yeah, Mr. Me literally does everything. He steals from shops, black markets, devil deals, opens any room you want. He can open chests for free. He presses buttons. He attacks the enemy until it dies or can no longer be targeted. Um, secret room entrances. He explodes the opening to it. It's incredible. And when he steals an item from the shop, it restocks it, even if you don't have restock. Like Mr. Me is somehow only a 4 room recharge. If he was to a 2 room recharge, he might actually end up being one of the S plus items, personally. But Mr. Me can literally do everything. If you don't have keys, he can be your key. If you don't make it in time to do things, he can make it so you made it in time to do things. You didn't do the angel rooms, but you still want to fight Mega Satan. Pick up Mr. Me. It's a great alternative to Dad's key in that regards. Just, I mean, he can do everything for free. It's amazing, and you can sick him on a boss until the boss dies if you want to do that. Not a crazy amount of damage in that regards, but it is persistent damage, so you just have to focus on dodging. Quad shot, yeah, we all know quad shot. I mean, that's really one of the items that you're looking for most of the time. Well, is it actually S or is it just A? Quad shot. It basically does quadruple your damage. I don't know. I think I'll leave it. Yeah, if I put 2020 as an S, quad shot has to be S tier, right? But maybe it belongs in A tier. 2020, that is. Let me think about it. Let me think. No, I think they're both. Honestly, they're both S tier items. I feel the same way when I find either of them. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a solid run. I'm not gonna have to try that hard. The unicorn horn, the contact damage is really good. The invincibility during it. So if you have any orbitals, your contact damage it just goes through the roof, and you can get through pretty much any boss fight very easily. Uh, a great item for the loss too because of that. I mean, you can basically take out anything, no sweat, with the unicorn horn. It takes a little while to recharge, but that's fine because you shouldn't have to use it every single room. My reflection, uh, the tears come back. It's just super gimmicky. It's fun if you're just going to have a silly run, but if you're just trying to win, it's I can't really think of any case in which it makes it more useful. I don't know. My shadow, C minus D plus. Does it require you to be injured? I don't remember. Each time Isaac takes damage. Yeah. Okay. So no, it is C minus. I don't want to have to take damage for it to be useful. Toxic splash damage though. Now that is one heck of a tier effect. B plus. Every time you hit an enemy, it's spawning creep directly beneath their feet, so they take more damage. Like, it's the most useful creep you can get because it's damaging creep and it goes on the enemies. So if they're flying enemies, it doesn't really matter. But for any of the enemies whose feet touches the floor, the toxic splash damage is going to be a huge damage up throughout the rest of the game. The egg. What exactly do you do? You're just spawn an egg familiar, which cracks and turns into a random friendly enemy when Isaac is hurt. The egg regenerates upon entering a different. Again, you're taking damage, but you could spawn like a decent enemy. It is only for the room, which is sad, but I mean, kind of useful. If you accidentally take damage, it does buff you, at least more so than several other things for when you take damage. The gift box. It spawns an item pedestal based on what room you're in. So if you throw it in the devil deal room, you'll get a free devil item, angel room, angel item, shop item. And also you can purchase it from the shop, so maybe B plus. It's one of those things where maybe you hold on for it too long and you use it in the wrong room, but the fact that you can buy an item pedestal for 15 cents for a devil deal or maybe a black market or just something that isn't a shop to just change what item pool you get it from is just very nice. You have the option of using it whenever you want. It gives you a lot of flexibility. The mystery sack spawns randomly any of the consumables. All around solid item. You're just getting more of everything. There's not really a downside to having slightly more of everything. Flashlight slows enemies that are within the little cone of light. Also, it does help see in the dark. But what else does it do? I need to double check this. Nightlight, what do you do? Do you just slow enemies and shots? It is weird because it goes in the direction. I believe it goes in the direction of your movement, not in the direction of your tears. So it goes in it faces the direction you were last running to. So if you were running at enemies, it'll slow the enemies down. If you're running away from enemies, it will not slow the enemies down. Yeah, it's strange. It's something that ends up being useful because it's just happening more so than you're controlling it to be happening, unless your skill cap is personally a lot higher than mine, which it honestly, if we're being honest, it probably is. But it's fine. Butt bombs. Oh man, number two is it's useful because when you're firing tears, you'll randomly drop a butt bomb. So you basically have infinite bombs, but also if you don't pay that much attention, you'll just spawn a bomb under you and then it'll explode and you'll take damage. So you have to remember to always be on the move, or at least be cognizant of the fact that the butt bombs could show up. But infinite bombs is definitely at least B plus, even though it might take some time to continue on them. Pickaxe, besides just breaking rocks, that's all you do, isn't it? All you do is break rocks. I never pick you because I'm pretty sure all you do is break rocks. Rocks don't stand a chance. You hold the axe above your head as long as the spacebar button is held, or until he leaves the room. While holding the axe, Isaac can break any rock he touches, but cannot attack or pick up other items. Well, I guess that makes it a lot better. I thought you just used it and then broke the rock in front of you, but I guess you can hold it down and break a lot more. That makes it a lot more useful, and also I guess I should have been doing that the whole time. You can break all of the rocks in a room. There's a lot better ways to be able to break all the rocks in the room besides having to run over them, which is why it's going down by Stompy. As far as active item goes, it's all right. You generally don't really care to break all of the rocks in a room. Maybe if you're looking for crawl space, but every 3 rooms you're not even going to be able to break all of the rocks on the floor. So, not the best. Number 1, good tiers up. It's a good increase to your damage, but it does decrease your range substantially. Honestly, we'll throw it in B+. Basically, you'll get another item that increases your range. There's a lot of range ups. So the range down from 1 up, or from number 1, is not that it's not that negative of an effect. Oh, purple fly again with the flies. What fly are you? Follows my every move. Oh, the one that follows you with the 3-second delay. Probably C. It's better than some other ones. You have some control over where it goes. It's not great though. I mean, the following path behind you, it's weird. I usually don't play in a way where the path that I walked is where I want the enemies to go so they take damage. Play however you want. The 2 odd mushrooms. Got the flat odd mushroom and the skinny odd mushroom. Flat mushroom is damage up, and you get an empty heart container, and your range and shot height are reduced. It reduces your shot height too. Or wait, no, grants increases damage. Oh, it increases range and shot height while reducing speed. I was gonna be like, I didn't think it reduced shot height or range. Okay, your speed goes down, but you get empty heart container, damage up, and the other things I said, range, range and shot height. It is a good, if not better than good damage up. Probably just good. Fire rate up, but it does reduce your damage. It doesn't reduce your damage by all that much. 1.7 tiers up though. So definitely, I mean, the 2 odd mushrooms are just gonna go in B. You're getting a solid damage up. You're getting a solid firing rate up. Use them together, and maybe it nets out to be the same. I wonder if it actually nets out to be the same. I need to explore this further. Give me just one moment. Okay, what are the exact stats? Okay, so flat odd mushroom is exactly 0.3 damage up, 0.25 range up, 0.5 shot height up, -1 speed, or -0.1 speed. Thin odd mushroom is 0.17 tiers up, 0.3 speed up, and the reduced damage using the following formula: damage ups from other items times 0.9 minus 0. So your damage for all of your damage ups will be taking a hit, and then minus 0.4 on top of that. Okay, your tiers will go up by 1.7. Your speed will go up by 0.2. Your damage will your damage will decrease by at least 0.1. Your range and shot height will both go up. So now you know if you take both of them, that's what's going to happen. Definitely the flat one is better. You don't really want damage decrease for all of the damage ups that you get. Well, not damage decrease, just less of a damage up. Old bandage, you get an empty red heart container. But what makes it better than other just one heart ups is when you take damage, you have the chance of getting a red heart. Of course, it scales with your luck. So it gives you a lot of gives you a lot of survivability in the long run. Sometimes words are very difficult. Spectral tears from the Ouija board, Wega board, a Luigi board. Spectral tears are, at least for me, B plus. You can shoot over rocks. Pageant boy, you just get some money. There's a chance you get a lot of money. There's a chance you don't get a lot of money. Pandora's box. Upon use, spawns certain pickups or items depending on the floor it is used on. Single use. It's not on the room. This whole time I thought it was based on the room. Alright, so let's figure out exactly what it does. On normal mode, or DLC greed mode, whatever. Okay, so if you are on the basement, the cellar 1, or the burning basement, it'll give you 2 soul hearts. If you are on the basement, the cellar 2, or the burning basement, it gives you 2 keys and 2 bombs. If you are on the caves or the catacombs 1, gives you 1 boss room item. Gives you for the caves in the catacombs 2 or flooded caves 2, it gives you 1 boss room item and 2 soul hearts. The depths and necropolis gives you 4 soul hearts. Depths Necropolis 2 and Dank Depths 2 gives you 20 pennies. That one seems to be the least worthwhile. Utero and the Womb or the Scarred Womb gives you 2 boss room items, which so far appears to be the best. Utero, the Womb, Scarred Womb gives you the Bible. I mean, I guess that's not bad. Hush Floor gives you nothing. The Void gives you nothing. Shoal gives you 1 Devil Room item and 1 Black Heart. Dark Room, nothing but nothing but it unlocks the moving box. Cathedral, 1 Angel Room item, 1 Eternal Heart. The chest, it spawns 1 penny. That's awful. And on Ultra Greed Fight, it spawns 1 penny. So definitely, I mean, use it on whatever floor you want, but definitely don't use it on the depths, Necropolis 2, Dank Depths 2, or the chest. Or the Hush Fight, or the Void. Those are all garbage. A penny, 20 pennies, or nothing twice. Or in the Dark Room. So use it before you get to the end of the run. Honestly, best time to use it is probably right after you fight It Lives. Oh no, not It Lives. The floor before that. Utero and the Womb 1. So there's a lot going on with that item. I don't know how you would keep track of that. If you use it on the first floor, you get 2 Spirit Hearts though, which is not bad. This is gonna be a B tier item. If I could actually throw all of the knowledge that I just read into my mind and maintain that, then it might end up being a B plus item. But for me, it's most certainly gonna go back to it. Kind of just does a random thing that I don't really remember, because there's no way that I'm gonna remember that. This one is the Auto Turret Attack Fly. Its name is something important. Papa Fly. Yeah, if a blue fly familiar follows Isaac's movement and it fires tears at nearby enemies. It's better than the Obsessed Fan because, well, Obsessed Fan, I'm sorry, you just got demoted to C-. Papa Fly is better than the Obsessed Fan because it shoots tears, which means it doesn't have to actually contact the enemies. Parasitoid, I'm gonna throw Parasitoid up as an A. It spawns creep that slows enemies down and has a chance to spawn flies or spiders. Like I said before, spawning flies or spiders is at least B plus. The Parasitoid, I feel like it scales really well with luck. At least it seems to, in my experience. So you're spawning a lot of flies and spiders based on just that alone. Honestly, maybe even S tier. I get super pumped whenever I find Parasitoid. Definitely one of my personal favorite items in the game. the remote. This one's pause, correct? This goodness. There's so much. There's so many different items in this game. So hard for me to keep track of what their names are. Especially when they use basically the exact same image for all of them, except they change the color of it. That really gets me. Where are you? Green remote. You're not the golden teleport. Are you pause? Yes. Okay, you are pause. Everything stops in the room until you let go. It gives you a little bit of a respite. You use it wisely. The tears also freeze in the air. Right? Freeze all enemies. Well, I guess I have to check. Freeze does not affect troll bombs. Touching frozen enemies still damages you. Co-op babies can fire without ending the effect. That's very interesting. So if you get pause, maybe you should just get a co-op baby. Like just plug in another controller and start playing with another character. Because that way it appears to be like an S plus item. Also stops fireplaces from shooting projectiles. Bosses are affected. After 30 seconds, they'll resume their actions, while non-boss enemies, except Lil Haunt, are still paused. Stops all enemies. I don't think it stops their tears. It just stops them. But yeah, if you have so if you don't have a co-op baby, it's just kind of like all right, a short respite. But if you have a co-op baby, holy crap, it doesn't end the effect. I know the co-op babies don't do a ton of damage, but you do get a free infinite amount of damage for any room that's not a boss room, and on a boss room you get at least a free 30 seconds of damage. Not bad. Pay to play. You can open doors with money instead of keys. Money's more prevalent than keys. Also, you can save your keys for something else. So, not bad at all. I mean, I take it every time I see it. Does it do anything else? This is what one thing I'm learning about all of this is all of these items tend to do something else. Turns all doors that require a single key into doors which need a coin to enter instead. This affects shops, item rooms, and libraries. Nope, it does exactly what I thought. Unusual, apparently. The pentagram, damage up. Does it do anything other than damage up? Yeah, it's just damage up. Increases the chance. Oh, okay. It increases the chance for devil or angel room to appear. Why don't I ever know these other effects? This is at least a B plus damage up. Pentagram, if you're starting a greed mode run, it's one of the better items you can get in your first room. PhD, honestly, at least B plus. Maybe more of an A item, because then it makes all of the pills, even the pills you haven't tried yet, not something to really stress about. They won't make your run worse. They're like, you're not gonna end up getting the speed down or health down pills. It removes the bad pills from the item. It's a solid item. Piggy bank, I believe you drop money when you get hit. Piggy bank. 3 pennies on pickup. Every time you're damaged, you'll drop 1 additional penny. So, again, situational item. If you really want, you can hurt yourself to get the penny. But I'm going to say for most cases, it's a C run if you are the keeper. S plus item. Like it's hard. For the keeper, it's great. For everyone else, it's like, all right. For the lost, it doesn't matter. You get 3 cents. Like, not that useful. But for other characters, it is. Pisces, -1 tier delay adds knockback and increases tier size. It allows you to keep enemies at bay longer, and you get larger tiers too. Always fun. Jammas, you feel safe. You get 4 spirit hearts. Probably up there. As far as items go, it's one of the highest survivability ones. It was actually a DLC item. 4 soul hearts and fully restores Isaac's red health. As far as health ups go and defensive items, it's more solid than most things. The placebo pill, you can use it to have it's the blank card for pills. That's the easiest way to describe it. It allows you to use the pill without using the pill. B, because you're not guaranteed to ever get a pill that's actually useful. Similar with blank card, but I mean the pills, doubling the pills doesn't really break the game like uh doubling cards does with the blank card or doubling runes. It's nice, but it's not anything like insanely broken or incredible. The placenta. It heals you every 60 seconds. How often is it? Not sure. Placenta. You are around here somewhere. Where are you? Yeah. Regen is every minute of gameplay. Yeah, every 60 seconds you regain a half heart. So, actually we'll throw it up in B plus. You in most cases will only ever notice the half heart as like a secondary thing, like, oh, I guess I still have the placenta and it's healing me a tiny bit. But if you have a lot of red hearts and you have, say you have like 8 red heart containers, you don't have much damage, you take like 6 hearts of damage, but you still make it out of that room, or you still make it to the end of that room and you've beaten everything in it. If you really need to, you can wait around, like really extend the length of that run, and you can fully heal up before you go into every single room. So it is great. Honestly, as far as being able to win runs go, if you just switch to, as soon as you get it, you switch to never getting rid of your red hearts and just increase your red heart pool, it could be an almost guaranteed win for most cases, but it will just make the run take a very long time. So you have to be very wary of that. This one's not Forget Me Now. This one's Plan C. Plan C is honestly not that useful. Kills enemies in the room, then kills Isaac 3 seconds later. It doesn't work for what, Hush, Ultra Greed, or Ethereum. Doesn't kill both phases of the Lamb, Hush, Ultra Greed, Mega Satan. Most useful during the last phase. After killing, not be able to reach the chest or next floor in time, but it still counts for completion marks. Run will end with. Will technically kill Delirium, but it takes too long. If you don't respawn inside the room with an extra life, you're kind of screwed. Yeah, if you're Lazarus and you haven't become Lazarus Risen, or you have Lazrags, it's Delirium kill you'll ever get. Anything else? Oh, invulnerable enemies and closed hosts will not be killed by plane. Isaac's last will show his last damage source as his cause of death, but not Plan C. It has an 80% decreased item pool weight, making it less likely to appear than other collectibles. Yeah, so if you don't have, it actually deals exactly 9,999,999 damage to every enemy in the room. If you don't have an extra life, it's kind of crap. This is a C minus item. It's kind of a just no thing. If you don't have a way to respawn, it's not something you should really ever use. Like, ever. It like, yeah, you'll still kill the boss, but it's just not, it's not worth it. I don't think so. I'm trying to logic through this. Plan C, yeah, it's very, very dependent on having an extra life. It really is. Don't at me. I'm gonna go with a never take it because I never take it. I mean, I've used it twice usefully, but in almost every case, you'd rather have almost anything else. We'll just move on. The pointy rib is a familiar that you can point, and it just keeps poking the enemy. It does a sizable amount of damage. The controllability of it makes it a B tier item. Pokego has a chance to spawn friendly enemies that you can take from room to room. So if you can kill the enemies fast enough, you can actually stack up your friendly enemies, and maybe you get a lot of blood laser baddies that just go with you, and the game gets real easy. I don't know. All around, it is pretty solid though. Polydactyly, you can hold just two trinkets, or also two things twice. Polydactyly, please let me know a little bit more about you. Oh, okay. Two cards, pills, or any combination. Okay, it doesn't actually affect trinkets. Drops random card or pill, but allows you to carry two cards, pills, or a card and a pill. It's good. It again, it allows more flexibility. Flexibility is something we're always looking for. At least I am. Polydactyly is not bad. Polyphemus. Your tears shrink as they go through enemies, but you do an incredible amount of damage. Honestly, well, I'm gonna throw Parasitoid up there. Polyphemus, probably not. Monstro's Lung, yes. Think about it. Maybe Monstro's Lung doesn't belong there. I like this rearrangement. Polyphemus, huge tears, huge damage. Your tears are kind of piercing. When they go through an enemy, if they still have some damage left to do, they'll shrink down and they can hit another enemy. I don't know if what I just said really makes sense, but they're pretty good. The eyeball tears, do they do anything other than just become eyeball tears? The sound they make is incredible. That allows them to at least be B plus at all. If you want some ASMR, get the eyeball tears, get soy milk, stand in a corner in a room, and just fire for like a couple hours. The portable lottery machine. Honestly, something that when I get, I maybe use it like 1 or 2 times. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I just tend to not use it. Potato peeler. The damage potential you get from this makes it at least a B plus item. If you have red hearts, I mean, I almost always trade them out using the potato peeler. You can get yourself a little meat buddy. Gives you a cube of meat every time you use it, so therefore it stacks up to become the meat boy. Easiest way by far to get the meat boy achievement. It also does just damage up too. It's absolutely stellar. Rare card grants you eternal hearts every 6 rooms, thus allowing you to permanently increase your red hearts if you can protect those eternal hearts. Proptosis. Wait a second. I believe I just combined Proptosis with Polyphemus. Yes. Okay. No. I don't actually know if I said that. Polyphemus tears don't shrink down just in general. Proptosis tears do though. They go from being very big to very small, but they do a ton of damage. What is the damage increase compared to both of these? Which does more? Damage plus 4 times 2 for Polyphemus, and Proptosis is doubles your damage stat. Plus 4 times 2. That mean Polyphemus. Isaac tears become larger and do more damage with string and do. Well, Polyphemus also does do tears down. So Proptosis is probably actually the better damage up. But it does also decrease his tears. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to figure out which one's better. Scapegoat does slightly make the enemies less controllable, but he deserves to be B plus. The enemies will attack him sometimes instead of you, but sometimes they stop attacking him and they start to attack you. So you gotta be wary. It makes him a little unpredictable. Pupilla Duplex gives you a really wide tear shot. One of the cooler visual tears, me at least. Your tears become wide arc and you have a larger hitbox. They also become spectral tears. I guess I realized that. I just never really thought about it. The aura You get a new aura every single room. When you get hit, you lose the aura. The auras can be tier delay, range, damage. What else? Fire, speed. I don't know. You can purposely take damage to switch which aura you have. Otherwise, just if you have an aura that you like, try your very best to avoid damage, and then you'll have a nice stat up for that room. And I guess you'll have a stat up for every room, but it'll be a different one than the next one. 99 bombs. It's hard to say that 99 bombs is not amazing. No matter what your damage stat is, bombs are always a useful amount of damage, and you can, if you really need to, you can take out like any boss with 99 bombs. The Rainbow Baby just reminds me of Kesha because of her song Rainbow. She does say Rainbow Baby, and that's what comes to mind every single time. It does random tier effects, not random tiers. Like random on hit effects for tier. Are you Rainbow Baby? Familiar follows Isaac around and fires tears with random effects. Yeah. It's just kind of random. Could be good, could be not great. Liver's health up. Does it do anything else? Drains 2 heart containers, completely restores health. Jeez. All of these things I just assume are single heart ups. This is a solid one. 2 hearts and restores your health. It's like the heart, but literally better. Like twice as good. This one's the normal razor. It does damage to you. Depending on who you are, you might want that damage. Most cases you try to avoid damage best you can. Red candle. Red candle and blue candle are like 2 of my favorite active items. I know I say that I have a lot of active items, but I definitely do. Red candle, actually, I want to throw it up in A because the red candle fires don't go away. The blue, okay, so the blue candle does more damage, but fire that you throw out shrinks down and disappears as you throw it out. The red candle, like the blue candle, recharges in the same room, but it stays out. So if you really want to, on like greed mode, you can fill the room with red fires and then start it, and then it'll start like killing everything really quickly. Just a secondary thing you can do. Greed mode makes everything weird. A remote detonator, you can choose when to explode bombs. If you're not the best at kicking bombs, it helps. Or if you want to just like stack up a lot of bombs and then blow them all up at once, you can also do that. It does give you 5 bombs and some more control over when bombs explode. So solid. It's B. It's middle of the road. Nothing incredible. Not gonna make you win overall, but it won't make you lose. That's for sure. Restock. Greed mode is always restock, so you don't need it. Also, I don't think it can show up. Everything else, it's usually one of those things where I'm going to throw it actually in its C. In most cases, you don't end up having like 45 cents to really burn through a shop. It's necessary if you want to break the game in most cases, but I don't know. Usually it's not the best. All it does is allow the shop to be restocked. Then we got the 2 babies. One of them, okay, it's Robo Baby and Robo Baby 2.0. This one, so we'll put them in order. This one's Robo Baby. This one's Robo Baby 2.0, which I never remember the names of them. But that's fine. This one shoots like technology, and this one fires lasers at enemies in its line of sight and moves based on the direction you're firing tears. Which one do I like better? Because they're definitely not equal. That would be way too simple to make them equal. We have to rank them separately. I'm gonna go with Robo Baby is better than Robo Baby 2.0. By a lot? No, just marginally so. Roid Rage, your speed and your range is up, and your tier height goes up by 0.5. So maybe you could just get all of these random items that do tier height, and then just see if you shoot tiers over all of the enemies in a very useless fashion. Anyways, Speed and range up. Like, yes, Roid Rage is usually great. It also gets you on the path to spun. Faith up. You get 3 soul hearts, increases your chance for the Bible to appear in any item pool. What the heck? What, like, increase? Just says increases chance. What do you mean? Belongs to Seraphim set, yeah. Possible to find the Bible multiple times in a single run. However, once picked up, it cannot appear again. Stacks with the rosary bead trinket, further increasing the chance for the Bible in the library and shop. Oh, okay. So it increases the chance of it being in treasure room to 2.2%, shop to about 13%, boss room to be 11%, devil room to be 12%, 1%, secret room 21%, library 45%, golden chest 55%, red chest 71%. That's crazy. Beggar 27%, demon beggar 45%, curse room 38%, keymaster 71%. Crap. Okay, that's crazy. So if you pick up the rosary, I guess look in red chests as often as you can. You'll find the Bible pretty soon. Never knew exactly what those odds were on the Bible finding, but I guess it makes it very, very likely in some circles. 3 spirit hearts are great. Usually I don't care that much for getting the Bible, so I don't necessarily value the rosary that much in that regards. Ron Baby, honestly, as far as familiars go, he's up here with the likes of these two, Lil Brim and Dry Baby. He keeps spawning in flies, and as we know, flies are damage and tend to be huge amounts of damage. The rotten meat, okay, yes, it doesn't have any hidden effects for me, at least not that I didn't know about. It is just 1 heart up. Rubber cement gives you a nice bouncing tier effect. See, in most cases, it doesn't really do that much extra damage. You're doing a lot of visual stuff, but your tiers aren't usually bouncing off an enemy onto another enemy. It's possible, but not really super likely. Rune bag. As far as all of the bags go, it's probably the only A tier one. Yeah, because you can get Yara runes from it, and Yara runes make it incredibly easy to like break open a run to new heights and insane potential. And if you're like me and you only have 2 runes unlocked, then Rune Bag is spawning Yara runes all the time. Sackhead allows you to get sacks more often, and sacks are full of wonderful things. Usually a lot of batteries. That's my favorite part about the sack of sacks and Sackhead is you tend to just get a lot of batteries. Sack of pennies, probably C tier. You're just slowly getting more money in most cases. You're not really getting a ton. You get a coin every 2 rooms, which I mean definitely adds up in the long run, but in most cases, anything super crazy. Sack of sacks is like Sackboy. You're just getting a lot of sacks. And if you have an item that you want a lot of battery charges for, it's super, super good. Sacred Heart, probably, let me think. As far as the Angel Room goes, the best items, at least, it's definitely S tier. If you want to do Angel Rooms, you're looking for this or maybe like Trisagion. It's homing tiers and damage up. Anything else grants a heart container and replenishes all red hearts. Of course, everything that I never really think about. I don't encounter Sacred Heart very often. 1, because it's rare, and 2, because I never really go into Angel Rooms. If it was more common in Angel Rooms, then maybe I would go for it. We've made so much sizable progress. We only have like 100 some items to go. Oh, there's so many. Personally, I would say never do this. At least, yeah, never do all of these items. Maybe take out like 100 that you like and then rank them. You don't need to rank everything. Sacrificial altar allows you to change your crap familiars into useful devil room items. Up to 2. It does randomly take them. So it might not be the best, but in most cases, you're usually going to get something better. Sacked Egg, like one of the highest damaging orbitals. So if you're an orbital user, like a solid orbital user, could be even S tier. But for me, it's a great amount of damage, but I try to maintain my distance from enemies in most cases. Sad bombs, one of the better bomb effects. I don't know if it's actually A. Are there any other bombs in? Yeah, okay. It'll be B plus. It well, depending on what your bombs are. Okay, I'm gonna throw it up in A. In most cases, if you just have basic tiers, it's just shooting out a circle of your normal tiers. But if you have like it synergizes super well with a lot of really interesting things, and it allows you to just do a lot more damage for a bomb because it spawns all of your tiers from it as well. Really, really fun combo with Dr. Fetus or Epic Fetus, because then you're it's great. It's great. Just pick it up whenever you find it. Don't re-roll it into something else. It's get the safety pin next, which is evil up, range, shot speed up. Increases range, shot speed while adding one black heart. It's a good get. It's a good get. I don't think it's anything more crazy than that. Sagittarius, piercing tears. You also get a tiny bit of speed up, 0.2. You're not really going to take it for the speed up. In most cases, you're taking it for the penetrating tears. Sorry, I don't know. Hiccuping this morning. Samson's chains. I really don't like this item. It does allow you to break through rocks because you have the ball and chain behind you that you can smash into things. It just kind of slows you down a little. It's heavy. I don't really like that. The reusable sin generating Book of Evil, whose name escapes me at this exact moment. What are you called? We'll find out. You are. What book? What book, they say? Your name. What is your name? Why can't I find it? How is it this difficult for me? Oh no. Where are you? What book, pray tell? I'm moments away from finding this. No, maybe I can't. I guess I'm just glossing over it every time, somehow. What the heck? Not, where are you? Not a DLC plus. You're not a DLC, but you're also not a base game. I have to be overlooking this somehow. Whatever. My eyes are deceiving. No, I found it. Satanic Bible. Okay. The name was just escaping me so much. You just get a black heart every time you use it. Black hearts are the best hearts. When you take damage from it, it does damage to, or when you lose it, it does damage to all of the enemies in the room. And unlike generating soul hearts down here, it doesn't change the item you get from the boss of the floor. It also doesn't change the boss of the floor. So you can get significantly more powerful items than just a lot of ball of bandages. This one, oh crap. The one thing that I always forget about, scapular. You've been blessed. Once per room, when Isaac is reduced to his last half red heart, the aura around his head temporarily vanishes. He's granted one soul. Once per room. Far as survivability goes, you get one last death throw every single room. Try not to get down to one. Okay, it's tough because it's one half red heart. Jeez, that's. I mean, in most floors, at least late game, you're not going to be down to a half red heart, so it's not even that useful. I think. What does it do when you just have spirit hearts? After re-entering a room, the Ability can be triggered again with Bone Hearts. The effect triggers on both half-filled and Scapular is activated and you're already at your last half heart. The scapular won't trigger even if you take fatal damage. Using a blood machine will trigger scapular once you reach one half heart. Leaving the room and re-entering resets scapular, allowing you to donate blood further using soul hearts. Process after every scapular activation allows you to farm coins from the blood donation machine until it breaks. It can also be done with Devil Beggar. Freely farm sacrifice rooms. Does not work with the Lost Ore Keeper. Yeah, I mean clearly. But I guess it's good enough to at least be able to break beggars, blood machines, and self-sacrifice rooms. So that alone deserves to be B plus, if not A. Getting down to a half red heart, just in general late game, seems to be relatively difficult. Scatter bombs. Honestly, I'm gonna go with, as far as bomb upgrades go, it's a C. Usually you're killing an enemy with the first set of bombs. The second set of the scatter bomb bombs isn't that great, but it is still 5 bombs, which is very important. The backpack allows you to carry 2 active items, so that's at least a B plus. Maybe you could carry the blue candle and the red candle, which would be a very strange combo, but it allows you to take 2 active items. You can play that however you want. It allows, or once again, flexibility. And flexibility is in fact super important. We have, are these the pinking shears? No. This is Lose Your Head. Turns Isaac head into a stationary familiar for the current room, which fires normal tears that deal 0.5 damage. Wait. Scissors. Not to be confused with the pinking shears or safety scissors. Yeah, thank you, Isaac Gamepedia. Upon use, detaches Isaac's head from his body and turns the head into a stationary. Player controls Isaac's headless body, which also shoots tears. Tears fired by the head do not scale with Isaac's damage and always do 3.5 damage. In the DLC, it was dropped down to 2 charges, so it's not that bad. It's going in the solid category. I do confuse it with pinking shears. Did we already go through the pinking shears? Maybe. I just like blanking on things. It might just be right in front of my eyes, but I'm not seeing it. Anyways, pinking shears are an insanely good item. The scissors are like a decent item. The M is Scorpio, right? Yes. Poison tears. I mean, solid. Where it feels like the B tier is kind of a catch-all for everything, but also it's the middle rank. It should be a catch-all for everything. The screw tears up and shot speed up. Mostly for the tears up. I don't really care about the shot speed in most cases, unless you have really, really slow tears. Tears up from the screw, great. Not anything insanely good. Seraphim, you're a DLC item. I didn't remember. Oh well. Angel Familiar fires homing tears, which do 10 damage at negative 25% shot speed, and a reduced fire rate. But they are homing tears, so they tend to not miss, and they do damage. You know what? Seraphim, probably B plus. It's one of the higher damage familiars, and also the fact that it is homing tears, so it doesn't miss, is what makes it really good. Serpent's Kiss, maybe an A rank tier effect. I think it's not really that much of an argument throwing it in at the A rank tier effect. It spawns in the poison tears. It allows your tears to randomly be poison tears, not very frequently, but when the poison tier, is it when the poison tier kills an enemy, or if they are killed while they have the poison? Okay, let me double check. Poison virus item. Enemies that were poisoned have a chance to drop a black heart when killed. Yeah, so imagine the Satanic Bible, but it could happen significantly more often. It doesn't always happen more often, but it at least has the possibility. Again, higher luck, the better the Serpent's Kiss. It does at least do extra poison damage. Shade, it follows you around. How much damage does the shade do? It does contact damage. 2 contact damage per tick or 30 damage per second to enemy. Shade is absorbed by Isaac after dealing 600 damage. What? I did not know that it is absorbed after dealing 600 damage. The familiar disappears and turns into friendly dark chargers similar to those spawned by my shadow. Isaac will now do equal contact damage at the same rate as the shade used to. BFFs will now continue to work on Isaac even after absorbing, doubling damage dealt. Interesting. I did not know. I guess I've never used the shade that much. But he absorbed into Isaac after dealing 600 damage. That's so weird. Guess the more you know. It is B tier. Maybe B plus. B plus. It's a very solid amount of damage that it does. I'm still kind of freaking out that it gets absorbed into you. Weird. I'll try to forget about that for now. Upon taking damage for the Shard of Glass, Isaac has a chance to drop a full red heart, gain 5 range, and leave a trail of damaging red creep for the current room. Again, it's going down C tier. I don't like things that encourage you to take damage. At least take damage to get just a slight benefit and not really like make something happen. It's just to help out in a room, whereas the bloody recharge here from the sharp plug. Okay, so using an activated item while it's not charged will charge it, and sharp plug does 2 full heart damage to Isaac. This is different than that you take damage and get like a slight stat buff for the room. Because maybe sharp plug allows you to use like the blank card more to like really break a run to being incredible, which makes it a lot more useful. Throw it in at least C tier, because it might accidentally kill you if you forget how much damage it does. Actually, no, it's a B tier item. It gives you more of a say in what goes on than the taking damage for a slight stat up. I don't know if that really makes sense, but in my mind, it is fully justified. The straw, you can use it. It does some damage to a room, and then it slowly recharges, and then you can use it again. How much damage does it do? It doesn't do a ton. I know that much. Sharp straw damages enemies in the room, but how much? Equal to Isaac's current tier damage plus 10% of the enemy's max health. Has a 15% chance to drop half red or soul hearts when it damages an enemy? I did not know that part. The amount of enemies damaged does not improve the chance. Half red hearts will always drop when the player has at least 1 red heart container. Otherwise, half soul hearts will. I mean, it's probably really good just for that. Sharp straw. I guess underrated by me. I'll just throw. Where did I put that? Sharp straw. You deserve more for the fact that you can generate the half soul hearts. Yeah, definitely go higher up. B plus, dude. Sharp straw. You've just improved yourself. Blarg. What is your name? It's not Blarg, is it? Shoop the Whoop. Oh yes, of course. The Shoop the Whoop ear damage. Next shot will fire a big laser in the direction Isaac shoots. Double Isaac's tears damage. And hits 13 times. So 26 times Isaac's tier damage is basically what you're going to be doing. Still be used while you're blindfolded. And yeah, of course. It doesn't do anything with the car battery, so it doesn't last twice as long. Shoop da Whoop does a crazy amount of damage. 2-room charge, A tier. Absolutely A tier. Unless you want to sit there and shoot an enemy 26 times, Shoop da Whoop is going to be even better. Sinus, it allows you to get sticky booger tears. Infection? I don't remember. Yeah, sinus infection. I did get it before I actually ended up looking at it. Has a chance to fire booger tier. It does damage over time and it stacks with other booger tiers. So you can throw a lot of them. This is the pinking shears. Okay. I'm saying I didn't think that we actually got to it. Anywho, where was I just talking about? Sinus infection. It's really good. Damage over time with the poison tears, and you can stack up a lot of them. The interesting thing is when you do it on something like Monstro, where when it jumps like high off the screen, all of the tears fall off of it. But I mean, it's very good. The sticky tears hurting enemies make all of your tears do just a little bit more damage. Sissy Longlegs, you occasionally spawn spiders. She loves everybody. And as we know, again, will not be the last time that I say it, the spiders and fly spawning is incredible. Does Sissy do anything besides wander? Only spawn up to 5 blue spiders at a time. Spawn spiders when there are enemies in the room. No, that's it. She just wanders. I was like, maybe she wanders and actually like tells you something about her wandering, but I guess not. Sister Maggie, you absolutely suck. You are not a good familiar. You're like Brother Bobby. You two can sit next to each other and be ruled over by your king baby. It's not that great. Skatol, all types of flies except Boomfly, stop hurting you. Or no, they still hurt you, but they stop being aggro, so they just kind of float around the room. Skatol B tier. It doesn't kill them or make them like friendly blue flies, so it's not like super good, but it is also makes it slightly easier. The flies aren't going to chase you down anymore. Skeleton Key, not as useful as 99 bombs, so we'll go in B+. You can then open everything to your heart's content. And maybe you can get a bombs are key pill, and then you'll have the 99 bombs. So in a way, the skeleton key is also 99 bombs. Sometimes, not always. This one's not. What are you? No, slip rib. Projectile shield. Great. It's actually really big too. So a large projectile shield deserves to be in the B+ category. Another fly, yet again. Fly, what are you? The revenge fly, after you take damage. It does do a lot of damage. So as far as the taking damage familiars go, it's probably going to be a B tier. Like, yeah, you don't want to have to take damage to use it, but it does do a lot of damage. It does just a little less than the Shade's damage. It belongs to the Beelzebub set, and yeah, no, it's really strong damage, and it counts as like a pretty fly until you get hurt. Super Meat Boy, all stat up. All stat up is great. What exactly is the all stat? SMB super fan. 1 health, 0.3 damage, 0.2 tears, 0.2 speed, and maximum speed. +2 speed and maximum speed may never exceed 2.0. Alright, plus 0.5 range, plus 1 tier height. Fills all red heart container. It's absolutely great, but those are the specifics. Trinket Smelter is up next on the docket. Trinket Smelter, you belong in... Well, let me think. You either belong in A or B plus tier. The problem is you require so many trinkets to be useful. So B plus. If well, does it increase the odds of you getting trinkets? Maybe. It's just a gulp pill that you can use. Okay, it does increase the chance of a trinket drop. Has 2% chance to turn the pickup variant. So 2% or 2% chance for any consumable to become a trinket. So actually, 2% doesn't seem like a lot, but you do get a lot of consumables in the run if you actually sit down and count them all out. So Trinket Smelter, actually, we're going to go up in A. It's at least great because you can get more trinkets. Again, synergizes super well with Mom's Box because all of your trinkets will have double the effectiveness. Soy milk, mostly a hate relationship more so than a love-hate. A very gimmicky item. Your shot speed goes, or your tier delay goes to the maximum, which would be the minimum, I guess, if you're really thinking about it. Your tiers also go down by so much. Tiers, okay, your damage is multiplied by 0.2. Your tier delay basically goes all the way down. It syncs up well with a lot of things, but also is not great with a lot of things. Take it at your own risk. Your tiers are not going to do much damage. You're going to shoot a lot of them, but they're not going to do a lot of damage. With piercing, soy milk becomes good. With a lot of synergies, soy milk becomes really good, but in most cases, it's not the best. The Spear of Destiny, you get a spear that you can stab people with. I mean, it also inflicts fear. Mostly the fact that it's a controllable orbital. So you can, I guess it's not really orbital, but it is an orbital. Your spear does extra damage. Speedball is this one. Speed and shot speed up. Shot speed increased by 20%. Speed increased by 0.3. Sorry, my throat is like really giving out already today. It's a solid speed up. This makes it just seem like this video has become very depressing to make. It hasn't been. It's just my throat. Oh, it's absolutely demolished. Maybe I have like the early onset of the corona. I'm not sure. We'll see. Hopefully not though. Flunker hat reveals the secret rooms and what room is adjacent, so you know if it's a boss trap room. Stuff like that. It's very good. It gives you information, and information is power. It's gonna be B plus. It deserves to be. Spider Love, Spider Baby, when hit spawns up to 2 blue spiders. Again, you don't really want to be hit, but 2 blue spiders are pretty good. You never get hit, it doesn't really help you at all though. Spider Bite. It slows enemies. Yeah, you shoot slowing tiers, or at least have a chance to. So, it's pretty good. Slowing enemies down is a very good tier effect. Oh, crap. Oh, sorry, my throat just... On Spider Butt. Slows enemies down in the room. It doesn't spawn anything. It does... Oh, mass enemy slowdown plus some damage. That it damaged anything, but I guess it does. Mass enemy slowdown is pretty good, especially if you combine it with a broken stopwatch. Then the rooms where the enemies get sped up instead of slowed down, they can also just be slowed down once again. Spider mod does random effects to enemies. I'm gonna throw them in at a B plus because my favorite thing about Spider mod, and hopefully you feel the same way about this too, is the fact that it gives the enemies health bars, so you know exactly how much damage you need to do to kill them, or rather how much damage you've done and how much more damage you need to do. It makes it a little more interesting putting numbers on everything. I wish it was just kind of like a default, it was always there, but it's nice that you can at least get it at some point. That extra information. Spirit of the Night, you can fly. Believe you also get spectral tears. Let me double check. Yeah, spectral tears and flight. It's great. Spoonbender. Honestly, I want to say it's A rank. Synergizes well with pretty much everything. You get homing tears always. The game just becomes a lot easier. You don't have to be that skillful at hitting enemies. Oh, what are you called? Sprinkler. So close. Upon use, spawns a sprinkler that rotates and fires tears. If your tears are anything other than throw sprinkler up in A, because it does a lot of damage and is only a 4-room charge. If your tears are anything other than Dr. Fetus or Ipecac, it's going to be great. If they're one of those two, oh, don't pick up the sprinkler. It's just going to be very scary and you're going to die very quickly. Oh, I apologize. We're gonna make it through. We can get to the end. We're almost there. Squeezy, tears up, and 2 soul hearts. Which honestly, for me, makes it a B plus. One of the better items, definitely. Especially when I look at all of these sorted out. Starter deck allows you an extra card slot, and yeah, all pills are replaced by cards, which in most cases is actually great. If you pick up PhD, probably don't pick up starter deck unless you also have blank card or something. Usually, better pills are better than having only cards. Steam sale. I mean, it's just solid. You have the ability to make everything in the game free by like diplopiaing it, but in most cases that's very hard to do. Steam sale, you tend to get, in my experience, you tend to get it from a greed fight after you're done with all of the shops, so it's not even that useful. But it does make everything cheaper, so sometimes your run will actually be able to really pop off because you can afford all of the things in the shop. Stem cells, HP up, and shot speed up. So it's slightly better than some other health upgrades, but again, it's one of the health upgrades with just a slight stat boost. Steven is a good damage up, but what exactly is your increases damage by 1? Not a fractional damage up, but a solid damage up. Finding Steven for the collectible collection page can be difficult, as the boss Steven rarely appears. Oh, that tip doesn't even matter anymore because of the deal. Hey, you can get it quite often. It's a good damage up. I usually find it in chess. Probably B plus. 1 damage up is huge for many runs. It's the difference between winning and losing. Got our sticky bombs. Egg sack bombs. The bombs stick to enemies and spawn 2 to 4 blue spiders if they kill an enemy. So you can get spiders and you have bombs, and those bombs can stick to enemies. So you can drop the bomb, kick it, or hit it with tears to have it be pushed into an enemy. Hopefully it'll kill the enemy, and then you'll spawn spiders from it, which will help you just kill all the other enemies. Stigmata. Increases damage, adds 1 heart container, but how much damage? Stigmata is 0.3 damage. So Steven is over 3 times more damage than Stigmata. Stigmata, even though it is a lot less damage than Steven, I would say is still at least a B plus item. Is there anything in here that I should move up? Yes. Mask of Infamy. It definitely deserves to at least be B plus. What was my logic in putting it in B? You're saving yourself from so much damage throughout the run. Hopefully. Yeah, everything else kind of belongs where it is. The stopwatch. The stopwatch. You just slow things down. Such a good item. Upon taking damage, inflicts slow. Oh, holy crap. I guess before the DLC came out, I started playing. Okay, so I started playing Rebirth after the first DLC came out. That was when I was introduced to it. So this is mind blowing to me. It used to automatically inflict slow on all enemies in every room when you just walk in. I understand why it was nerfed. You have to take damage before enemies are slowed down. But let's throw this in at a honestly an A tier item. As far as items go for activation for when you take damage, stopwatch is one of the best ones. Having the room have a mass slowdown for its entire duration makes it so much easier to do anything. Let's just double check. Does it also slow enemies that haven't spawned in? Oh, the effect lasts permanently. Enemies. Um, Oh, I get with the Holy Mantle blocking damage with the Holy Mantle triggers the stopwatch effect. That I did not know. Wonderful piece of information. I'm assuming it believe it slows everything down, even enemies that haven't spawned yet. So you don't have to like keep taking damage to keep everything slowed down. Oh, this magnet, the strange attractor. No. Unless you really think it's funny, uh the fact that it has enemies drawn to your tiers is what makes it not great in my opinion. I don't like it. It's a gimmicky item. I mean, sure, take it to make your run have a little bit of zane, have it be funny, but it's silly. Most any run that you're on, you'd never see the strange attractor and be like, that would really make it easier to win this one. No, no. Like never ever is that the case. Succubus is again one of like the best failures. Succubus, Incubus. You could get both of these on a run, you'd be absolutely stoked. Which is why Lilith is honestly such a simple character to play as. Succubus, it does a ton of damage to enemies, and when you're standing in its like large, it's a very large radius around it. When you're standing in its radius, your tiers do more damage. So it's just you get 1.5 times tier damage because of the aura. It's crazy big, absolutely ridiculous. Sulfuric acid, acid tears. You have a chance to destroy obstacles. Solid, but I don't think anything more than that. Let me once again double check. There's just a lot of research going on for me at this point. Um, opens doors of secret rooms. Cannot be used to bridge gaps with obstacles. Does not open stone chests. Does not destroy stone grimaces. Does not increase with luck. Can destroy angel statues. Not destroy projectiles. Just a little extra information on it. It is all around solid item. The bandage. What exactly do you do? Plus 2 hearts, grants 1 heart container, and gives 2 soul hearts. Say plus 2 hearts. It's 3 hearts. The super bandage. One of the better health upgrades. A heart container and 2 soul hearts. 3 hearts, not bad at all. That guy. Another one of the Seraphim set. Orbital Angel, which does 7 contact damage per tick and blocks enemy shots. Upon blocking 10 shots in a room, it drops an Eternal Heart. Okay, I thought this was just a normal orbital, but the fact that it can drop an Eternal Heart after blocking 10 shots, so just use it as a shield and don't necessarily kill enemies right away. This is honestly A tier. I guess I should probably actually go to more angel rooms, is what I'm learning. Sworn Protector, jeez. Block 10 shots in a room, it drops an Eternal Heart. So you could fully max out. Well, does it can it happen more than 1 time per room? No, it can only happen once per room, but leaving and re-entering a room will allow another Eternal Heart to be dropped. Okay, so if you have the doorstop and the Sworn Protector, you could easily farm max hearts just one room. That's crazy. I did not know that. That is kind of ridiculous. Sworn Protector is very, very, very strong. Definitely pick it up. Don't be like me and think it's crap and take a different angel room. Take that one. It's Synth Oil. Increase damage by 1, range by 5.25, tier height by 0.5. Again with the tier height. Seems like most things that increase range also increase tier height. This will be B+. Similar to Steven, really good damage, but it also does a little more. Hammy's Head. Hammy's Head, depending on your tiers, you can use it every single room, so it is at least an A rank item. A large damage increase that happens every single room. Thank you very much. Hammy's Head is definitely where it's at. Tarot Cloth. What is the specifics behind it? I really don't believe in myself to know these things. Doubles the effects of cards and runes and drops a random card or rune. Does it increase the chance to get? No, but it does. It does do a ton of crazy stuff. Oh, blank card in conjunction with car battery will cause the effect of the card to quadruple instead of double. Very nice synergy. Tarot Cloth. By this point, you should realize that cards are great. It's at least B+, maybe an A rank item. Maybe. It depends on what cards you get for your run. Can easily become really good. This is not airy. Horus. Speed down does give you my little unicorn effect for a few seconds, but it allows you to become invincible and do the contact damage. So this is honestly how I won my first run as the Lost, was becoming invincible and doing a ton of contact damage every room. So it has a special place in my heart for a B+. I usually don't like the speed down from it, since you only become invincible once the speed maxes out at 2. In many rooms, if you have decent damage, you won't even become invincible for any amount of time. So it might not be the best. Remote tier detonation. Your tiers will explode when you use it. So mid-air, they'll explode into a circle of tiers. It's alright. It really depends on how long your tiers are in the air for. Okay, all of the technologies. Tech X, I'll just do this one first because it's the easiest. Tech X is an S tier. The one downside to Tech X is that it doesn't synergize well with pretty much anything. With Spoonbender is probably the best you're gonna get, but it really doesn't have a lot of good synergies, which makes it kind of sad. Tech Point 5, unlimited range piercing laser with random rate of fire that does not replace tiers. They occasionally fire with the effect of a random item or trinket, such as Hookworm, Spoonbender, or Tiny Planet. Tech Point 5 is therefore a B+ tech item. Next one, oh, these two are the ones that I never remember the difference. This one's Tech Point 0, and it does static tiers, or static between all of your tiers, which is honestly at least an A rank. So other ones. Technology replaces your tiers with a piercing laser, and Technology 2 decreases your damage and replaces your right eye tiers with unlimited range piercing laser. Technology is better than Technology 2. Maybe. I don't like the decrease of damage of Technology. Technology will be B+. Yeah, okay, Technology will be B+, Tech 2 will be B. It is at least nice to have a piercing laser tier. Focus? What's it called? You stop. Okay, this one stops all the tiers in front of you, but I don't remember the name. Telekinesis. There you go. For the next 2 seconds, any enemy shots that come near Isaac are held in place. After the charge is depleted, they're fired back as Isaac's tears, and also it recharges in the room. Really, really solid item for blocking shots, and also the fact that instead of just blocking shots, it also returns them is spectacular. Telekinesis for dummies, probably A rank every 2 rooms. Right? That's telekinesis. Telepathy, telepathy for dummies. Every 2 rooms you get homing shots for just that one room, but it's basically every other room you have homing tiers, so it's almost always incredible. Golden teleport, when properly used, is at least an A rank item. At least teleport, oddly enough, at least for me, is more like a C minus. You just randomly go to a different room, usually not in anything useful. The eye teleport, or golden teleport, with the exact specifics, so I'm not wrong. Okay, so now I am now learning a lot of more things. As far as I knew, it was using the teleport 2.0 would take you to a room that you haven't been to always. And if you've been to all of the rooms, it would take you to an I am error room. But it's not random. The room that you are teleported into will be touching an explored room if possible. When used in a room with enemies in it, you are teleported back into the same. The order of types of rooms you'll be teleported into is determined first available on this chosen. Brave room. Brave rooms are rooms added in Booster Pack 5, which only appear in the dark room. Oh, okay. So, you teleport to the grave room first, then normal rooms, then the boss room, then the super secret room, then the shop, then the treasure room, then the sacrifice room, then a dice room, then library, curse room, mini boss room, challenge room, bedroom, arcade, vault, secret room. Super secret room comes significantly before secret. Devil room, angel room, together, and I am error room. But usually what you want to do is use it for every single room. And oh, you can't teleport to the boss rush with it? The Blue Hush entrance or Mega Satan. But you mainly want to use it to go to the I am error room. Get like extra items from the pedestals that are usually there. That's the best use scenario for it. Or explore every room and then get an extra angel room or devil room where you normally would not get one. Activated collectibles can be overcharged, so you can save up your collectible to have 2 full charges. So maybe you don't want to use Guppy's head in one room, but in the next room you can use it twice, I guess. Does it work with Mega? I'm assuming it doesn't. Be really weird if you could double. Self-recharging active items can charge the yellow meter, allowing Isaac to use them immediately. Say any interaction with Mega? It doesn't. So I guess you can double charge Mega. I just assume since it's so powerful you can't, but I guess I guess you can. The bean is not great. You toot on command, just a little bit of poison gas around you, nothing super incredible. The belt allows you to speed up. I definitely need to drink something at the end of this. Oh my goodness. The noose is usually a very frustrating item because it's in a room where I can't get to it because I need to fly. It does give you flight. Flight, as we all know, is very, very good. These are now just going out of order depending on what I want. D6, is an A item. I don't know if it's S tier. It's going to be A because a lot of the times you end up rolling into a worse item and you kind of screw yourself. But you have no idea beforehand. More options for normal rooms is like, or for boss rooms, is just going to go right next to more options for gold rooms. It just gives you some flexibility and gives you a little bit of extra chance to get more things. The Halo, absolutely solid, all stats up, so it's B plus. The Shovel, for me personally, is D. I don't really care to skip floors most of the time. I'd rather just do them. Oh, the Polaroid and the negative. Polaroid allows you to get to the chest, which is the best place, and allows for Polaroid invincibility, making it honestly an A tier item. Whereas the negative, its effects kind of suck, but it's not bad, so it can be a B tier item. Ludovico technique. I have a question on. I know you have a controllable tier, but what do you? Nothing, right? Yeah, you just deal constant damage. It doesn't change your stats at all. It just changes how you fire tiers. If your shot speed is very slow, please don't pick up the Ludovico technique. You won't be able to move your tier around fast enough to actually kill things. Otherwise, it's great. The Bible, you can one-shot Mom, you can one-shot It Lives. I believe you die immediately if you use it on Mega Satan. Alright, don't do that. Yeah, kills Mom, Mom's Heart, It Lives. Kills Isaac when activated while fighting Satan. Otherwise, you gain Flight for the room. So, Flight, as we all know, is very good. And one-shotting two different bosses in one run is not too shabby at all. Unicorn Stump, it's probably B plus because if you have any familiar, it at least allows you to use it with impunity every room. It's a very, very solid solid tier effect. Blue candle, more damage than the red candle. And it at least deserves to be up here. I'll actually probably throw blue candle at S. I feel a sense of security whenever I get the blue candle. The jar of hearts, probably B. You can pick up hearts and use them at a later time. If hearts are useful for you, it's nice. If they aren't, it's not dunce. I don't care that you can fire in two directions. I absolutely hate the fact that you are not shooting in the direction that you really want to shoot most of the time. The relic, spawning a spirit heart every 3 room, 3 to 5. Like one of the best defensive items that you'll ever find in the entire game. Double check exactly what the relic's room limit is. The relic. Somewhere. I just scrolled past you, didn't I? Relic. Every 5 to 6 rooms. I mean, regardless, you're just getting soul hearts all the time without really doing anything. Just explore a little bit more when you get there. The red one is the body. I don't want to be wrong about that. It's right. The blue one's the mind. Where are? Oh, the white one's the mind. Okay, the body gives 3 red heart containers, which is a very, very good heart upgrade. Unlike most where it's only 1, it's triple, so it's similar to the bandages. This one is the mind, and the mind gives you a lot of information, and with information, you can more accurately play the game in the best way for the given run. You get the combined effects of blue map, treasure map, compass, and you see the secret room and super secret room. So you're going to get a lot more items that way. And also you can skip through everything. The compass is a B plus item. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as the mind. Honestly, the mind. Honestly, probably S. You can go through the game so much faster with the mind. You can skip everything that's not important and just move on. The poop, D tier item. Maybe you'll get some consumables. Actually, C minus. You might get some consumables. It's not super great. Small rock, good damage up, just a slight speed down, almost always worth taking. The wafer, all of your damage becomes half hearts, uh, except for the self-sacrifice room. I believe that is the only exception. Oh, the soul is similar to the mind in the fact that it is a very good item. It gives you 2 soul hearts and you repel enemy projectiles. So getting hit is a lot harder. The mind is kind of like the lackluster one of the Trinity symbols. Trisagion, an item I've gotten, I think, only 2 times because it's so freaking rare. Your tears are replaced with the single sickest tear effect in the entire game, which is just little like white brimstone lasers. They're also, let me see, what exactly do they do? They're the piercing white light. 33% of regular tear damage, but can hit the same enemy multiple times. Does not knock back enemies. Who cares? They're not homing, but they are sick as heck. I absolutely love them. They're S tier. They are probably more deserved to be in like A tier, but like honestly, fight me. If you do, I'll throw them up in S plus and then see what you do about it. We got the shield, which is relic shield. I believe it's what it's called. You can very purposely block shots, which is Trinity shield. Yeah. You choose which direction you can block shots with the shield. So an incredible item. Pinking shears. Basically you can take out any boss you want. Pinking shears are gonna be S for me. Let's see, what exactly does the damage? Rips your head from your legs, and your legs go attack everything. 82.5 damage per second, which is insane. It's so fast, and also you get flight for the room. The flight, who cares? Like the damage coming out from the lower half of your body from pinking shears is what all the fuss is about. It's absolutely the best. Whore of Babylon, B plus for the damage and speed up. Yeah, you need to have one. Was it one half red heart or less? Half a red heart or less. One red heart if you're Eve. Just don't have any red hearts. You'll have a lot of damage. You'll have a lot of speed. It's absolutely worth taking every time. The inner eye, you get a triple shot, making it at least an A tier item. S actually, yeah. We're putting double tiers, triple tiers, and quadruple tiers all equally good. Because honestly, I'm stoked getting any of those. It's not like I really prefer one over the other. Maybe 2020 I actually prefer the most, but they're all incredible items. Booger tiers again, right? Where I slightly regret doing some things out of order because I might need to check. Oh, sorry. Common cold, poison tears. Yeah, not sticky one. The sinus infection is the other one. Poison tears are like a really good tear effect though. So we'll put it in B plus. Poison is more than solid. Book of Belial, damage up for the current room, and increases your chance of a deal with the devil, if I'm not mistaken. Book of Belial, where are you? There, temporary damage up. Guarantees a devil room, angel room, laughing, or okay, increases the chance by 12.5%, which is nothing to shy away from. You are an item generating book, which is kind of just middle of the road. Book of Sin. Spawns a random pickup pill, card, or trinket. Just one every 4 rooms. It's not bad, but it's also not anything incredible. Boomerang can also be used to grab pickups. I don't think I've ever used it for that fact. It does a small bit of damage, has a high chance to stun the enemy for 2 seconds. It's okay. I would love to see somebody use it in a run that actually like usefully picks up a lot of items with it. But I have yet to see that happen, and I don't think I really will see that happen. The black bean is what? What are you, black bean? What exactly do you do? You're one of the things that I reroll all of the time. Black bean. Oh, you 2 down touch. Okay. Upon taking damage, Isaac farts, causing poison damage to all enemies in range. D tier. Just don't get hit, people. Just avoid it the best you can. The mark is damage up and speed plus 1 soul heart. So you can freely take it from any devil deal if you only have 1 red heart, because you'll at least end up with 1 soul heart. If you have 1 soul heart, you can still take it because you'll still end up with 1 soul heart, and it's a good damage up. Torn photo, the tears up is huge. Tier delay reduction is kind of hard to find most of the time. The mulligan. Mulligan. You have a 1/6 chance of spawning allied blue flies when they hit an enemy. All of your tiers. Every single one. Not just you randomly get a tier that will spawn things. 1/6 of all of your tiers will spawn blue flies. So you deserve to be A rank. The mulligan. Incredible. I don't know what else to say besides that. It is great. Ooh, this one. The scapula thing that summons portals. Don't remember what your name is. That's okay. It spawns a red, an orange portal and a blue portal, and you can, just like in the game Portal, and you can hop between them. I've never found much use for it. Maybe you can get out of the boss rush with it, but like it's not anything super incredible. I don't believe it persists between floors either, so you can't like go back. That would be a little insane. Game Kid is, I mean, you might be upset, but I'm just gonna say it's a decent one. You do a lot of damage, but it also fears the enemies to running away, so it's kind of somewhat difficult to get them. Necronomicon is damage, but not a ton. I'd rather have a different active item. The Hourglass, when you're not glowing, even do you do? Hourglass, please let me know your secrets. Just slows down enemies for a short amount of time with a 2-room charge. Honestly, I prefer that over the golden hourglass. We will put it in B. It'll be a B tier item. Not crazy, but it does give you a little bit of safety every single room. Goodness, we're almost done. We only have 2 rows of items, which is what? I believe 28. 4, 8, 12, 14, 28 items. That's so many. Still though, the map gives you visibility. You can see things. You can't see exactly what all the rooms are, but you can see all of the rooms on the floor. So it does at least allow you to have a very strong guess of where the boss room is. The ladder allows you to bridge small gaps. In most cases, that's all you'll need to reach areas otherwise unobtainable. Flight is not always necessary. The nail, let's put this where it belongs, probably either A or S tier. The nail gives you, what, a spirit heart and a ton of damage for the room, and also stompy effects, so you can break rocks by running into them. The nail. Okay, you are There you are. The nail. Temporary demon form. Yeah, 1 soul heart. Break rocks. Damage enemies by walking over them. Oh, increased damage and speed for the room. All effects except for the soul heart wear off upon leaving the room. So yeah, you just get super jacked for 1 room. So, but you also get 1 soul heart. So imagine the Book of Revelations was amped up to be more useful. That's kind of what's happening here. And that amp up being more useful makes it at least a 6-room charge. Should it even be S? I don't know. The S tier items are kind of all above and beyond. No, it's missing just a little something to go up. Or is it? Don't think so. Well, actually, yeah. The nail's an S tier item. It's great. It can help you win pretty much any run. One of the pages again. There's so many items that are just like a sheet of paper. The Pact. Damage tears up 2 soul hearts as well, which makes you at least an A tier item. You're doing everything. You're giving damage, you're giving tears, you're giving defensive soul hearts. So you deserve to be an A. Worth picking up on every single run. Parasite splits your shots when they hit something. We're going to throw this one up next to Cricket's body because it's basically Cricket's body. All of the let's move this one up here then, just so they can all sit next to each other. All of the tiers that break apart into other tiers are deserving of the A rank, in my opinion. This guy, the Peeper, spawns a familiar that floats around the room zigzag-like, and just contact damage, which is okay. Alright, it's just random damage. Nothing incredible. Sad Onion, increase your tiers by 0.7. A very, very solid tiers up item. The red one, which is the Virus, inflicts poison to enemies who make contact with Isaac and speed down. But did not also they have a 20% chance to drop black hearts. So the Virus with anything that makes you invincible is amazing. Otherwise, if you're really desperate for a black heart, you could roll with the 20% chance of getting one, making it a B item. If you didn't have to do contact damage for it to start off, it would be a lot higher, and then it would end up just being the Serpent's Kiss. This one's lard, right? Thunder Thighs. HP up, speed down, and you're stompy, so you can break rocks by walking on top. It's good. I don't really like the speed down, but the other effects kind of outweigh the speed down. Tiny Planet. More a meme item than anything, but as far as meme items go, it's actually not that bad. Having your tiers orbit you. Like, they orbit you in a way that's better than my reflection. It's not great by any means, but it's not bad. It's very, I mean, Brimstone's already absolutely solid, but it's really good with Brimstone because then or with any of the technology tiers, I guess, because then you have tiers surrounding you completely whenever you're firing. The Tonsil, right? This one just spawns when you have the Tonsil trinket and takes some damage. It takes a lot to get to it, and it's not really an incredible payoff. Toothpicks, tiers shot speed up. Shot speed goes up by 16%. You're mostly wanting it for the tiers. It's a solid upgrade all around. I feel like this whole B area is controversial, and I've contradicted myself time over where things should be higher or lower than where they are based off where I've put other things. Give me just one moment.
Just glance through this. Okay, Ghost Pepper is going into B+. The damage is really, really good. Super strong. Everything else, I think, can kind of just stick around where it is. I don't have that many regrets for that item section. This one, Tough Love. You shoot out a tooth sometimes, which deals greater damage, but how much greater damage exactly? 3.2 times your regular tier's damage. Does scale very well off of luck. At base luck 0, the chance is 10%. Goes up to 100% at 9 luck. Really? I didn't realize it scaled that well with luck. Holy crap. So then on... I guess it really wouldn't be that difficult on greed mode to make it so you just always shoot tooth shots. Imagine... Oh, crap. Imagine the Tooth Love with 9 luck and soy milk. Now, that would be a very interesting combo to see. Maybe one day I'll get it. The odds of it happening are... I guess the odds of like really any 3-item combo happening are just disturbingly low, but it's more than a 3-item combo. But Tough Love, it strictly adds 3.2 times damage for 10%. So let me think. That's basically adding a 0.32 damage up, but whenever you whenever you get luck up, it's like a 0.32 damage up to 9 luck. So it's really good. Basically that's what it comes down to, is it's a really good item. Toxic Shock, when you enter a room, poisons all enemies, dealing double Isaac's tier damage. Killing enemies leaves a small, short, lasting pool of green creep on the ground. Toxic Shock is kind of like a mini Mama Mega at the beginning of every room. Just does a lot of damage to start with. So it deserves to be better than solid. Oh, that one. The Tractor Beam. Your tiers will always be in a straight line in front of you. Do they do better than that? Yeah, your tiers mid-flight snap around. Okay, it also does tiers up, range up, shot speed, and tier height. And you kind of look like Bane. But Tractor Beam, with all of the stat ups, is... Okay, don't at me on this one. I'm going to throw it in at B rank because I don't necessarily like the Tractor Beam effect from it. Sometimes I do, a lot of the times I kind of don't, which makes it kind of more in the... You weird broken item. What exactly do you do? I remember I don't normally pick up. Undefined. Teleports Isaac to either the secret room, super secret room, treasure room, or I am error. Undefined, I have confused you for something else. I am so sorry. You deserve to be an A rank item. Teleports you the secret room, super secret room, treasure room, or I am error. Does it matter if you've already found them? There's a minuscule chance teleporting into a black market. Chance for each main destination are equal. Okay, the void is also reset and can be cleared repeatedly for finding the I am error room. That's ridiculous. Okay, no, it's just good all around. You can get into your... You have an equal chance of 1, 2... Yeah, you have 25% chance of doing any of them. That's really good, and I have been treating you very poorly. Undefined. You deserve a better place in my runs in the future. I'll hopefully find a better place for you. Varicose Veins. Taking damage releases a ring of 10 high damage tiers. Exactly how high damage, though? We need to know these specifics. Tiers spawned on hit have a plus 25 damage bonus. Ah, so it's just kind of Tammy's head whenever you get hit. As far as that goes, pretty solid. You might not be one-shotting all of the enemies, but you are very, very strong at that point. Virgo. Book of Shadows effect when you take damage, at least as a chance. So what is the chance? Because Book of Shadows, at least I put it as an S rank. Chance to trigger Book of Shadows Nullifies damage for 7 seconds. Activation depends on the luck stat. Goes up to 100% with 10 luck. Converts all negative pills into positive ones like PhD does, but does not identify them. I did not know the pill effect of that. That's a little crazy. I should have just read through these items at some point. I'm learning so much. Yeah, so there's up to 100% chance at 10 luck, so maybe like 10% chance whenever you take damage. So I guess with like Dull Razor, you might be able to pop off with Virgo. That deserves to be B plus. It's at least PhD level. Well, if it's at least PhD level, where did I put PhD? Put PhD. My God, there's so many items I can't find it. PhD, are you at least B plus? Here, am I just? Did I not even put it PhD as P? As B? I have no idea where I put it. I probably shouldn't take that much time looking for it though. Whatever. It's Virgo is very good. Void. You can turn items that are absolute crap into stat ups, and you can also make Void become a lot of different active items. Makes Void at least an A tier. You do get random stat ups, but I mean, if you don't need health and you have maxed out soul hearts, black hearts, then you can at least get a stat up instead. Now, are you Butterbean? I'm assuming you're wait what because we've waited so long. Gotta be wait what. The only thing that makes sense. This has been almost purely alphabetical. Because it's wait what and not Butterbean, it's B plus. Whereas Butterbean, I'm assuming was C or D. Yeah, Butterbean's C minus. Wait what is significantly better than Butterbean. The only upside to Butterbean is that it can become wait what. White Pony grants flight and gives you crack the sky when you use it. So it's basically the pony, but slightly better. So it's just going to be also in the pony. Not better enough to become S tier, but at least it goes up with A. The flight is great and also does active a lot of damage. The last 7 items. Oh my god, we're so close. Tiers up by 0.7. B plus tiers up is usually a huge damage increase. Wooden nickel. Honestly, if you're not the keeper, 50% chance to get a penny. Pretty sure. Wooden nickel, where are you? Please tell me that I'm right. Flip a coin, yeah, 50% chance you get a coin. What are the odds of getting a dime though? A coin may be a penny, a nickel. I'm assuming it's just the normal odds of a penny, dime showing. Given that a coin will spawn, the normal odds of getting a penny, nickel, or dime. If you're not the keeper, you're just randomly getting like a cent every now. Probably not a D. It's actually probably like a C item. It's not great though. It's not what it should be. The spoon, just speed, but a decent amount of speed, so it's at least B. X-ray goggles. If you have a hard time finding secret rooms and super secret rooms, it's great. Also, it allows you to not have to do any more guesswork. Do you also see the room contents next to you? When in the void, the entrances are not automatically opened or even identified if the room is not yet cleared. Re-entering the room once enemies are killed and buttons pressed will open the door normally. Alright, so it just has one special stipulation in the void. Otherwise, it just opens secret rooms and super secret rooms. Hey, listen. You are an absolutely solid item. It tells you where secret rooms are, super secret rooms, and tinted rocks, and the trapdoors, the crawl spaces. You do anything else that I don't know about? Wait, what? Or hey, listen. Yo, listen. Plus 1 luck as well. Okay, I guess I forgot about the 1 luck. Secret room, super secret room, tinted rocks, rock with crawl space. Yep, yeah. So as long as you have bombs, yo, listen is a godsend. It tells you everything you need to know. Yum Heart is all right. It heals you for 1 heart every how many how many rooms? 4 rooms. So you end up averaging a quarter heart per room. Maggie starts with it and it's all right, but it's not really anything super amazing. Now let's go down to our very last item. Find out exactly how it works. The Zodiac. Okay. The last item. Finally, we've come to the end. I am tired, you're tired. If you made it to this, why not throw down a like button, subscribe? You're insane. You probably like these videos. And you might want to see more in the future if you lasted, I guess, I'm assuming this is going to be at least like 6 hours. If you made it this far, please hit that like button. It definitely helps. Subscribe if you want to see more in the future. Hit the bell icon. And we will now talk about the very last item, Zodiac. You get a random Zodiac effect that changes each floor, not per room, but per floor. Getting Capricorn, Cancer, and Libra does not grant coins, bombs, keys, or soul hearts. Leo will not change Isaac's size. If you're already in the possession of the item given by the Zodiac, most have no effect, with the only exceptions being Capricorn giving you another 0.5 damage, and Gemini giving another familiar. So, Zodiac, since it can be any of these, at 1 point we'll get most of at least B or A tier Zodiac signs. So you have a chance to get 1, 2, 3, 4 ones that I have determined to be B plus or better. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that are worse than B plus. Yeah, Zodiac can be B plus. No, we'll throw it in at B. It's middle of the road. It can become pretty much anything. If you disagree with any of these really strongly, please let me know and throw down a comment and give a description as to why an item I rank too high or too low. I'd love to know your understanding. If I misstated anything in this, please let me know. If there's an item I should really be going for because it has a fun synergy with something else, just let me know as well. Just basically tell me anything about Isaac that you've ever wanted to share with another human being. For me, that'll be all for now. I need to go drink something. My throat is absolutely destroyed. And for some reason, it kind of was when I started this. But this is the overall tier list. Here, take a screenshot of this or pause it to look. Here's another one. Feel free to screenshot that one. You got some more down here. There are so many items in this game. It is absolutely crazy. If you know all of these off the top of your head and you don't have to look, power to you. If you want to make your own tier list, feel free, go right ahead. It's great. It just takes a very long time. Maybe I'll do the trinket one if enough people like this one and want me to. So if you want me to, throw a like down in the description. Otherwise, have a great day. I don't really know why you made it here. And thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Goodbye for now, you wonderful, wonderful human being.